This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss, and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of elves with voices sad and prophetic. Stand like harpers hoar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. Loud from its rocky caverns, the deep-voiced neighboring ocean speaks, and in accents disconsolate answers the wail of the forest. This is the forest primeval. But where are the hearts that beneath it leaped like the roe when he hears in the woodland the voice of the huntsman? When the mighty blast of October seized them and whirled them aloft, and sprinkled them far o'er the ocean. Naught but tradition remains of the beautiful village of Grand Prix. Ye who believe in affection that hopes and endures and is patient, ye who believe in the beauty and strength of woman's devotion, list to the mournful tradition, still sung by the pines of the forest, list to a tale of love in Acadie, home of the happy.
I march no longer, I fight no more. You can send out all the tracks never loved, but I'm done with war. him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter. The world drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscript deserter.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the Anti-Broadcast. I'm your host, Howard, and we await your host, Morgan, who should be with us in about 10 to 25 minutes. Whew, another Friday, another show. We have a good bit planned for you today. Don't know what we'll get around to, but the main feature will definitely be was it Louth? A false flag, a very clear false flag by the state. It seems the regime wants to just magic right-wing terrorism into existence where it doesn't actually exist. We have you know what? I don't know, but we have a lot. Okay, so stick with us for a while while we wait for the show to begin proper. As usual, I like to have a chat with the chat. Nice to see the usual heads in there. Dars K, Dr. Crispy Rothschild. Ooh, what's going on with the video? Earthlink Records. Simon Martin, who is enjoying some a nice treat as he watches the show. Ken Macwoods. And yeah, 420. Jeez, 420. How did I miss 420 in the chat? Fucking legend. All right. Give me a minute to kind of settle into this mentally. We'll look at some news. Actually, I'm a complete mess, folks. I'm a basket case now. I've lost my car to the NCT last week. I still haven't gotten over it. I've been just miserably depressed. Not only because I don't know what I'm going to do for a car. I'll figure something out. I have to because it's either that or I'm finished. But it's also that just the sadness of letting go of a beautiful machine, a Toyota Corolla. I'm beside myself. I really am. So I haven't really been able to kind of get into the show mentality, but let's see, will I or won't I? Luckily enough, Morgan will come along and save me. I wanted to look at an example of how we have won. Last week, I covered the subject of, and I'm going to take away the beautiful Dublin port from you for a second. How revenue were saying, oh, you got to meet this deadline, guys. You got to file for property tax now, or we're going to send out fines to you. And then, of course, that was the implicit threat. No matter how politely it was packaged by the revenue spokesperson, this will eventually lead to prosecution if you don't pay the fine on top of what you already owe for property tax. Well, revenue has extended the deadline, because it's not fucking working. The thousands of homeowners. Well, how many was it? I think maybe does this article tell us how many haven't paid yet? Revenue said has so far received filings for 1.4 million properties, 140,000 of which have been submitted since Wednesday. Whoa, okay, I spoke too soon. Revenue said it is currently receiving around 7,000 calls each day, but its monitoring indicates that 4,000 calls were unable to get through this morning alone. So how many haven't filed? Still in the thousands. And it actually shocks me to know that there's in excess of 1.4 million property owners in Ireland, you know? That doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to you? That's weird. I thought a substantial amount of our property has been gobbled up by corporations, vulture funds, banks, TDs and senators, councillors, you know. But still, they had to extend the deadline. It wasn't out of the goodness of their heart, you know. All right, let's see the chat. Hello, KO. Nice to see you in the chat. Hello, Howard, and all in the chat. Absolutely, thank you. Good to get a hello at the beginning of the night. Here we go. Ken Mackwoods. I have a pal who hasn't paid his mortgage since 2010 and no property tax. He is still in the house. Wow. Okay. Did he have to go through the courts? I know that you would definitely have some kind of court process going on with the bank if you haven't been paying your mortgage. But with the state or anything like that, I don't think that was payment. It was self-assessment payment in January. Aha, right. Okay, that makes sense. You send in your self-assessment and then you pay it in January. I was thinking November. It's a bit early, but hey ho, there we go. Fuck me. Quite the country we live in today, folks. Fucking revenue is chasing us down for every spare penny that it can. Costs through the roof, and now a spate of fucking what is it? Right-wing terrorism, supposedly. There was a cross-border raid or counter-terrorism operation in Ireland. We'll cover that later as well. Let's see what someone Martin has to say. Ken, that means your friend should look for the interim statement about the originating bank. He will likely find it has been marked redeemed before transfer. Okay. I don't know about all of that. It's all very Greek to me, that stuff. The mortgages and who owns them, and how they're traded between banks and vulture funds and other private entities, and how that affects the original mortgagee. What the hell is that boat doing? Just I thought the video was frozen, but no, the boat's just kind of idling there, deciding where it wants to go. If someone could explain all that to me, that would be great. But I've never had any luck figuring it out or getting someone to explain it to me in a way that kind of makes sense. For years, I've always seen videos of people fighting the banks getting dragged out of their homes by Gardaí and private security. Thugs, masked fucking thugs, backed up by Drew Harris's Gardaí, and God knows, still going to be the same story with the new Garda commissioner, who seems to want to prove himself, improve upon the the office that was once held by Drew Harris. KO said, check out Space Ghetto's message. Rwanda, your car? Hang on. Space Ghettos has a message about my car? Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'll get around to that. I don't know where that would be. Saoirse Aaron in the chat. Good to see. This is Dublin Port you're looking at. Good God, I'm an absolute fucking mess. I'm sorry. Hopefully, the Red Bull will do its job and fucking help me power through this. Delicious chemically taste. Lovely. Woo! Right, what else do we have in the news? Which I mean, there's a good bit. There's a good bit, but we need to save that for the show proper. Okay, I thought this, when I saw it posted on Facebook, was some kind of Photoshop of a BBC article, some kind of parody, but indeed it fucking wasn't. Let me blow that up for you. Amazon forest felled to build road for climate summit. I'm not laughing about the forest. You gotta laugh or you'll cry. It's a fucking disaster. Travesty. A new 4-lane highway cutting through tens of thousands of acres of protected Amazon rainforest is being built for the COP30 climate summit in the Brazilian city of Belém. It aims to ease traffic to the city, which will host more than 50,000 people, including world leaders, at the conference in November. There's all this stuff for the last few years now going around on social media. Oh, look at this guy, look at this woman, look at this leader, look at this tech leader, whoever it might be, someone from the EU, someone from the United States, or Bill Gates or something, in these private jets, and then fucking telling us to watch what we do. Don't have too many children while I fart around in this private fucking jet. No one's ever, as far as I've seen, questioned why. Why do you need these conferences, summits, whatever you want to call it? It's people getting together, listening to people talk. What happens there that can't be done by mass communications? We've had mass communications for, what is it, more than 150 years now. I mean, pretty good mass communications for 70, 80 years now, where you can do these things, you can communicate with each other all the way across the globe, to a reasonable degree. And now, today, these days, we have internet conferences. Why can't you do that? Why do you need to meet in one place? What does that achieve? It sounds like a fucking scam, you know. Uh, you see it in every level of government as well, where these politicians are always going off to fucking talk to each other in this place and that place. You have it especially egregiously with the coalition of the willing, or whatever you call it, all the countries that are ever since Trump got kind of touch and go with Ukraine. The rest of all the European countries came together. Yeah, we're the coalition of the willing. And for the past 2 years now, it's been like every 3 months, they're flying off to some fucking hotel in some fucking country to talk to each other about how great they are and how terrible Russia is. Why? Because you and I pay for it. We pay for it. It's like a little vacation. And as much as I love Vladimir Putin, he's just as bad for it. Going off to China, North Korea, how many other countries does he go to? I think he just likes it. I think they just like it. You get to go to a nice hotel, get to eat food and shake hands with other important people, and you feel like you're doing something. There's Alexander Makuris. I don't know if this thought originates with him, but he does monstrously good work for keeping up with current geopolitical news, and he puts out like an hour dispatch every day on YouTube. And he pointed out that if the Western leaders have this thing where instead of dealing with the disasters unfolding in their own country, they turn their focus outwards to other countries, conflicts around the world, and play peacemaker. And they get to say, well, I'm effective, I'm doing things, while the whole structure, the society itself of their country just fucking crumbles from decay. Holy shit says the Duran is brilliant. Yeah, look them up. I don't watch the Duran as much anymore. I just usually listen to Alexander Mercouris. On occasion, I listen to what's his partner's name? I forget. But they're both great. Yeah. Yeah, KO got it right. It makes them feel like the bee's knees. Yeah, exactly, KO. Exactly what I'm saying. They can do it on WhatsApp Live. There are so many ways to do this, and they could make it, cool, and make themselves feel super advanced if they want to, and they can, have some kind of virtual environment where they're all, holograms interacting with each other and stuff. That would be cool. That would make them feel important, right? They're just in that little room themselves, and all the kitchens are coordinated all around the world, so they all get served their steak dinners at the same time, and they could just sit there with the VR goggles on and talk in an empty room. Come on, There's ways around it, right? Fuck. What else do we have? Oh God. Jesus. Oh, it's horrible. All right, Morgan's in the wings. Duran, Derek Mouse. Yeah, I never understood the name of that their channel, the Duran. I thought that was, isn't that like a fruit, durian? Is that related to that? Ah, the two Alexanders. Yeah, Alexander Mercurus and Alex Christoforou. Great, lovely. I just needed that mnemonic device. Yeah, I get the idea, of like growing up around a forest and then it's just cleared. It's horrible. It's a heartbreak that never leaves you because there's no way to bring that back. Not in your lifetime, anyway, and probably never when you think about it. But fuck these people, man. Another quick check of the chat to see what we've got. And Morgan. Oh no, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Duran, Morgan. Took its name from the villain Dr. Durand in the 1988 science fiction film Barbarella. Oh wow, okay. Huh. So do you think maybe the Duran, the geopolitical channel, maybe is also dipping into that lore? Do they see themselves as villains despite their oh, LOL, he says. All right. What do we got in the chat? The two big guns in here tonight. Okay, who are the two big guns, please? Let me know. I need to know who the leaders are in this movement because it's shit, man. There's no coordination. There's no discipline. What we have for leaders is shit. What, Declan Ganley and Ben Scallan, whatever the fuck his name is. Is that what we have for leaders? Oh yeah. We're going to be looking at Scallan as well tonight because we need to take pot shots at the faux leaders. We need to put them in their place. We need to be alert to these fucking scam artists who are we're just switching out one for this. Jesus, that's a massive ship. It's meet the new boss, same as the old boss, and I will prove that to you tonight. It's absolutely fucking scandalous what Scallan has turned into from his days of the outsider in IR Exit, which is an awfully named political party, to here, to what he is. Hey, Morgan.
Howdy. Who are we discussing? Ben Scallan.
Yeah, I just thought I'll get a tease for the for later in the show.
All right. Who did he ran for political office, doesn't he? Did you say it was the Irish Independent Party or was it the Nationalist Party? Who was it?
No. It was IR Exit, as in IRE. No, IR Exit. Like Brexit. IR Exit. It could have been Air Exit, is what I'm saying. Like make it
right.
Irish for fuck's sake. So they changed their name into Irish Freedom Party because the name sucked. and they were single issue, and nobody, is interested in single issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think Gript are going to get us across the line. I was listening to, what's the other fella's name? John McGurk and his female co-host. Their feed came up on YouTube today, and they were talking about, who was it? Ivan Yates and Matt Cooper's podcast. So
Okay.
we looked back at Jim Gavin, and we were talking about how he wasn't really saying anything, but he was, like, it was obvious he just received 2 weeks media training. So it transpired that he received his media training from Ivan Yates, of all people. Former Fine Gael, was it a Fine Gael politician? I think he was a Fine Gael politician, and a bookmaker. Fine people, fine upstanding people that bookmakers are. Almost as bad as crack dealers, But so Ivan Yates didn't declare that he was advising Gavin while he was working for Media House, which is the joint German media corporation that essentially owns all of Irish radio, and he had to resign from that. So John McGurk and his co-host were saying like that it's not the biggest revelation in the world. It's not the biggest thing that people should get upset about in Ireland, because in effect the relationship between media and politics in Ireland is pretty incestuous. And then John McGurk went on to say how he essentially knows every single politician in the Dáil, how he's friendly with them, but that doesn't mean that he can't have a go at them every now and again. But it does. Like, it does. I don't care who you are. You can't be friends with somebody and then hold them over the fire as you would somebody who you have no relationship with at all. And if you're going to be serious about media, well, then you can't. You can't have personal.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Sorry to cut across you. You know what it is, right? It's like the court jester of medieval times, right? There's this one guy, and he's allowed to say, pretty awful shit, but it helps if he's funny about it. And he keeps the monarch and maybe even the rest of the court, the nobility, on their toes, and reminds them that, they are human beings like the rest of us with faults. But nobody else is allowed to do that because they'll, lose their fucking head. However, the jester has a special kind of relationship with the monarch, where he's just, or she in some cases, is just allowed to do that. But it doesn't really fucking amount to anything. It doesn't, change policy, or, it did back in the day. But in this case, John McGurk is the court jester. Ben Scallan, is the court jester. And they're not moving the needle. They won't. I mean, what are they? Like, even if it is a case of they're changing our minds somehow, they're forming the citizens' opinions, informing us. I don't think so.
No, they're not. I think what they're doing is they're making it easy for the political class to lean into, for lack of a better term, far right narratives. And we've seen that essentially in the last 2 weeks, ever since City West, when people turned up to express their unhappiness what happened in City West. But then, as if a sprinkling of magic dust was poured over Dáil Éireann, and Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael suddenly turned far right. So now they're dog whistling, as the opposition would put it. And they're saying, yes, we have a problem with immigration. There's too many people here. A lot of them shouldn't be here, just magically. And it also coincided with the presidential election and some 13% of people spoiling their votes. And as we know, the only thing they really give a flying fuck about is how they managed to remain in power. So they're leaning into this kind of nationalist. Now, it's okay to be a nationalist, but they're talking out both sides of their mouth as usual. So in one breath, it's like, oh, we have a problem now with illegal immigration, or we have a problem with IPAS applicants. But in the same breath, it's like, but we still have to get on our hands and knees and praise the people who come here to work, because that's the most important thing. Because as we know, we've been told so many times now that the country would indeed collapse if we didn't have foreign workers to prop up our healthcare service and McDonald's and what have you. We just wouldn't know what to do. How politics itself manages to trundle on without a massive influx of foreigners is a mystery to me. Surely if it was the case where, you know, nothing in the country can run without the aid of foreign nationals, well then surely the political class would need a healthy injection as well. But no, that still hasn't happened. Maybe it will. Maybe the next election cycle. I can't see it happening in the next election cycle. But that's the horseshit they're spinning. And are people falling for it? I don't know. I think there's a core group of maybe 200, 300,000 people who have been awake for a very long time and are immune to their kind of horseshit, you know? Whether John and fucking Jane Doe sitting at home are suddenly going to go, yes, well, you know, now it's okay for me to express my opinions on this matter. I've been saying that in private, but I don't want to, you know, say it out loud in public. Maybe they feel emboldened. I don't think so. It's obviously just some sort of scam to placate the electorate. So when it does come to the next general election, they'll be well primed as the anti-immigration party, and then the opposition they're leaning into it more now. We'll see later the likes of, you know, Paul Murphy and Ivana Basic and what's the Holly Cairns, wherever she fucking came from. She sounds like she's like one of the Windsors, for Christ's sake. The woman from Cork of all fucking places. Where she got the accent from, I don't know. But we'll get around to that. But talking of IPAS, so we had the recent fire, another fire. It seems the power of fire is incredible. It's a game changer by all accounts. You throw a bit of fire at something and things magically move. So we had Louth. So the IPAS Centre in Louth was set alight. And the immediate narrative, there was two narratives. One was from the establishment that, well, it started off like fireworks because it was close to Halloween, and then it came out in the news that somebody had managed to fire fireworks at an IPAS centre, and some of the fireworks went through a window, and the IPAS centre caught on fire. Then the story over the next day or two changes because there's CCTV footage released that somebody broke into the IPAS centre, poured some sort of accelerant all over the stairs, lit it on fire, and then tried to burn the house down. And then the political establishment comes in and say this is a clear case of the attempted murder of 28 people, including children. And obviously it was the far right. The far right had set this fire without any sort of evidence whatsoever. How CCTV footage managed to get leaked is a mystery to me. Normally,
I was thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, normally when anything like this happens, it's like hush hush. We can't even mention it. It didn't happen at all. No mention of IPAS, but the tide seems to have shifted somewhat. So we have some photos inside the building. I'll just share the screen here. Now, where are we? What a way to name these. 4FA. Jesus Christ, man. Right. So there's the building proper. So it's a small enough IPAS centre.
I was thinking some kind of facility that might have been a school or something, but no.
No, because anything will fucking do. Like, so, you know, so there's 28 people housed in this one building. As we can see, you know, no fire escapes, no fire certificate was issued at the beginning. So
none of that matters though.
Yeah,
you know.
So if somebody wants to escape, it's essentially out the window. It doesn't look too far of a drop, in fairness. Like you could, you know, you might sprain an ankle.
Yeah, but that's not within health and safety guidelines.
No.
Nobody's expected to jump out of a second-story window.
Not in these days, like where we've become soft. It used to be a case like just get the fucking sheets off the bed, tie a couple of knots in them, throw them out the window, and wrap the baby in a cushion or something and throw it out the window and hope it lands the right way up. So as you can imagine, security isn't great. We can see there's one CCTV camera, what appears to be a CCTV camera on the wall there, and the door has some sort of pin code. So the other narrative was, okay, this is a false flag. How can somebody just, you know, manage to bypass the pin code on the door, get inside? The images of the guy inside looks like he was in his socks. So then the question was like, why the fuck would somebody go into a building in their socks. So someone was
No
thinking,
shoe prints.
yeah. But you might leave DNA from the sweat. I don't fucking know. I've never planned to, burn a fucking building
I
down.
don't think they're looking for DNA to who burnt down this building. I don't think it goes that
I don't know. But anyway, that caught people's attention. Like, he's not wearing runners. Then I had to look at the photos and, well, is he? Because, runners have changed over the years. He could be wearing pumps. I don't fucking know. So then we got photos from inside. So just let me stop sharing that for a second and I'll share. No, I can just change
All right. Yeah,
there we go.
No.
So can we see that okay?
No, it didn't
okay,
switch.
I have to stop sharing. Okay, great.
Pain in the dick.
I know. We'll get some better software at some stage. It's the only way that it's going to work smoothly.
The only thing really keeping us on Restream is the idea that we can stream to 3 different platforms at once.
Yeah.
But, at most we get 2 viewers on Kick and 1 viewer on Rumble. So maybe we just need to say goodbye to Restream when the yearly subscription comes up. All right. So
this is inside the building. And the story goes that there was 2 people involved. So this guy, obviously, and some other guy. So some other guy come in first. He poured accelerant over the stairs. And then this guy comes in to set the stairs on fire. So
that's smart, because the first guy would have accelerant on him and he might light himself up. So that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah. So
these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, some level of planning. So there we can see the foot there. Now, whether that's a sock or not, I don't know.
I mean, could you fucking tell? I mean, really?
It's hard to tell. But again, I think it's natural for people to go, well, hang on a minute, like, this seems out of the blue. I know people are upset, but I don't think anybody's so upset that they're going to the trouble of, setting a house on fire with 28 people in it and children. But of course, the left narrative is that, everybody who has an objection are bloodthirsty animals. What would have happened if the guards weren't there at City West? That they think like that, well, everybody within the facility would have been, butchered and buried in a ditch somewhere. That may happen, but I don't think it's really in Irish people's nature to do that.
And also, until now, I had no idea that there were actually people already housed in this building.
No, well, we can't know anymore because they changed the law where not the law, but they changed their policy where previously they used to release figures every month.
Okay.
How many people were in IPAS, where the IPAS centres were. Then when the protests started proper, they withdrew that information from the public to stop people from figuring out where these IPAS centres are. So, people have to simply become detectives.
Sure. But if this was a local crew that did this because they're angry about what's going on, say, right? They'd know if there were people living in there. And I don't think they would have done this. I don't think it's within the Irish to do this, to fucking set light to a building that has people in it. It's just not our thing. We don't do that.
No, maybe in the heat of the moment, passions are running wild. There's kind of a mob mentality with them, maybe. But,
yeah, because the madness of the crowd takes over.
Yeah, but for premeditated to kill 28 women, children, and men, I don't think so. It hasn't happened in the history of the state that I'm aware of, and it would be a very rare occurrence as well. So this happens. These photos get leaked first,
right?
And so what's notable here, I don't know if that door, if it looks like it's kicked open or it's just the angle, but it's kind of an odd angle. But anyway, this is the entrance in. Then to the left here, we have what appears to be another door. And then the next photo we have is after the fire. So I'll just share that now. Where are we? DE13. Okay, so this is after the fire. Now, nobody died, nobody perished, but very easily they could have it. If the building had have caught, or if it was ever there, hadn't spilled a bottle of water on the 8th or 9th step, well, then there might have been a problem. So, and again, it doesn't look great. And the narrative was that they set fire to the stairs deliberately so people couldn't escape. And it's got to be fucking terrifying, let's be honest. If someone comes into your house or your place of dwelling, whatever it is, sets your stairs on fire and you're upstairs with the kids and you're, you know, the smoke alarms, if they have smoke alarms, go off. If you're African, obviously you wouldn't hear the smoke alarms anyway. But if you're not, if you're from outside, if you're European or Asian, well, then you would hear the smoke alarms. You come out and the stairs is on fire. It's going to be, you know, terrifying to say the fucking least. So this photo emerges, and then that's where it kicks in. Like, well, hang on, there's something amiss here. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Where's the door that was there a minute ago that was placed over here? And how does this water cooler, how does that appear out of nowhere? So I had a look at the photos again. So this I think this is just perspective here.
Oh,
So
yeah, of course.
the
Angle. Yeah.
the original photo, the guy is, you know, it's a wider photo, so we can see the door, which might be just a little bit off screen there. And this water cooler in the previous photo, you can actually see the outline of it behind the stairs. So somebody after the fire has moved the water cooler from behind the stairs over there in the corner. We just go back to
it's all fucked up. Okay.
Yeah, so it's smoke damage and then was pushed over to the side. But still, it does beg the question, you know, why now? Like, and in quick succession after City West as well. And it wouldn't be beyond reason to think that the state would use some of its assets to do this, to further the agenda. And almost immediately it was like, okay, well, we have to have new regulations around all IPAS centres now. And I'm sure that will come where nobody will be allowed to get within 10 feet of an IPAS centre. It will be outlawed that you can have protests outside IPAS centres. They'll probably all be staffed with security guards, if not guards proper. And as we know, we can't even take photos or video footage outside IPAS centres in case we identify somebody who's seeking refuge. And poor Paul Nolan was in court today, was sentenced to 10 months, I believe, released pending his appeal. But fucking shocking for simply filming people and saying his expressing his opinions on what's going on. So 10 months, like, that's the first of its kind, essentially, for posting material online about refugees. And all he did was essentially show up with a camera, take some footage, and make some comments. And that's 10 months in prison. So we'll see what transpires there. So then maybe a day or two later, some Sinn Féin TD, whose name escapes me, and of course Sinn Féin have done a magical pivot as well. They were kind of ahead of the curve. So they noticed maybe 3 or 4 months ago that their electorate wasn't particularly happy with the way Sinn Féin have been carrying on, which is essentially to, like they always do, to criticise the government that they're not doing enough in relation to the far right. But Sinn Féin magically pivot to become an anti-immigration party, which is fucking incredible, because there's tons of footage of them, you know, standing there, protests with refugees or welcome signs, endless reams of them saying, you know, how awful and Nazi-like the far right are. But now they've recognised that, oh, hang on a minute here, we're going to lose half our electorate, so we better get on board and start reproducing the same rhetoric that independents are producing. So we'll have a look at this lady here. She's from Louth, which is useful. Good to have someone from the actual area to get their view on what's actually happening.
All right.
Now, where is she? All right. This is 2 minutes long, so we'll just we'll try and let it run and not interrupt the woman 18 times. Okay.
28 people could have died is the local headline in Drogheda today after the horrific arson attack in the Georgia Street IPAS accommodation centre. If it wasn't for the swift intervention of An Garda Síochána and Drogheda Fire Service, families and children, including a 3-week-old baby, would not have escaped with their lives. One family had no way out of the top floor room they were trapped in except down the stairs that were ravaging with flames. Concerns have been raised about the safety standards in this building and indeed the private operators. What we have here is a rogue landlord prioritising profit over duty of care and human life, aided by this government not meeting their obligations and have no published inspections of direct provision in EROC centres in County Louth for 25 for this building. This government has paid millions to this company for asylum seeker accommodation owned by a man who the Criminal Assets Bureau have linked to the Drogheda gang feud.
Isn't that interesting?
Huh.
Yeah. So, from what I can gather, the person who owns the IPAS Centre has been paid 10 million euros to date.
All right.
How, like anybody who's known to the Criminal Assets Bureau and manages to get the go-ahead to receive a government contract is a fucking mystery. Like, at the very least, you need to have your tax affairs in order. You need to get a tax clearance certificate, even to accept $3,000 from the government. A contract over $3,000, you need a tax clearance certificate, or it's like no dice. Like, we're not having anything to do with you.
Right.
But so that's the real fucking conspiracy here: is how, in the name of Christ, there's somebody who's under investigation by the Criminal Assets Bureau and linked to a fucking gang feud in Drogheda. Like, we know there are gangsters in the Dáil, but we didn't think that it was this bastardized, that the government gangsters are actually in league with street level gangsters. So it transpires now that there is this gang feud apparently in Louth, and, like, spoiler alert, so they have arrested 2 men who are known to the guards, but this is their account, and they're members of one of the gangs. I think it's the opposing gang to the guy who owns the IPAS Centre. So it's looking like it's a gang feud rather than an act of the demonic far right trying to kill women and children simply because they look different.
Recent media reports suggest that the owner of this company, Secure Accommodation, has been paid 10.2 million since it was set up in September 2022. And indeed, the Department of Children, Equality, Disability, Integration and Youth have highlighted their huge profits for 2023. Minister, this terrifies me that gangsters named by cabs, securing contracts and profiteering on public money, and as a result, 28 people could have died under this government's watch.
Minister,
what are you going to do about it?
I'll just say, as I said to a number of our colleagues across today, I'm shocked and appalled by what happened in Drogheda. I know I heard many people from your own community how appalled they were about that particular incident. We all
Just shut up, man.
To your question on, I'm not aware of the particular circumstances upon which this property was, the contract was entered into. Perhaps you can provide the detail to the Department of Justice or to
do our job for us.
Yeah, please, can you? We're not aware of anything. We didn't get the memo, therefore we don't know what the fuck's going on. If only they had access to the Garda Commissioner or something like that to find out what's going on, or if only they had assets of the state to investigate this. No, apparently a journalist from the Daily Mirror can find this shit out within a day and a half. It's word on the street within an hour of it happening. But these guys who have access to everything somehow can't manage to figure it out. But again, we know it's one, they don't care. I don't think they really do care. It's a trifling matter for them, or they haven't been advised, and without being advised, they're fucking clueless. They don't know what to say, what to do. Right. It's always a matter of here's a memo, here's a memo, here's a memo. And when they're caught off guard, we've seen it a million fucking times by now. It's like, well, I'm not aware of this individual case. If you can bring information to me, or I can't possibly comment on individual cases. It's currently under investigation, la, la, la. Please forget about it in 2 weeks' time.
You can assess that. There has had to be, across the last number of years, because of the changes in the wider migration pattern into our country, there's been a response to try and find accommodation for many people who have come here, and under particular criteria. But I'll ask Minister O'Callaghan and the Department of Justice to respond back to your particular concern.
Nonsense, right? We're stopping it there.
Yeah.
Okay. In any event, the contract's been pulled in the meantime.
Oh.
So it looks like the centre itself will close down. Or maybe they'll find a new owner for it magically. So I can't see how. But again, the magical power of fire, it seems to be the only thing in Ireland that works to get the attention of politicians.
Well, when you think about it, it was man's first and greatest invention.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like it's not some small thing. Yeah, we're still worshipping it today. Yeah.
Oh yeah, a very, very powerful element, fire. If only we could harness water as well. And we know the guards they've got a water cannon. So maybe we need a GoFundMe so we can get our own water cannon, or maybe a couple of JCBs or diggers, something like that. If only the farmers would get on board, that would be amazing. Wouldn't it be great to see 4 tractors abreast heading up to Dáil Éireann, up to the gates and just keep going. It would make a nice novel. Not calling for that, but it would be a nice fantasy to see fulfilled.
Yeah.
So we'll have a listen to some of the responses from our dear friends on the very, 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 very far left of what they had to say. This is, I think, maybe on the day or the next day. We'll just see how these guys framed it. And remember, these are the people who like to tell us the horrors of misinformation and disinformation and malinformation. So we've got 3 wrong think forms of information so far from the political class, but not Fianna Fáil and Feel Again anymore. They're now on our side by all accounts, and they're also accusing the left of trying to shut them down and quieten them for raising questions about immigration. Right, so let me start sharing these. Okay. Oh, well, I have them all saved as one file, so that should be handy enough. Right, where are we? IPAS. Okay, so we'll start off. We'll have a look at the CCTV footage from the fire, and then that will just lead into the speeches by. I think we have. Who have we got? We've got Gary Gannon. Is that his name? That awful fucking ginger from inner city Dublin, Social Democrats.
Yeah.
Holly Cairns, and then we have Paul Murphy. I was expecting Richard Boyd Barrett. I don't know if people know Richard Boyd Barrett is back in the Dáil. He was off for a couple of months. He had throat cancer. He's recovered now, so he's back in the Dáil. So we should be hearing more from.
Fuck! If everyone to fucking recover from cancer, man, Jesus.
I know it's a tragedy. But we were rooting for the cancer, but unfortunately, Richard came through. Richard won out in the end.
Man.
You can't win them all.
Look back in our fucking in our archives for that brilliant fucking segment we did, or Morgan did. Really, that was his baby.
Let's have a look.
All right.
Okay, so.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, I don't know if it's probably got matches or a lighter, or you play something down first. All right.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So
all right.
Match, and then
look, that's it. Yeah, it was a trick of the light. The door is actually facing the stairs.
Yeah. And again, how the CCTV footage is released is a mystery. Maybe I don't know. Maybe someone who works in the security company just leaked it because it looks like it's recorded off an actual monitor. But still, it's
but no, the photo that you shared wasn't a camera facing the monitor.
Oh yeah, it was.
So there was 2 sources of leak then, at least.
Well, if it's really, I think it was initially released to the Irish Times or the Independent. So we know they have their sources within the guards. So maybe they fucking released it.
Yeah. Yeah, because, the whole gang thing, sorry, just a spare thought, the whole gang connection doesn't discount the idea that this was a psyop or false flag.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's it. Like, if the government are awarding contracts to these people and the amount of due diligence that goes into it, and I know this, from firsthand experience, from working in organizations that were in receipt of government grants, that when you receive a grant, like, due diligence is done. You have to essentially produce all your documentation before they will give you a fucking penny, Now, as we had Jack Chambers there, we were in a bit of a bind. We couldn't find any accommodation, so anything will do. And maybe the people within the system are given the nod. Listen, if anything fucking pops up, just take it. Like, we'll worry about the consequences later. No forward certificate. Fuck it. Take it. How much do they want? It doesn't matter. Just sign the documents, get it out there. And it wouldn't be the first gangster that set up an IPAS centre. We know we have other guys who are living in Romania. Essentially, anybody who has, or the vast majority of people who have set up these IPAS centres have no moral compass. Let's be honest. They don't. Some people like to fool themselves by thinking, "Oh well, we're helping out immigrants." You're not. You're essentially aiding in the destruction of your local community.
There's migrants themselves doing this, So,
well, of course, you like for anybody who's motivated by fucking money, like they got to be licking their fucking lips, like like a group of us could get together, get a mortgage or get a loan from the bank, set up some fucking company, then set up an offshore shell company, purchase a couple of buildings, fill them up with bunk beds, and then set up a contract with the government and start raking it in. But most people with a moral compass wouldn't do that. But there's a certain section of our community, and some of them, well-known people, like that GAA manager from the north, what's his name, McGinty, or his name escapes me at the minute.
Same.
Yeah, but there's no shortage of people and ex-rugby stars, and again, they're all saying like, "Oh well, we're doing it to help out the local community." Well, then give your fucking profits away then if you're that concerned about it and that holier than thou attitude. Okay, let's listen to fucking Holly here.
Now we see where rising hate naturally leads. A man pouring petrol on the stairs of an IPAS centre in the hopes of burning women and children alive. If this
so RTE again, like they're always going for the woke vote. So they've introduced sign language now for queers.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. You may have missed it. It was fairly subtle, but they do announce it up the top there. If you can see there, with sign language for queers. I'm not sure if that's the correct spelling of queers, but that's a matter for
QSL. Cool. I never knew it existed.
Yeah, that's a matter for RTE and their department.
On the stairs of an IPAS centre in the hopes of burning women and children alive. If this horrific event isn't enough to prompt the government to engage in some reflection, then I don't know what is. The government now has a deliberate strategy of depicting international protection applicants as scammers gaming a lax system.
Thank you, Deputy.
This is not leadership. This is leaning into a toxic far-right narrative. People have a right to come here and to make an application for international protection. And
it's the same fucking nonsense.
This is leaning into a far-right narrative. It's not that the far-right, in quotes, was right all along. No, it's just that the far right had this crazy conspiracy theory, and then the government just came along and did what that conspiracy theory was about. Just to, lean into it? What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, it's a nonsense. And it's very hard to concentrate with that type of sign language. I found it horribly distracting. It's entertaining, but it's very distracting to try and focus on Holly when there is a black man from the 1970s, doing aerobics next to her. Who have we got next? I think is it Gary? Like, we let this play. There's a bit of a blank screen.
We are in very dangerous.
There we go. So Gary Gannon, again, inner city politician, Social Democrats, and I remember seeing footage of him with concerned residents from his local community when a new IPAS centre was being opened, and he promised them initially that it wasn't to be an IPAS centre, that it was another far right myth, but that if it did transpire that it was another IPAS centre, well then he would be at the forefront of making sure it gets shut down. But did that happen? No. Again, now these guys are doubling down and caring for the IPAS community, as we can see here in the background. I think this photo was taken from City West a week before the fire, and they're packed in, like they're fucking absolutely packed in. And again, RTE, not to leave out the furries, we have to remember that we now have furries in the country as well. It's a younger generation of people. I believe there's special toilets set aside for them in some of the higher level education sites like DCU and Trinity. They're now accommodating furries as well. It's a beautiful country we live in, really.
Times we are in a very dangerous place where so many people who have come here are now genuinely under threat. Obviously, we see it online, but we now see it in its most.
It's degenerate. Like, I don't know what the fuck RTE are playing at. Maybe they're telling us we may as well be watching a fucking dog hump dry air as listening to this fucking guy. Like,
visceral sense. And I don't believe for a second the government are on top of this, understand how to confront the dangers that are being placed upon people who are essentially in our care. We've seen it last week from the Taoiseach, who spoke of immigration numbers being too high. When I challenged him on that through yourselves, he said that we're trying to shut down the debate. We're absolutely not trying to shut down the debate. It's an absolute cowardly response. What we're trying to bring is some facts to the debate. The migrants in this country and say they're to blame. They're not to blame. The blame lies squarely at the hands of a government who have lost control of the capacity to manage. So what they're trying to reclaim is their capacity to frame a narrative.
I think he's got a bit of food in his beard or something. That dog is going wild for whatever's in that fucker's beard. Now some people might, you're making light of the situation. We're not. Like, this is exactly what you should do when you hear this fucking guy speak. From now on, anytime you hear this guy, whatever his name is, Gary Gannon or I don't fucking know anymore. Or perhaps a ginger and any ginger talks you shouldn't. No, you should listen to gingers. You will find out why you should listen to gingers. But anytime this particular ginger talks, don't listen to him. Like, we're wasting our fucking time. Now, I get the irony that I'm, showing a video of him, but let's be honest, we're more interested in what the dog's doing, aren't we, than what Gary's actually
Oh, yeah,
saying.
I couldn't hear a word.
Yeah, because it's the same shit endlessly over and over again. Far right. We have to care about these guys in the background who are coming from every country. They're our guests. They're in our care, but now they're carers. Apparently, we're looking after them, making sure they're okay. But meantime, in the background, when nobody's looking, they're going out, they're assaulting women, children. Not all, but a fair chunk that becomes a problem. And again, still, we're not checking, we're not deporting people. Everybody knows the problem at this fucking stage. But for these guys to be doubling down and ceding the territory to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, where now they're allowing them to somehow magically represent themselves as the party who are against mass immigration, is fucking ridiculous. So either Gary and his fellow travellers are actually retarded, politically retarded at least, or it's prearranged. Like, and let's not forget, all these guys know each other. Like, once the charade is over, they're down on pints in the Dáil bar with each other. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a rigged game. Like, essentially the narrative is fixed to begin with. I don't know. Gary kind of strikes me as the true believer type. And again, there's something about these inner city Dublin guys when they go to college, when they're groomed in college. Something happens to them. It should be some sort of crime, really. And I think it's because he does come from a working class background, but I think he's kind of transcended that and into kind of middle class life within the Social Democratic Party. And something happens to them. It's like the way kind of middle class guys are attracted to Trotskyism and this kind of endless revolution. It seems to be a particular type that's attracted to it. Most people grow out of it by their 30s, 40s at the latest, but there's some people who are just committed. Gary's one of them. Murphy is another one. But I want to watch this dog. I wonder what the dog's name is. It a mongrel? Is that a mongrel of some description, or is it a purebred? I think it's a mongrel, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's not purebred, no.
Yeah, okay. We won't go back too far. Everyone likes a dog, don't they? They're very popular videos on YouTube.
Who have lost control.
Yeah, look at him stomping that beard for
sure. So what they're trying to reclaim is the capacity to frame a narrative. It is disgusting. It is cowardly. What we'll ask them is to bring some facts to the argument, to bring some calmness, understand the situation.
We're all children at heart, really, It's hard not to laugh at a dog fucking with nothing.
The streets, which are placing genuine lives in danger, and actually speak with a bit of leadership, a bit of authority that isn't only about the preservation of Simon Harris's political career.
All right. Okay, we've got there's a man himself, Paul Murphy, coming up here.
Oh, Jesus.
So I think Paul was at a seance or something. Yeah, so we'll have a listen to Paul. He's straight in there.
creation of a hostile environment of asylum seekers by a political establishment that wants to shirk responsibility for the housing crisis, for the health crisis, for the cost of living crisis, and instead blame vulnerable people who are not responsible at all. Unspeakable horror of what certainly appears to be the attempted murder of asylum seekers, including 4 children, one of them a very, very young baby, someone pouring petrol on the stairs above which they are sleeping in what looks like an attempt to prevent them from escaping from an arson attack. Horrendous, calculated attempts to kill children and a baby purely based on where they come from.
Now, if that's not misinformation or... They're like, how can he know? How can you fucking know, Paul? Now, again, I'd give him leeway if it's just some guy on the street or if it's some random dude in a Twitter thread. But if somebody else was spouting this and it was to go against his particular narrative, he would be screaming blue fucking murder. You know, how can people say that this was, you know, an act of the left? There's no evidence. We must wait until we have all the facts before we start saying that, you know, it was a attempted murder, it was done, it was a racist attack, which is what he's saying. Like, he somehow he magically knows that this attack happened because the people in there happen to be of a different colour. And we don't even know if they are of a different colour or not. Like, just because they're, you know, international protection applicants or whatever the fuck they're called, doesn't necessarily mean that they're black or brown.
Yeah, they could be from Albania.
Yeah, or Georgia. I don't even know what colour people are in Georgia. But yeah, they could be Eastern Europeans of some description. Who fucking knows? But again, and Paul's not alone in this. It's everyone on the left, because the minute they see this, it's like, yay, yay. There's been another migrant attacked. Therefore, we have to now double down and say that it was the far right and they're trying to kill all these people, and let's work off that basis. You can't do that. But we understand, because if it's the other way around, if there is a woman who's raped or murdered, well then, you know, people go, you know, oh, well, I hope it's a fucking foreigner, so we can get dug into that. Not everybody, but some people. But for this guy, like a public figure, a representative of Dáil Éireann, and the first person who would fucking hang you for holding similar views that happen to oppose his views, is absolutely fucking disgusting. And he just gets carte blanche with this shit every single fucking time.
So that obviously has to be utterly condemned. I would appeal to anyone who is thinking about protesting outside any IPAS centre to think about what impact you're having protesting outside children's homes at this stage.
Yeah, that's people will listen to you, Paul, won't they? It's like your mammy talking to you. Now, if you're having any notions about protesting again outside any IPAS centre, just remember there's children there. Like that ever stopped you, Paul, did it? I hate to let you know, Paul, but in Dublin, you know, most areas within kind of a couple of 100 metres, there's houses that may or may not have children in them. When you protested up in Jobstown, in Tallaght, when you imprisoned, I can't remember her name, whatever minister it was, and that area is surrounded by houses, you know, and there was bottles thrown and bricks thrown, and the public order unit arrived and bet the shit out of everybody in helicopters. You didn't worry about children there because you shouldn't have to. Because that's not a precondition of having a protest, is there may be children present. Because still there are children present. It may come now in 40 or 50 years where there are no children left at all, because the women have gone fully on strike and refuse to have any more children at all, because it's more important that they have a well-paying job than, you know, providing the planet with replacement children. But yeah, like this guy just fucking gets my goat. And the fact that, you know, he's never interrupted by RT. The only people who will do it are gripped. And that's a fucking travesty.
Given the arson attack that we saw there, given the over 30 arson attacks that we've seen over the past 4 or 5 years, close to my own constituency, you had riots taking place outside City West, where children, again, are living, attempting to break through police barriers. What would have happened if people had managed to get through the police barriers, and what would have happened to the children who are living there? So...
Wow.
Yeah, what? Yeah, look at that face says it all, doesn't it? Look at that fucking face, like that psychotic lunatic who will happily kill us all and stick us in gulags.
Yeah,
I didn't know there was that level of bread in gulags. That's kind of nice looking.
I thought those were bricks.
Maybe they are bricks. Maybe it's just extra cruel. Like, you have to eat the brick. You can put some butter on it, or maybe no butter on the brick at all. Could be bread, could be bricks. Who knows? But yeah, what does he think happened? So, people managed to get past the Garda line, and they did before they arrived. Like, there was only a couple of guards there to begin with, and people managed to get up to the front of the hotel, and they just stood there and protest. But then the heavies arrive and start pepper spraying people, and then word gets out that, oh, hi, listen, the public order unit are up there and they're hassling people. So then people arrive en masse. So you always know who the culprit is depending on how they turn up to an event. Like, so if somebody turns up, head to toe in riot gear, batons, chemical weapons, water cannons, helicopters, and then with an armed patrol at the back of them in case things really get out of hand, what do you think is going to fucking happen?
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a riot, You're just, okay, well, listen, they're here now. Let's go home. Let's forget about it. Let's just write a nice, cozy letter. No, Paul, like, the crowd weren't going to go into the hotel, set it on fire, start killing children in the streets.
I resent that insinuation. It's horrific. It's like, how can you get away with that shit? And you're right. The state escalated. Didn't need to happen that way.
Yeah, and it always does. And none of this needed to happen at all. Like, if we had any level of competent government, none of this would have ever fucking transpired. But we don't. And it's not as simple as that. There are external factors as well. But still, we're in this situation thanks to our political class. And now, very late in the day today, they seem to be coming over to our side, but they're not. It's just a shift in narrative, so they can.
They're just keeping us on the fucking stringing us along, Just keep us in this fantasy that something's changing, or
and in case people don't know who this guy is, this is a little known Russian guy. His name is Samuel Hyde Senior. So you should Google him. Again, everyone knows the major figures, but nobody's really heard of Samuel Hyde. Even don't Senior, just Samuel Hyde.
He's the man behind Trotsky.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody should be protesting outside people's homes in this climate of fear, of right-wing terrorism that we're seeing.
Did you hear that? Right-wing terrorism. That's a new one. I haven't heard that uttered by a politician yet. Now, I've seen a couple of news articles and a couple of lesser figures kind of throwing it out there. That there are groups forming. I think they're sticking with the name PIRA, but it's the Provisional Irish Right Wing Army. Apparently, they're back. People have been calling for them to come back, and now they're back. But they've no longer Republican. It's right wing now. But again, this is dangerous. This is a dangerous fucking framing.
Oh yeah,
that now anybody who protests is a terrorist, and anyone who sets fire to a Garda car is a terrorist, and by association, therefore, you too will be considered a terrorist. And I bet my last penny that we will see an introduction of new terrorism laws. And God forbid this guy ever gets into power or some sort of coalition. He's going to fucking run straight for one of the departments, like the Justice Department or something like this. And this guy, in a heartbeat, would bring in the most draconian legislation you could ever fucking imagine, and be secure in the knowledge that what he's doing is 100% correct, right, and moral. This man can never, ever be allowed near any real level of power. And the people of Tallaght should hang their heads in fucking shame if this guy is actually elected by the people. It's like, what are you fucking doing? Like, cop the fuck on. If you're going to vote for a socialist, vote for one that's actually from your community, not some fucking middle class boy or upper middle class boy who went through all the private colleges and, LARPs around as some revolutionary. He's not. It's fucking disgusting.
taking place. But I also want to say that there is a responsibility here of the political establishment. There's a direct line between the misinformation, as correctly called out by Fintan O'Toole of Simon Harris, the scapegoating by Simon Harris and Micheál Martin of asylum seekers, and the sort of violence that we saw in Drogheda. That isn't to...
Oh, Paul, let's see if he'll recant now with the fact that it's actually a gang war. Do we think that he's going to recant and go, oh, I'm sorry, I got that horribly wrong? Or no, it will just be skipped over. It won't even be skipped over, it'll be just ignored. And we'll still run with the fact that, well, it's even though it was a gang war, clearly the members of the gang are far right. Because
how convenient.
Yeah, there are only far right gangs in Ireland. There are no socialist criminal gangs in Ireland. It's one of the joining criteria when you become a member of a crime gang, is they check your politics before you're allowed in. Yeah, fuck, man.
Deny individual responsibility for whoever did that act. I hope that they are brought to justice. But there's a deliberate creation of a hostile environment of asylum seekers by a political establishment.
There isn't, Paul. They're just catching up. Like, there's, get your fucking head out of your arse. Like, hostile environment has been there for a very long time for a very good fucking reason, and you've done nothing to help it. You could have been a peacekeeper. You could have looked at it rashly and said, well, there actually is a problem here, and it does actually affect workers within the country to have cheap labour brought in. But no. He's gone down this path of siding with the outsider and be damned with Irish working people.
That wants to shirk responsibility for the housing crisis, for the health crisis, for the cost of living crisis, and instead blame vulnerable people who are not responsible at all.
Okay, I suppose he's got that right. So the government will use it as a distraction method. Okay, well, look over there. Yes, we're now focusing on the foreigners. They are the cause of all our ills, and they'll use that to their advantage.
Yeah, but it's the Russian dolls of fucking distraction. There's a distraction within a distraction within a distraction. It's it's just all smoke to fucking just keep us off center, so that we don't see our enemy right in front of our faces.
Yeah, so these guys all need to go. Like, Paul needs to go. They all need to go. Maybe we'll keep 5 of them in the Dáil if we keep the Dáil at all. But they need to go, as in be, not be re-elected. All right, we're back to the beginning. Okay, that's the end of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me stop. Oh, Sarah. Yeah, so that's where we are. So, from initial suspicions of false flag, that it's a government operation, to where we end up. Where we are at the moment is that it's a gang feud. So maybe somebody just wanted to burn the place down as an act of revenge because they know the guy is raking it in from this. There's got to be more money involved in IPAS and human trafficking than there is in the weed game or the coke or heroin game. I don't know how much crime gangs earn from it, but maybe they're putting the tentacles out there where you have to have different income flows to keep you going. But I would know that if I wanted to take down an enemy, well, then you attack them, financially, and that would be a big hit, like 10 million over a couple of years. Like, that's a big fucking hit.
And also, the unwanted attention.
Oh yeah, so that's he's done now. Like, so.
Oh yeah.
Now there'll be follow-up questions about, well, who is this guy? What else is he involved in? Mm-hmm. And the money will be recouped. So if the Criminal Assets Bureau are already on your case and this is an embarrassment to the government, well, then now they're going to be doubly on your case. So any assets will be seized. I'm sure whoever's in charge of the gang is clever enough to not have goods in his name. Both the Criminal Assets Bureau are pretty good when it comes to recovering goods once they have their hooks put into you. So we'll see. And again, I don't know where the false flag is. Everything that happens now has to be looked at with deep suspicion.
The starting assumption or rather, the attitude or question should be, how is this fucking with my perception of my community and the world itself?
Yeah.
You know, we need proof that something isn't a psyop now,
Yeah.
going forward.
Yeah, but the only danger is that just in the initial rush to the head is to put everything out there, because then you run the risk of being immediately dismissed on everything else. It's because I think that some of these kind of within an hour of it happening, it was like the conspiracy theory was there. So maybe we take a day or two just to breathe, let it happen, see what transpires. But still, always with that, does it pass the sniff test, and especially in the wake of something like City West happening, and then just 2 weeks later this happens, and then there's magical legislation coming down the pipeline that will prohibit people from even getting close to an IPAS center. We have to be on guard all the time. Like,
and there's also this cross-border anti-terrorism thing that just happened in the last few days. Did you get to take a look at that?
Yeah, I had a look at that, and I noticed something before that as well. I mentioned there was some guy up in Donegal on some radio program who was spouting this as well. Like, he was raising the flag that there is indeed a right-wing terrorist cell out there that's currently practicing, with bomb material and sniper rifles.
Oh.
And then, lo and behold, a couple of days later, you find that article. So do you want to put it up there, and we'll have a read through it?
Yeah. So there's two of them. One is wait, where did I put that?
It's in the Discord. Is it the bin? Is it in the bin in Discord?
I think it. No, it isn't. What the fuck, man? Am I tripping here?
It has to be in the private chat. Then I'll see if I can grab it up.
No. Oh my god. I'm so. Well. Where is it? Wait. Here we go. No.
I'll send you the link. Private chat. That should bring you to the Discord.
Oh, spotters who mixed in with crowd look to ID ringleaders. That's from last week's riot.
Okay.
So I know that I sent you a archived.vn fucking
yeah, where the fuck did that go?
That is so weird. What's going on here?
Oh, there we go. It just it doesn't have a picture beside it, so it's difficult to see.
It's difficult to distinguish it as a link.
Yeah. Right. Copy link. Yeah, so it's just below the Athlone update if you're looking at Discord there. Or I'll send it to you in the chat here.
Oh, I see it now. Fuck
you got
me.
it? Okay.
I'm so internet brained, man. It's disastrous. But there is an update article about this just today. So, man arrested in anti-terror swoop, may have been far right, gone for hire from abroad. A spoiler from Lithuania. The suspect from Central Europe was detained along with the Irish far-right figure as part of a cross-border terrorism investigation. And cross-border means with Northern Ireland. What connection there is here with Northern Ireland, I'm not sure. Is there a connection, or is it just the RUC helping us out,
I don't know. So we know the problems down here are not unique to down here. They have the same issues in the north as well. So there's going to be crossover. Again, I don't believe any of this story, to be honest, but it will eventually happen if things continue apace. Well, then it is going to happen. Either it will be organic, or the state will essentially invent an organization, and especially if we're dealing with our friends in the north and their friends in the UK, like the British, who actually have a functioning secret service and intelligence apparatus. I'm sure we do too, but not to the same standard. That when things get out of hand, well, then their guys tend to come in, and they're very good at it. There's probably a reason why these groups don't just pop up overnight when there's an issue, or everyone's saying, "Where's the IRA? Where's this group? Why is there no group that's out there fighting for the Irish?" It's generally because most people are decent human beings, and they don't really want to go out there and commit acts of arson and murder and what have you. But there are certain entities that are trained and relish this, and they hire people, essentially psychopaths, people who relish the job and actually quite enjoy it. And if you ever read interviews of ex-CIA agents, when their exit interviews from the States, like they will let you know that, especially people involved in MK Ultra and the likes of that, they openly admit in their exit interviews, I loved the job. I was only sad that it couldn't go on longer. You get to kill people. And this is actual fact. And that's what I love about the United States, because they actually have, to some degree, open government where, you have to wait 20 or 30 years, but you actually get to read how they operate. 90% of the time they still redact a lot. But yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if what they're doing now is they're priming us for some mystery organization that is actually going to be handled by MI5 with a sprinkling of the Special Detective Unit in Ireland. Because let's not forget, we still have a couple of MI5 agents roaming around the Dáil. The rumours are there. Nobody's ever been named, but apparently there's a couple of them there. And God knows how many. Yeah, God knows how many within the civil service itself. Every senior position in the civil service seems to magically have an Englishman for some fucking reason. Every organ of the state,
it's the extremely powerful country right next door to us that has a history of espionage going back as far as the formation of fucking England as a country itself. So I threw in that article that I just showed you, as well as the article from the journal into ChatGPT, and I got it to make a few bullet points for me because I'm sick of fucking reading Irish articles. So while I go through this, just as a skim, shall I?
Yeah. Go.
Okay. So the Gardaí and the PSNI did a cross-border anti-terror operation targeting a new right-wing extremist organization suspected of planning attacks.
All right.
2 men were arrested in Portlaoise on November 5th. That's just 2 days ago. After Gardaí stopped their vehicle and found potential bomb components and weapons, including knives.
Potential bomb explosives. Metal, was it? They found some metal. That's a potential bomb.
Yeah, you could put it in a bomb, and linked searches in Annalong, County Down.
Yeah,
wow, what a name. Uncovered 4 suspected explosive devices, pipe bombs, incendiary type devices, and laptops. Ooh, laptops.
Dangerous stuff. Hang on a minute. What date was this? The 5th of November?
Yeah.
That's Guy Fawkes night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember. The 5th of November.
Interesting. Yeah. Is that some kind of nod from the British Secret Service?
Yeah.
Jesus, man. I didn't put that one together. The arrests are considered a major development in investigations into right-wing extremism in Ireland. Gardaí believe they may have prevented an attack on a minority group, and that minority group is a mosque. Who's thinking of fucking bombing a mosque? It's like it's not. I don't know, man. I would consider myself to be very familiar with the lay of the land in terms of discourse on our side of things.
Sure.
Even the parts that I honestly don't want anything to do with. And it's not happening. I don't think it is.
Well, operationally, it would be stupid. It would be the height of fucking stupidity. Like maybe, two guys who just, fuck it, I've had enough of this. I'm going to, even like, why would you blow it up? Just burn it fucking down. Like, we had that other guy, didn't we, who, stabbed the pig on the site in Thornton Hall.
Oh, we have to get around that. That's retarded.
Yeah, and it was 15 months or something ridiculous. Like, but yeah, this idea of blowing up a mosque, ridiculous. Like,
it doesn't serve anything. It's like the provisional IRA. Obviously MI5 operation from start to finish. The movement was infiltrated to hell. I think by 1967. And they've been bombing fucking pubs and hotels, places where innocent people are. And of course, when everyone hears, whether it's from the south of Ireland all the way to the United States, when people hear IRA now, they think, oh yeah, car bombs and blowing up innocent people.
Yeah.
This is what they'll try to pull with us again.
Yeah. And even like the British state, like, are so adept at this kind of thing that they even had artists commissioned to create works that frame the situation in Northern Ireland in a certain way. One famous artist, I'm sorry, I'm shite with people's names, but he was commissioned by MI5 to create a series of artworks that depicted the troubles in Northern Ireland as essentially a struggle between Catholics and Protestants. So people would never get around to the conclusion that actually this is a struggle with the British state. And, it's that level of fucking fine detail that we're up against. And again, that's not to say that anybody who was actually involved in the struggles wasn't genuinely involved with them, or that everybody who was involved with it is somehow a British agent. But we do know, well documented, that senior figures were compromised. And at the very top of the pyramid was actually being ran by British intelligence agents and the service. Like, it's undeniable, it's undisputable.
All right, so let's take a look at the two men that were arrested and now have been charged and arraigned. Okay. Pollock. I don't know who Pollock is. Supposedly he's a prominent far-right figure. Have you ever heard of him?
Nope.
Nope, neither have I. He faces 2 counts of possessing explosives at O'Moore Place, Portlaoise, and Kilhorn Green, County Down. Police recovered 3 metal pipes, end caps, and fuses for making pipe bombs. Just, if anyone's curious how to make a pipe bomb out there. 4 incendiary devices with cloth wicks, 6 liters of hydrogen peroxide. What would you do with that? Hydrogen peroxide, other than, clean wounds and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose it has some explosive properties.
That's weird. So then we have the hired gun from Lithuania, alleged hired gun from Lithuania, Pekuaskas, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll ask my Lithuanian friend how to pronounce that. Is charged with knowingly possessing explosive substances, the same stuff, under circumstances giving rise to suspicion of unlawful intent. When cautioned, Pekuaskas replied, "I do not understand." Right-wing terror links. Detectives allege the pair were planning a terrorist attack on behalf of a right-wing extremist group. No clue as to who that fucking group is. Gardaí suspect Pekuaskas may have been recruited as a hired gun to assist in targeting a minority group because, of course, you just need to ship a foreigner from all the way over to teach you how to, plant a bomb and walk away. A video discovered on Pollock's device showed 4 masked men standing before an Irish tricolour reading a statement about taking violent action. That's retarded. That is not... Even the dumbest people in our movement wouldn't be that fucking retarded. The statement threatened further attacks on mosques, IPAS centres, and hotels housing migrants, claiming responsibility for the destruction of the first mosque in Ireland. A manifesto authored or produced by Pollock was also found during the investigation. It's just fucking run of the mill stuff. It's like a new generation of Gladio. If you look into the history of Gladio, the stay behind networks after World War II, you had military intelligence, CIA, the works with MI6, just fucking doing terrorist attacks all across Europe, murdering high-profile figures, using far-right groups to pose as far-left groups so that Europe doesn't get any communist sympathies. And then over time that pivoted to also using far-left groups to pose as far-right groups to do terrorist attacks because, things were going in the wrong direction. They're always kind of fiddling around with things. Like the idea that false flag these days is a weird conspiracy theory is, just either ignorant or fucking retarded. Court proceedings, both men appeared before Judge Andrew Cody at Portlaoise District Court. Picushash did not seek bail and was remanded in custody until November 13th. That's when he's back up on for court. After the court viewed the extremist video and heard evidence of his role in producing it, Pollock asked for bail, but he was refused it, of course. Judge Cody described the video as a practical statement intended for release after a terrorist attack, outlining a violent anti-migrant ideology and planned for continued attacks. Both accused remain in custody. Okay, we don't need to read the rest of that. That's that. Yeah, I think we've said what we need to say about that. That is scandalously fucking obvious.
And that's all it's going to take is, for the police to come and grab you, stick an article in the newspaper, and plant a manifesto. Like, is there anybody who commits one of these acts without producing a manifesto? It seems it's everybody has a fucking manifesto these days. Like,
I have a manifesto. Like, people write stuff. But let me rephrase that. I have several documents. Let me stop sharing there. I have several documents on my PC that could fit that purpose. Not to get now I'm fucked because they're like, oh, that's actually a good idea. No, but you get what I mean. If you're in any way fluent with words, you just want to get your ideas out there and kind of form them and try to put it together in a treatise, because that's what we need as a country. We need to find a guiding document of some sort where we can all say, yeah, that's actually what we're going to do, because now it's all kind of fragmented and nobody's really sure how this whole big thing should look. There's thousands of fucking manifestos out there in Ireland, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't have a manifesto. I'm too lazy. I can't get a paragraph into writing something and I give up immediately. But yeah, all they would need to do to plan something is just, go into a large language model and write a manifesto around Irish far-right narratives, and bam.
Yeah.
There it fucking is. I don't know who this guy is. This is the guy. But right on cue, We have Paul Murphy. Some of us have been crying out about a campaign of far-right terror for years. Now we have it right on time as well, Paul. Like, Jesus Christ, we should be getting tips on the horses from Paul. His timing is impeccable. Right-wing extremist terror group planned destruction of Galway Mosque. Court here.
Okay.
Something going on in that county, that Galway. Like, like all the fucking terrorists and manifesto writers seem to be congregating around Galway.
Well, we're the cultural capital of Ireland, right?
There you go. About fucking time as well. Yeah, I know. I never heard of this guy. I don't know if anyone else has. If you have, you probably don't want to raise your hand and say you have. But again, like, it makes no sense. Like, surely if you wanted to know how to make a pipe bomb, like, the first place to go is, the internet. And ask the question how to make a pipe bomb. Now, it mightn't be the best question to ask, because I'm sure it gets flagged immediately when you're asking how to make a pipe bomb. But let's not forget that we had legislation proposed in the hate speech laws where it would have been a crime to even contain a novel that would have had instructions or mention of how to make a pipe bomb, because remember the wording, it was anything that could be construed as hate speech could have got you landed in prison. And again, this is ridiculous like that. Now, I don't know, maybe the guy was planning to make a pipe bomb and blow up a mosque. But it's not very reassuring that if you get caught, like, before you've even made the pipe bomb, and if this is genuine, well, then it would have to be a case that the state is actually snooping through everybody's correspondence. Because, I can't imagine how someone like this comes to the attention of the guards, unless he says he posted this video. We'll see if we can find it. Maybe for next week. We're not going to be able to find it now.
No, not on the fly. No.
Yeah, and what he actually said, and like, is it just rhetoric? Is it just somebody venting? And if that is the case, well, then a lot of people are fucked. Like, if you're going to take somebody who's having a vent, and maybe there's a lesson there for people that if you're actually intend to do something as serious as that, well, then stay the fuck offline. Altogether, I sent some ridiculous shit that could probably get me hung, and I think most people probably have, and especially if the state is going down this route, well, then it may be worrying. And that's, again, it just highlights the fact why Paul Murphy can never, ever be allowed anywhere near real power, because he would see everybody as a right-wing terrorist and would outlaw every organization that he deems far right in the morning. You would actually have police kicking your fucking door in, grabbing your PC, because he would give the order to, okay, go to everybody's social media. And I'm sure he has a long list of grievances against individuals. And it's like, okay, get him. And people might go, oh, well, that couldn't happen. Like, so, he'd have to, get rid of the whole civil service. He'd have to, get rid of half the guards in the country because they'd never follow those orders. But unfortunately, the guys he's learned his ideology from had a habit of, killing people and releasing lots of monsters from prison and putting them in positions of, Garda commissioner and head of this and head of that, and give them some shiny gold coins. And it's like, off they go to the fucking races. So again, people of Tala, I'm fucking watching you. Don't, whatever you do, don't put Paul Murphy in a position of power again, ever. Please, I'm begging you. Don't fucking do it.
I think his days are numbered. I need to go to the Jacks.
Yeah, I need to grab a cup of tea.
All right.
I'm not going to play their intermission yet. It's not time.
It's not time. But I'm looking forward to it, though.
Yeah, so maybe if, I don't know, if you want to choose some music or just leave
I'll put on some music and put on Dublin Port.
Okay, when we come back, we'll take a look at some gingers. Nobody ever wants to look at gingers, let's be honest. But it's getting to the stage where we have to take a serious look at gingerism and what's happening to the world of gingers. Right, I'll go grab this tea. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Stop sharing
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Lovely.
Okay.
Cool. Where's that? Here we go. Okay, catch him the flip side, folks. What will play? Ah, yes.
Wake up and see it's all a facade. They say it's warming, but who's playing God? Voices loud in a silent masquerade. Truth buried deep beneath the charade. Look above, what do you spy? Silver streaks crisscrossing the sky. Whispers of doom falling like rain. Chemicals dance coursing through our veins. Freedom. 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 Together, the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lives, living free under open skies. Freedom. 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 Don't fear the shadow, don't fear the night. Arm in arm, we'll stand up and fight. A world united under their gaze. We'll find our peace in the old ways. Freedom. 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 Throw off the chains of worry and doubt. Help one another, that's what life's about. In unity, our spirits revive. Through love and laughter, we truly thrive. Together, the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lives, living free under open skies. Freedom.
Whew. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. I had something in mind here. Ah, yes. There we go. Got that link. Just as supplemental of the conversation that we've been having, and as Morgan briefly mentioned, man jailed for 15 months over Thornton Hall pig stabbings. Is that the one that's shut down? No, actually, it's the one in Athlone. Fuck yeah, I forgot to. We're so caught up in all the bad stuff that's happening, right? That we stupidly forget to mention the wins. The giant migrant camp in Athlone is being dismantled. It's over. It's done. However, Thornton Hall in North Dublin, now that might be a different story. I got my wires crossed there. But well done to the people of Athlone and everyone who went there to support the locals. Good job. A former IT worker has been jailed for 15 months for 2 acts of animal cruelty linked to protests against asylum seeker housing. In June 2024, security guards Thornton Hall in North Dublin found 2 pigs with stab and slash wounds. Dublin Circuit Criminal Court. I thought since you mentioned this guy, we should address him.
Yeah.
So this guy thought it would be a great idea, and it was the seed of the idea. It wasn't bad. It's just his execution was fucked up, sadistic, if I may say. And I'm not going to fucking dox him any further. So the court heard that some of the men involved in the incident believed that by allowing pigs and pig blood onto the site, Muslim people would be prevented from going on it due to religious observances. I don't know how true that is, really. If pig blood was spilled on the ground or in a building, that it's forever haram to be there.
No, they could, do voodoo and sort it out. But what you'd want to do is you'd want to bury some pigs in the foundations, and then wait until the building is half built, and then scatter a couple of pigs around, and then put a message out there that there's actually pigs buried in the foundation. So then they'd have to, go down, dig the pigs up from the foundations. Stall the project, and then they'd have to carry out the ritual to cleanse the building and start again. And then you need a pipeline of pigs essentially to keep keep messing the place up with pigs.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but I like I said, I can see the seed of a good idea in there.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate fucking measures. Honestly, like they're stabbing the pigs in the neck. It's no different than how they butcher their fucking own animals. Bar the pigs, they won't touch a pig. But they'll slit the throat of a cow or a goat or a sheep. Because they're very kind people. They'll halal meat. We now have to check to read if, in fact, the meat we're eating is or isn't halal. Personally, I don't think it's much of a difference if you slit a cow's throat or put some electrodes on its head to kill it. It's all pretty brutal, really, when you think of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the bolt gun to the head, that's the best way to do it. Iru asked or said, can't consume the blood or flesh, I thought. If there's any connection whatsoever, like there was photos going around a few months ago of bacon and other pig products that people in England just kind of picked up and then put in the halal section, so that all of that stuff had to be thrown out. Even with the separation of packaging, it has now been dirtied with the presence of pigs. So that's the exact dogma on that. Just for no reason, just educational purposes, of course. So this guy went to his brother and asked for knives or scalpels for a job. And then he said, if you want to come do a job with us, it'll be great crack. And then on 5 p.m. on the 26th of June, 2024, was that around about the time that we went to Thornton Hall?
Jesus.
No, it was after August. I wasn't even on the road in June last year.
No, so okay, right, yeah.
All right, wow! I didn't know that happened before we even were there. That's crazy, man. So he just kind of went fucking serial killer mode with these pigs, man. Like cutting off their legs and they're squealing. Like, why did you need to do that? You fucking sicko. I think he just thought, I know, I'm a sadistic cunt and I don't like migrants. I can make those two things work together.
Yeah, just buy a couple of pig heads or something like that, and
I'm sure it's easy to get pig's blood.
Yeah, and yeah, I know, but so what, we had to transport live pigs all the way to the site and then try to usher the pigs into the fucking.
It's so stupid. The more you think about it, it becomes more retarded.
Yeah. That's probably how he got caught. Like,
Wow.
probably chasing the pig around Thornton Hall.
Yeah.
Stay still.
That's what the article said. He was literally guiding them, or they were anyway. They were guiding them to. It's stupid, man. Just. I'm sure every fucking farmer has what do you call those tanks that you put on your back and you spray the Roundup?
Oh,
yeah, just fill that up with fucking pig's blood. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, that would be a better idea than what he did. I'm not saying you should do that.
No, of course not. Okay, all right.
Like, I'm literally saying. I'm literally not saying that. No, look. I'm just fucking making observations here. The guy's a retard.
Yeah. Okay, look.
All right.
Okay. Let's move on to our ginger friends.
Yeah, slightly connected issues. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Let me get screen one. Where the fuck is the photo now? Okay, give me a second. I need to figure out where the fuck I put it.
All right, no bother.
All right, there we go.
Howdy, Hoax in the chat. Good to see you along.
Did someone get kicked from the chat? I just had a quick look.
Oh yeah. I muted that person, so if they're probably still talking to themselves there in the chat.
All right.
Yeah, better than banning, because it's kind of gay to ban people.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't need that shit dragging people down. I think he was saying that we're, D4 shite talkers or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
What do you want? You know what I mean? Fucking talk like this would be much better. Like, you feel more comfortable. If you talk from the Dublin accent, then we can get fucking stuck into it right away. You know what I mean? Like, now, look, come on out at you, cunt. Shut your fucking mouth, right? I'll fucking bait the head off you stupid cunt. You think that pig got it bad? I'll slit your fucking wrists in a minute, you cunt. How's that? Would you prefer an American accent or a Pakistani accent, or maybe a bit of Jamaican patois for you? Would you prefer if I talked in an upper class accent? Would that be more fitting to the gentleman that you appear to be? I doubt it. I doubt it very much. But I do believe your lady is absolutely stunning. Her reputation precedes her, sir. Anyway, get over the fucking accent thing, will you? It's good to make fun of, but just because someone doesn't have the same accent, or you perceive that somebody has a Dublin 4 accent, doesn't mean they're from Dublin.
I don't think it's that, but I think it was what we were saying, because he started off saying, I'm from the city, stop talking shit about people from the city, and then I just got back to him in the chat and I said, we'll talk shit about anyone we like.
Yeah.
And that just pissed him off even more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's okay to talk shit about people, Doesn't mean you're labeling everybody with the same brush, but then you're getting into the territory of the woke brigade, where we're hurting feelings.
Yeah, and tone policing. Yeah, fuck you.
You don't want your feelings hurt. It's the last thing you want. Right, so gingers. So it's come to my... It's been on my kind of radar for a while that there's this connection between gingers and conversions to Islam. And I've seen lots of videos. It seems to be mostly UK based, perhaps because they've had Islamic immigration for probably 20 or 30 years now. And they're seeing the results of it. But there's been a series of ginger jihadis in the UK, and all these guys pictured here, except for 2, have been convicted of being jihadis. Can we guess which 2? One's pretty obvious. So we have our good friend and national hero Conor McGregor, who I hope and pray doesn't convert to Islam. But given the times we live in,
And his coke-addled brain. Yeah.
And his gingerness. It may well be a case where it's only a matter of time. Because in the UK, gingers make up 2% of the population.
Okay.
But they make up anywhere, depending on whose study you read, anywhere from 68 to 84% of people who convert to Islam, which is fucking incredible. Like, so that there's something. It's not just a pure coincidence, actually something.
That's way beyond the threshold for what you would call a pattern.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a serious fucking pattern. Like, and so all these guys, converts to Islam and involved in jihadi attacks, except for Connor, who could possibly convert to Islam, and top left, our friend and regular lol cow, Taran Tig. I'm not sure if Taran is a ginger or Tig is a ginger, but he's very close.
Yeah,
to converting, only for the fact that I think he's too proud to admit the existence of a god. I believe he's an atheist, but I think it's only a matter of time, given the company he keeps, that he will indeed convert to Islam. If not, transition to being a woman as well. So I can imagine Tig will be the first transsexual Muslim in Ireland, and thankfully we won't have to look at him because he'll go full burqa. We'll only get to see his little eyes through his peephole, and that would suit me very, very well indeed.
Yeah, it'll make taking the piss out of him so much easier because he's not exactly soft on the eyes.
Yeah, and so the worrying thing for me is the fact that we have many more gingers in Ireland than they do in the UK, because 10% of our population is ginger.
What?
10%.
No.
Yes, 10% gingers. Well, 10% red hair. So we know there's a spectrum of red hair, but we've a lot of gingers. The ratio, thankfully, the ratio was 2 to 1. So for every 2 female gingers, there's 1 male ginger. So we're looking somewhere around 300,000 female redheads and 130,000 male redheads in Ireland. The only country that kind of outcompetes us for redheads is Scotland, with 14%. And again, Scotland hasn't suffered the same ravages of immigration as England has, but they're catching up rapidly. And then I think Iceland has around 4% gingers, probably thanks to our friends the Vikings taking Irish slaves and bringing them across to Iceland. So there's still a genetic link there. So we have possibly 150 or 120 to 130,000 Irish men who could possibly be converted to Islam simply because they are indeed ginger. So it got me thinking about, why in the name of God would gingers be attracted to Islam? And I think it's got it because they're outcasts. Like, I know in the UK it's more prevalent that gingers are essentially, they're looked upon as, less than human. They're the butt of every fucking joke going on the planet. So it would make sense that there's this bunch of guys who are essentially outcast from society. Everybody looks down on them, considers them as a bit of a joke. The women don't find them attractive. They don't have a large peer group. They're very excitable. They're, and angry. That's the stereotype, isn't it? That gingers are angry. They're more aggressive. That's my experience as well. Anytime I've run into a ginger as a child, they were, very irritable, quick to anger, and could fucking fight, which was the infuriating thing, because invariably whenever you see a ginger in the fight, he's usually kicking the shit out of a non-ginger, And
I have personal experience of this. I was hanging out with, at 12 years old, hanging out with my ginger friend. I don't know what I said to upset him, but he basically fucking rabbit punched me right in the fucking face. I was like, what the fuck, man?
Well, gingers, thankfully, with the magic of science, studies have been done. So gingers feel pain more than non-gingers. Yeah, so they feel acute pain much more than the average person. And even for anesthetic, like you have to give a ginger 20% more anesthetic to make them be able to cope with the pain, you know. Are you not ginger? It's an open question. I'm partially ginger. Like some of the body hair is ginger. Some of the hair could be classed as red hair. So it's hard to know. Like I'll have to be tested properly to see if I carry the ginger gene. But it depends what parts of the body you look at. You can look at the chest and you can see some ginger, some ginger pubes. But I can't tell anymore because most of my body hair now is it's nearly all graying now. So, you know, you can't tell after a certain age if somebody was ginger. But there are some childhood photos, and personally, I think it was the lighting that makes my hair look red. I refuse to accept it, but people have said to me, "Jesus Christ, you've got red hair," you know, and fairly freckly. So, you know, I hold my hand up here like I maybe partially ginger, not fully ginger. Personally ginger, and I have flirted with Islam. Let's not be shy about it. I on numerous occasions I have been drawn to Islam, considered, well, you know, fuck it, will I just bite the bullet and join, but for different reasons. But yes, you may be onto something. I may well actually be ginger, or at least have partially ginger genes, you know, to my shame. So we've got 10% of them, and then I always got thinking, like, well, where the fuck does it even come from? Like, you know, how out of nowhere can we have all these ginger people just magically floating around the world, or at least in Europe anyway? So there's this guy, a professor who carried out a study. Frost is his name. So his hypothesis is that maybe somewhere between 9 and 11,000 years ago, that this gene mutates, because we're living in hunter-gatherer societies. It's a polygamous society. Men essentially go out and hunt, which is particularly dangerous activity. So for every one male, you've got, you know, maybe 6 or 7 females, which is great, you know, like that's the kind of society I want to live in, and where men are valued because we're a lesser quantity, you know. So then, in evolution terms, women had to change because they had to grab the attention of men. So then this gene mutates, which gives women red hair. So there's a novelty around that. They stand out immediately because they have this red hair, and it's very attractive to the male eye. Their skin is fair. I don't know if you can have a look at these ginger examples here. Very, very pale. And the skin flushes more readily. Thanks to genetic studies, red-headed females are more fertile than non-red-headed women. And it gives off cues to males. And there's been studies done in nightclubs where women who have red hair are 2 to 3 times more likely to be hit on than women who don't have red hair.
I believe it.
Oh, yeah. So very attractive.
I would go for it.
Yeah, very novel. So, you know, a woman has red hair, very white, pale, almost translucent skin, flushes. They have higher bone density. There's a mutation in the hip bones as well. So childbirth is easier for redheaded women. So, you know, very attractive. And the fact that it's still novel is it's quite useful for women, because men are still attracted to it. Now, for men, it's not so great, because I do believe that women don't find gingers particularly attractive. I don't know if they did at some stage, but I know in today's world, in the UK, especially in Ireland, I think it's pretty much the same, that, you know, there aren't very many attractive gingers. I think the most attractive ginger alive today is probably Ed Sheeran. And it's not because he's ginger, it's because he's a ginger who, you know, has hundreds of millions of pounds and can also sing quite well, which the ladies like. The ladies do like a man who can.
Yeah, it's not an insurmountable disability. Yeah.
No. So essentially, we have to protect our gingers. We either have to protect them or we need to isolate them from the rest of society. I'm not sure which way we'll go on it. I'd like to protect them. Very useful. Like I said, they're generally stronger than non-gingers. They have that extra bone density. There are some drawbacks, especially for women. They're 2 times or 3 to 4 times more likely for skin cancers.
Oh wow!
2 times more likely to contract Parkinson's disease, and then colon cancer as well, and digestive issues. Also a problem for gingers. Again, it's probably because they can't go out in the sun, so they can't. Most Irish people have vitamin D deficiencies anyway. But if you're ginger, anyone who's any level of gingerism will know. You turn a light on, and it's like, oh fuck, you've got blisters on your face and your arms. So we either need to protect the gingers, or we need to keep them indoors. We need to build some sort of facility to keep them and protect them and keep them away from the Muslims, because they will embrace them, because the only thing that matters in Islam is that you're a Muslim and you will be embraced by the Brotherhood. And let's not forget, we have a serious history where redheads, male and female, were highly valued. A lot of our warriors would have red hair. Women did find red-headed males attractive because they were particularly brave, strong, fearless warriors and hunters. I don't know what happened where that changed. I think it may have something to do with being colonized by the British. That the first thing you do is you make the natives hate and despise themselves. Maybe that's, I don't know, I haven't looked into that. A ginger IPAS entry. Yes, exactly. That's where we need to get those fuckers out of those hotels. Turn the asylum centres into real asylum centres there for asylum, for the enjoyment and relaxation of gingers, where they can be amongst their own kind. And we can, even there used to be a ginger festival in Ireland. It was shut down because it was exclusionary.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, exclusionary.
Duh.
Yeah, I know it has to be that way. There's nothing you can do about it. And numbers of gingers are falling. And we can't abide by that. So I suggest that we be a little bit kinder to gingers when we see them. We don't bully them as children, and especially if you're female. If you see a ginger, maybe once a year, just once a year, give a ginger fella a wank or something like that, just out of the goodness of your heart, or
just, get to know them as a person, because
don't mind that. Just give them a wank, and don't mind getting to know them as a person. That's what's missing from a ginger. It's like it's hard work as a ginger.
It's yeah, sure. You need these basic things taken care of, but we all need company as well in our lives. And if you just got to know a ginger, they might surprise you.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about females, right? Because ginger, and we're focusing on ginger men, because redheaded women, you have it sorted. You don't need help.
Oh yeah,
you're attractive unless you're particularly ginger. There's some ginger women where it's like, what the fuck's going on there? It's like there should be some sort of yellow label warning on your clothes. Like, some of them are just oh, what happened there? But generally, redheaded women are they're respected. They're very attractive. They get the attention of men, and science bears it out. So they're fine. It's the redheaded brotherhood that we're missing. And the best thing women can do, they can again offer companionship and all that, and assuming they're straight ginger men as well. I keep thinking gingerbread men for some fucking reason that keeps popping into my head. But you can help out. Just take a chance maybe on a ginger person. If you don't find it particularly attractive, try and look past that. Well, there may be more to this ginger person than meets the eye. And then for the men, to be more brotherly towards ginger. There was a ginger, Willie Whitehead. It's very Irish, like Willie Whitehead's a ginger. But to try to be a bit kinder to gingers. Now, it may transpire that they're immune to kindness, because I'll be honest, any ginger I met in my childhood was an arsehole. Generally just a complete fucking arsehole. You couldn't be friends with a ginger, because no matter how nice you were, they were just irritable, noisy, violent fuckers. So it may come to pass that we do need to, in fact, quarantine them in some sort of asylum system, But we'll try out the kindly approach and the brotherhood approach. But at all costs, we have to keep them away from Islam. And we do know that Irish people are starting to convert to Islam, mostly the women, because they will marry a Muslim and then they will convert. And most women will do that, and especially in secular Ireland now, where people aren't so wedded to the religion. It's, it's essentially, it's like a coat. Like people can put it on and take it off at will, and if a new coat arrives that's shinier and fancier looking, they'll pop that on instead. So we'll have a look at some of these test cases in the UK of these English gingers, and I have to say, like it turns my fucking stomach just looking at these guys. So there's many of them out there.
Yeah.
I've seen videos on X and YouTube, numbers of them. But I would hate to see it happen in Ireland. And the likes of Al-Qadri are out there actively recruiting people to Islam. And it's very easy to become an Islam. You just need 2 witnesses and to repeat certain passages from the Quran, and essentially you're in. And then if you want to get out, well then, the only way out is death, unfortunately, in the real sense. Right. Let me share this screen. Where are you, Islam? Okay, so I've called this clip Ginger Fada because that's what we're facing. We are indeed facing Ginger Fada. Right here.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah. I'm British and I've been a Muslim for 10 years now. Alhamdulillah.
Like, that's just terrifying, isn't it? Like, alhamdulillah. And this is the worrying thing about converts, because they have to go that extra mile to be accepted. So they have to be, and not just Muslim converts, but any convert, because you want to fit in, you want to go that extra mile, you have to be more Muslim than the Muslims themselves.
Yeah, he's very proud of his command of Arabic. Yeah.
Oh yeah, alhamdulillah. Which it reminds me of a cough when you have a flu or something. Like it's a sneeze and a cough kind of mixed together, like.
Assalamu alaikum. It's MC Chip going on sick, aka Brother Adam. I've been Muslim for 14 years and alhamdulillah, I'm British mush.
In it.
Yeah, so it's not only has he converted to Islam, prior to that he's converted to fucking Chavism or Roadmanism or whatever it's called.
I'm Islam, in it.
Yeah, I'm Islam mush. And that's kind of, it's seeped into the culture here as well with white kids, that roadman UK yardie culture, because there's a lot of them over here now, and they have relatives in the UK and all that drill rap and all that shit.
14 years, Charlie. Subhanallah. Well, in that case, Mush, you've graduated from veteran school. There you go, Mush. Get on the backpack. It's ready now, Mush.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Is he having a backpack explosive put on him? Is that what the graduation is?
That was my first thought. Like, that was my initial thought. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Why, after 14 years in Islam, would you be putting a backpack on, knowing that the first thing anybody would think is suicide bomber?
Yeah, come on, man.
I don't know. The Muslims get a backpack after 14 years. Does this mean they can go and preach to the masses? I don't think so. It can only really be taken that, okay, now you're in 14 years, you get to go to heaven, where there's no end to the women you can have. And again, this is a great way into, getting a partner for life, isn't it? Because marriages are arranged. It doesn't matter if he's fucking ginger or, if he's 50 and you're 9. It's like the marriage is arranged. It is how it is. And that way these guys can enter a religion, have a strict routine, a real belonging. When they go to the mosque, they're welcome as a brother in Islam. Nobody cares if they're ginger or not. They're kind of prize specimens, Here's a white British guy, who's converted to Islam. He's a trophy. These are trophy Muslims, and they can show them off to all their friends. Look at this is amazing. And again, it emboldens practitioners of Islam. It's like we're getting there. You know, that the caliphate is actually happening in front of our eyes every week. There's more and more Muslims, more and more gingers, and eventually they'll run out of gingers, and then we'll see who's the next weakest group in the pipeline of Muslim converts.
Let's go. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين
فذلك الذي يدعو اليتيم
ولا يحض على طعام المسكين
فويل للمصلين
الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون
الذين هم يراءون.
It sounds like a moped or something, doesn't it? Like it's just faulty moped, like a ring, ding, 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 ding. And again, it doesn't matter what they're saying. It sounds like it sounds like they're possessed by a demon. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think a large attraction for them was that they get to sing nice songs.
Maybe a bit of a sing song. Everyone loves a sing song. But it is, they're reciting a passage from the Quran, which is about, if you do pray, make sure your prayer isn't hollow, and be sure to do good works for the poor. But we don't want to say that out loud because that makes us look like it's a religion that actually cares. And in many ways it does. But that doesn't outweigh the horrors that come along with this religion. And let's face it, this fucking ginger nut here on the left looks completely brainwashed. And again, you've just put on a suicide vest. And now you're reciting passages from the Quran and you're staring into the camera and you're not blinking. It's deeply fucking worrying.
This prayer mat changes.
Okay, this is a particularly bad case of gingerism.
This is my favorite.
This is a Liverpudlian ginger, so no doubt I'm sure his parents or grandparents were probably Irish. Strange name, Matt changes. We'll have a listen to Matt.
Everything. When I first converted to Islam, the hardest thing to learn was the salah. Thankfully, my salah mat have made an interactive prayer.
That's so it. Islam is over. It's cooked.
Yeah. The wee version of Islam.
Oh, jeez.
You've got training mats to help people fucking learn how to pray properly. Ugh.
A Muslim or a Muslim just trying to perfect their salah. The my salah mat is more than perfect for me. With over 25 interactive.
Oh my God! If I was a Muslim, I'd behead him. I'd find some kind of passage in the Quran or the whatever the other book is, and just kill him. That's it. You're done. Go away. You're degrading my faith.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You say they like, who makes this fucking thing? Like, it has to be, to come from Muslims because they're actively on the hunt for converts. Because in traditional Islamic lands, like, people are leaving in droves because they've lived under those regimes and they're particularly oppressive in a lot of cases. So somebody has to come up with this fucking invention. Now, if it's a European or maybe it was a convert who came up with this, that's normally the way it works, isn't it? When somebody innovates, it's because they've recognized a problem themselves.
Yeah.
And then, they want to make a bit of money out of it. But here we have like 25 steps to praying. And we know with Islam, everything is a contrivance. It's like you can't shit without having 12 steps. You can't pray without having 25 steps, apparently. Yeah, look at this. Like, you have to kneel down, then almost prostrate, then kneel back up, then bow as if you're doing karate, then stand back up, then do this as if you're signaling traffic, then turn to the fucking right, then bring your arms in, and I don't know what that is. That's a love heart of some description.
Active button spread out along this prayer.
What have we got over here? Okay, pray. Oh, these are the different prayer times. So you've got your 5 prayers a day. So you stand on that, and then it recites the prayer, and then these must flash or something like so. It tells you now it's time to stand up, now it's time to bow down, now it's time to lay down, now it's time to get up. They must have
it all about.
Yeah, they must have one for going to the toilet as well. Put your left foot in, sit down, pee like a girl, no talking, 3 wipes of the bum and you're done. Right foot out. Make sure you have no dribbles on you or you're going to hell. If you do have dribbles, you have to do voodoo. Very fucking exhausting altogether.
It has all 5 prayers which you can choose from. He even gives you a step-by-step guide on how to pray.
Yeah, look, it's lighting up.
Wow, this is retarded, man. This is for children. If someone made like an analog to this for, you know, Orthodox Christianity or Catholicism or even Hinduism, there'd be hell to pay. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is this fucking sacrilege? Get it out of here.
Maybe we need to invent one for Christianity, like get the kids more involved, you know, or a private server, a Roblox server, like to bring the kids back into the church or something like that. And look at this footage from the 50s here. Like, how many kids has this guy got? I thought I was bad. So 1, 2, they all look the same age as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 kids. In the old days, now it's like, you know, like you have to go through 10 sets of adults before you find one kid.
Each step. Big fear for me when I first became a Muslim was going to the mosque for the first time and having other people see me pray. I was always like kind of paranoid, like, am I praying right? I feel like at least with this, it shows.
Yeah, well, again, that's it, you know, feeling the outsider, undervalued, shit, am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? And again, you have to be fairly committed if you're going to the trouble to, you know, one, search out an interactive prayer mat. Or maybe it was a pretty hands-off mosque. I would imagine that if someone comes in, like, they're going to kind of give you instruction on that. But again, he wants to impress, doesn't he? So he wants to have it all down, be the best Muslim you could possibly be. And let's not forget, he is white. So naturally, he will be superior to begin with. So he will be the best Muslim there is. And again, they don't just stay here. They don't just become the best Muslim. They become, you know, super Muslims, where a lot of them tend to get radicalized and then they go off and they carry out these acts of violence and will actually blow themselves up if given the chance. And it's not, you know, it's not the preserve of gingers. I think there was an Irish guy in the 80s. He converted to Islam as well. I think his surname is Kelly or something like that. They called him Irlandi Jihadi. He was a member of ISIS and was a convert for 14 years, as it so happens. And then he got the call from his commander that it was time for him to go and commit jihad. And he went, I think it was the US Embassy, and blew himself up and floated off to Jannah, you know.
Shows you the step-by-step guide.
Yes, you inspired me, man. MashaAllah, assalamu alaikum. Chris Rampage. I know you, MashaAllah. Bro, I've been missing something massive. I've been a Muslim 9 years. And I've been missing a full English breakfast.
There it is. Like, that's got to be daily torture for this fucker.
Wow, yeah. You can't have the sausage or the bacon anymore.
Yeah, where would you be without a sausage or a rasher? Can you imagine the torture of just, you know, walking past a cafe, especially in the UK, and just the smell of crispy bacon and sausages, you know, coming out of the store every time you walk. And this is a big guy, let's be honest. He's seen more than one fry in his lifetime. He's seen more than one fry at a time for breakfast, let's be honest. He's probably horsing the fries down. But to give that up, and beer as well. Like, for a UK guy, especially somebody who's already indulged, haven't actually given it up because it's a health issue or anything like that of their own accord, but because now they've been embraced into this religion that they have to give up the sausages and the rashers. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it for health reasons, especially the rashers. Like, Jesus Christ, if I get through a week without a BLT, I'm having withdrawal symptoms.
I've got the solution. I got a solution. I'm going to give this is halal bacon, bro. Halal bacon. MashaAllah.
Oh, God. Wow. That is otherworldly excitement. Like, you just don't see that level of excitement anywhere else. Really.
No. It's the first time I've heard a Muslim say Allah Akbar for a sausage. They're normally killing someone when they're shouting Allahu Akbar. But this is over halal sausages and halal rashers.
Our Englishness is back. I can't believe it. We're having a full English breakfast. Allahu Akbar. Let's go.
Oh God, man, it's so.
Let me
put on.
Yeah, I know. It's very performative. And again, it's for the other gingers watching in, because I'm sure that's when they're out on the town and they're trying to convert other people. Because let's be honest, this is the perfect guys to go out in the street, isn't it? To do some street preaching, to practice their dawah. Is I used to be like you, just drifting through life, being ginger. Nobody would talk to me. Nobody would look at me. And then I found Islam, and I'm now married. I have a great house. I have this car, and there's something to be learned about that we've lost. That community where the Muslim community will gather around their own community, especially in smaller numbers, but even at large, they are charitable towards their fellow brothers and sisters, and will help them out. So if somebody is struggling, struggling to find a house, or struggling with rent, or doesn't have a car, that their community will come together and help them out with that. And I think maybe that's no small part of why church attendances have dropped as well. Not just purely because of the message of Christ or whatever, but it's that the community's gone. And when you have some, God forbid, some faggoty priest who doesn't connect with anybody, when you have the Pope blessing blocks of ice, when you now have them saying, okay, well, maybe we need to have another look at letting women into the church. And essentially they're doing away with everything that, once made the Catholic Church the Catholic Church. They're just not speaking to people. They're not reaching people. They have no message that is useful to people. It's just dry. It's stale. They're not saying anything. They've gone with essentially the woke Jesus gambit. Jesus was accepting of every fucking thing. So it would seem. And, people aren't attracted to that. Which I think why is that orthodoxy does have a fighting chance in Ireland. I know the numbers are small, but I could easily see orthodoxy in another 10 or 20 years where you'll get a lot of Catholic converts. But up against that is Islam. And there's no real presence of, the Orthodox Church trying to convert people in Ireland. I don't even think if that's part of their mission is, or how involved they are in trying to convert people. But certainly with Islam, it's that's the mission, that's the goal, is to convert as many people as possible and turn the whole world into one giant body of Islam.
Yeah, the caliphate. Yeah.
And now that we have halal sausages and bacon, we may well be doomed. Like the last battle, like they tried it hundreds of years ago. They only got so far in Europe because they reached the land of pork, and those Europeans weren't having. No further shall you go. They couldn't do it by the sword, so they found another way. Which is
I'll tell you what. Right, I was for a year I lived like 2 minutes walk from an Apache pizza, and I developed a terrible Apache pizza habit. And it was a few months rather of buying pizzas from there until I realized that the bacon wasn't actually bacon, it was chicken.
Oh.
And I didn't notice the difference.
Oh.
So it's kind of like one of those situations of where, you didn't actually know this is actually vegan faux meat, or you didn't actually know that this woman or this man was a woman or something, with jokes on you. I didn't. It was on the fucking menu. I should have known, like halal compliant, and I'm like, whoa, buddy, we're fucked.
Yeah, God, I didn't think. I would like to think that I could tell the difference between a real sausage or a real sliver of bacon.
Sausage, you might yeah, I think you would tell the difference. But when it comes to bacon, when it's like fried up and stuff, I think it'll be.
Yeah, and then if you've got artificial flavors in there as well,
that's how it's done. I think.
Yeah, shit.
Come in here, bro.
Hello sausage, hello bacon.
Bro, man, there's no such thing.
There is
The prophet said there's no such thing as bacon, no such thing as halal sausage. We're going to prove you wrong, brothers and sisters. Come with us.
I don't think Muhammad said that. No, you fucking tool.
Follow that guy there. Follow that guy.
Come on, people.
This
is Aisha's car. We do one of the best halal breakfasts in Leeds.
I hate these people.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
How many people? How many souls have these two guys condemned to hell alone?
God knows. And again, they're obviously going to go back into the community as well. And this, I think, it comes down from living with large Muslim communities as well, because the more, and especially in the UK, if people go to the UK, you go to some parts of, Manchester, Sheffield, Leeds, like you'd be hard pressed to see a fucking white person for half a day in certain communities. And so if these guys are traditionally from those communities, and then over time there's more and more Muslims coming in, and they become more and more isolated, you go to school, you'll naturally become friends with Muslims and other people from ethnic backgrounds. And then you feel more like an outsider because everybody is, going to the mosque. Your friends can't come out to play because they're going to the mosque. They have to go pray. And then peer pressure kicks in, and you will inevitably succumb to that level of peer pressure as a child or a young man, or else it's, ultimately isolation. And you're already isolated as a ginger to begin with,
Yeah.
To show brother Chris. Let's go.
Oh. You're doing a video of him?
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Allahu Akbar.
Ugh. Stop saying that.
Get you into a secret here, guys.
What's the
Just
secret?
stop fucking saying that, please. Like, I think actual Muslims would watch this and fucking cringe.
Yeah, they're overdoing it. Like,
yeah.
We're going to eat sausage and bacon.
Oh, we do sausage and bacon.
We do sausage and bacon.
Oh, mashallah.
Oh, stop it, man. Oh my God.
Full English, served with 2 sausages, turkey rashers, hash browns, fried egg, baked beans, mushrooms, toast. But tell me your English without telling me your English, man.
You said full English as well, boss. Haram. Boys, that's haram. Just say full English. Haram. You can't say that. Haram. 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 Ben, where have you brought me? You brought me to Haram.
Don't you worry, buddy.
This is Haram, bro.
Turkey rashers.
I actually half believe his excitement, because that's like when, the Coke is run out and someone shows up at the party with another bag.
Yeah. I love your analogies. They always come back to cocaine. we know if there's any Muslims listening, you know how to get this cunt to convert. Like, halal cocaine. Yeah, I can imagine this guy. He's probably been dreaming about fucking an English breakfast for years. Like every night he's dreaming that he's scoffing down mountains of sausages and rashers and waking up sweating, panicking. And now, but he can't be that fucking retarded or that sheltered where he's never heard of a fucking turkey rasher or turkey sausages. It's like, come on.
Bacon sausage.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Are baked beans allowed?
Baked beans
Are mushrooms allowed?
Allah.
What is that? Oh, actually, it's not unlike a rasher, I suppose. Is it?
They're very good at crafting the chicken into rashers. Yeah,
it's a terrible looking fry, though. It's got to be said. Like, what the?
It's an English fry, man. Come on.
I'd be disgusted. I'd send that back if that arrived on my table as a fry. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I don't get the whole prettying up the breakfast. Just say the asterisk breakfast, like Irish, Northern Irish, fucking Dublin, whatever. And you know what? Fuck off with your baked beans.
That's a step too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't pretty up a fry. You make a fry gourmet, It's just put it on the fucking plate. Like, just put the sausages, the rashers, the hash browns if you're having them. Those mushrooms don't even look cooked, to be honest. Where's the black and white pudding? Like, I suppose they haven't managed to get around to that yet, have they?
Oh yeah. They haven't. I mean, like chicken blood. It's not as tasty,
Yeah, sheep brains and sawdust. It's hard. It's hard to come up with a substitute for that.
Yeah.
No, this is Iran. What is Iran? What's it says that? Allah, alhamdulillah. No way.
Oh, that's kind of gay right there, man.
Yeah, I think that was real, though. That kind of, oh my God, finally. It's been 8 years without the feel of bacon in my mouth.
Oh, boys.
Look at that bacon, eh?
Sunna.
How nice is that?
Halal.
That is a proper halal.
Oh my God, stop! I get it! It's halal! Ew, he's dipping it in the fucking beans, that fucking heathen fuck.
No, John, it doesn't matter with this guy, does it? Like, everything's getting dipped in something, like with this.
It don't feel right, brother.
That's right.
It don't feel right. Feels like
This is what Philip Dwyer will look like when he converts to Islam.
Meet Iran,
brother. It's right.
It's right.
It's right.
Alhamdulillah. So are you sure I can eat this? It's bacon.
Eat it, man.
Look, guys, this is bacon. Man.
Let me give you a bit of word of advice. Bacon is a cut of meat. This is turkey bacon. This is beef sausage.
Oh, it makes sense. Allah Akbar. Alhamdulillah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me here, bro.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And everything you. When you become Muslim,
yes,
there is many substitutions that you can have, like beef sausage, bacon sausage, that you can substitute.
And half
these
of them
things.
taste better as well.
Alhamdulillah. And they taste good. So come down to Aisha's Cafe.
But like, hang on though. Can't you just fucking eat pork and then go have your sins absolved? Like, isn't that how Islam works? Just do whatever you fucking want. There's no real rules.
Yeah, but you want us to remain in the rules. Like, I think that if you've gone that far to convert, you want to stay within the rules. Otherwise, you just feel like a piece of shit every day. Like you're going to the mosque and you're reeking of fucking sausages and rashers. Like, you got found out, you're bending down. There's some guy, 1.5 feet behind you. You let him stray one out, and this place stinks of bacon and sausages. You're gonna be found out. Like, and again, is this a big concern for somebody who's like, found a new religion? It's like, well, I was going to join, but as soon as I heard about the embargo on rashers and sausages, it was like, no, I've changed my mind. But hang on a minute, do you mean there's alternative to bacon products? Oh, well, now I'm back in again. And even the name of the cafe, Aisha's Cafe. Come on.
Oh, I didn't notice it.
9-year-olds eat free at Aisha's Cafe.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, just fucking disgusting. And let's face it, if things continue at pace, we are going to see more and more Irish people converting to Islam. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if we keep fucking records in this country. We don't seem to keep records in anything that's of interest or important. But to be more, I don't think it will happen. In fairness, the UK is at 20 or 30 years of this without any sort of pushback whatsoever, any real pushback. We've had we've had 20 years as well, but not with Islam, not with kind of people from outside Europe. Maybe 5-10 years at a stretch. And in comparison to the UK, the response has been pretty fucking outstanding. So much so that our brothers and sisters in the UK actually take heart from what happened and what's happening in Ireland, and then that buoys them up to carry on their fight as well. So I don't think it's as bad as we think. But we have to be aware that these guys will try and convert Irish people, and this gingerism is a weak link
Yeah.
Given that we've got 130,000 Irish men who have some level of gingerism, or maybe full gingers, then like me, there's people on the cusp who may or may not be ginger. We have to be aware of it.
Right.
If you've got ginger children, well, then you have to be doubly on the lookout. Make sure they're parts of sports clubs. They've got a good network of friends. And if the worst comes to the worst, dye the fuckers' hair. You can just dye their hair jet black or brown color or something like that. Just take the ginger out of it, paint some eyebrows on the fuckers, and put some mascara on them so it looks like they have eyelashes.
I don't know. We don't want to promote shame amongst them. We want to accept them fully. That's what we want to do. And you know what? We're a burgeoning new company. You know, we will in the future be hiring people. So let's do some what do you call affirmative action targeted at ginger people. We will aim for, say, a 60% quota of ginger men in our ranks as paid employees.
Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're looking for gingers. If you know a ginger, get them in contact with us. Right, I need a cup of tea again.
Yeah, and I need to pee.
I need to clear my throat as well. Right,
where do you want to go?
I'll throw on that intermission, I suppose.
Yeah,
right,
good idea.
Yeah, where's it gone? Intermission. Right, we'll just let it run, and then we'll come back, watch it again, and comment on it. I'm sure some people will be delighted because they hate when we stop videos all the time and then slow them down because we get our feelings hurt that we're not giving you what you want. Right. So we've got 8 minutes and 20 seconds, so that should be plenty of time.
Lovely.
Dirty bitches. You're muted there, Howard.
My fucking God.
Yeah. Shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely shocking. Especially that filthy one at the end doing that thing that only Joe Brolly could do. Like, I was shocked and abhorred. I don't know. I thought women were better than that. Like,
Yeah.
I really did.
I unironically thought also this, yes, but I was so wrong.
No, just as filthy and perverted as us men. I want to bring that up again because I was distracted at the start, I have to say.
Distracted by what?
Let me find the part here. I think, as his cock comes into view. Now, that could be something the gingers could do. Would be to
stuff their pants?
It could be, yeah, stuff. But the problem is not if you're successful. Then there's the disappointment when you unrobe. And what's, it's not as advertised. It's like, hang on a fucking minute. When I was staring at your bulge on the train, it looked like you were packing heat, but no.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. I try to avoid that with all my might. So usually one of the first things I tell a woman is how small I am.
There you go. Yeah, it can only get better
Just
from here.
get that out of the way,
All right, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think it was that there, like, so. That's hard not to look at, I have to say. Like,
yeah, it was commented on in the chat. By the way.
Oh yeah, how could you not? Like, it looks like she's not wearing anything below the waist. So, I was going to say by right he should have got his phone out, but how would we be looking at it if he hadn't like got some sort of camera? Yeah, so let's do away with the pretense that that women don't look or somehow that size doesn't matter. Clearly. It does, and especially that woman at the end. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't think I've ever seen that outside of one of those blue movies. Where is she gone?
Yeah, that's scandalous behavior, really. I mean, there could be children walking by. I mean,
yeah, let's hope she's not married or in a relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've never even seen a guy do that, where it's like he's found somebody so attractive that he's like, he starts making gestures that he wants to eat a woman out or bend her over a table or something like that. But this fucking animal, let's call it as it is, this sexual animal, who I find myself strangely attracted to. Let's have a look at real time. Oh. I gotta say,
smile afterwards.
Yeah. It does appear that Joe Brolly gives a better blowjob, though, in fairness. Like,
yeah. If I had to, pick one, yeah.
You'd pick Joe Brolly, okay. Good to know. Yeah, but let's do away with the pretense. Like, we're sexual creatures, men and women. So let's not get so upset when somebody mimics a blowjob, or that women might be as equally as interested in sex as men. Of course, they'll never bring themselves to admit that, because then they lose value in the sexual marketplace if they're just as horny as us.
Is that true? Will they?
Well, they will. Again, selection. Like, so if like, say every second or third woman you meet, it's like she's bragging about how many men she's had, or that she slept with 100, 150 men. It's like, for me, that would just
well, yeah, but but being interested in that behavior isn't necessarily signaling that you've done it X amount of times either.
Well, no, but if they're overtly like, oh God, like look at the size of that guy's cock. Or, you're out on a date and there's another guy sitting beside you and she's staring at his cock, and then she looks over at you and, starts going, like, it's not going to happen. And any woman I've met, they normally put on a pretense that, they're almost virginal. Which I get, but, who wants a virgin outside of a Muslim? It's never my thing. But yeah, just interesting that, we still have this notion that women get terribly offended when it's mentioned that they're sexual creatures, or that they behave in such a fashion similar to men, like a locker room talk. Men have been, looked down on for that, for objectifying women. We all do it. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. It's not a high crime to look at somebody in a sexual manner. So, forgive us our sins as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from giant cocks on trains. Here and the forever after. Right, we're done with the cock talk. Sorry, go on. Did you need to add?
I was just going to say, is this a noble lie we need to guard and perpetuate, that women aren't interested in sex? Is this necessary?
I don't know. I don't know. We are fans of the truth, but there may be something to the noble lie.
Just tearing down structures and stuff, just not really investigating like whether they're useful or something. That's going to lead to disaster at some point.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a pretty fucking dull show as well. We're focusing today, this week, nothing. Yeah, but it's only because men are given such a hard time and then look down on some sort of fucking dog-like creatures who just, can't leave the house without thinking about fucking something or other. And we have to be essentially have a minder with us at all times in case we rape something. Not even someone, but something. We just start humping trees in the middle of the street without consent. So give us a fucking break. That's all it is. We know women do it. Women know men do it. We don't. You're right. We don't talk about it all the time, because if we did, it would lead to disaster. Some things are just best left unsaid. And again, we still continue to lie to each other, but we all know deep down that we do it occasionally. And a lot of the times it's not even conscious. It's just if you're sitting on a train and if there's some woman opposite me and she's got, like a giant ass or something like that, or like that woman in front where she's essentially not wearing any clothing, you're going to look. Even if you don't want to, just at some stage, it's like you catch a glimpse out of the corner of your eye and there's pattern recognition and it's like, whoop, what's that? Or if you're a lady and there's a giant cock sitting opposite you. But I don't know how big it needs to be to grab your attention, unless you're naturally programmed. It's like you're constantly scanning unconsciously for men's cocks, like, and then it's like, that one's
That's a good question. Like, maybe that is just a part of the natural scanning routine. When you see someone, you're looking for what is it? Food, friend, fuck, the FFS. Which one is this? Yeah.
So that's it. It's probably just scan. Oh, target acquired, and then it's like, oh well, fuck. And the minute you see it, well, then it sets off a train of motion in your head. If you're a female, it's like, okay, well, let's do some word association. Giant cock. What do you think of next? And then we saw it there in the body language. We could see the women thinking about it and doing certain facial gestures, and then at the end, the woman expressing her desired wish to do something with it. Right. So we move along anyway from one dick to the next. Do you want to talk about Nick?
Fuentes. Yeah.
Nick Fuentes.
I wasn't really sure how to skin this cat, honestly.
He came to. Well, we're going to talk about Nick and Kanye as well. So
yes.
Probably if you play my clip first, which it's Nick Fuentes. I don't know if people can remember, if they were aware, when Kanye West was running for president of the United States of America, of all things, and his handler for some reason, was Nick Fuentes, who I wasn't particularly aware of. I think I may have only heard of him in connection originally with his association with Kanye West. But Kanye or Nick seemed to be bringing Kanye around the circuit, Alex Jones, and on this podcast and that podcast, and was traveling on Kanye's private jet. Why? I still don't fucking know. But Nick, either he's a, just opportunistic cunt and knew Kanye had money, and essentially he was blacklisted everywhere. And so he thought, right, I'll hitch my wagon to this guy and see what transpires from it. But he was saying, we don't want Trump. Kanye is the president that we actually need. And then Kanye went off on a fucking mad one, Heil Hitler songs, got a new partner, essentially leads her around everywhere. She's almost 100% naked, lost his kids and just a complete shit show, lost his businesses, essentially debanked, and essentially, blasted out of existence. But Nick Fuentes, and then recently he appeared on Tucker Carlson, like he's being platformed.
Yeah, and Sam Hyde show and all over the place. Fresh and Fit, you name it.
Yeah. I have that clip lined up with two other ones. So do you want to unshare that for a second? And then
right.
I didn't discuss it with you, so you wouldn't know.
Yeah. So I was confused.
Sorry. Right, I'll share this screen. Where are we? Oh, crap, is it even up here?
For me, I got confused with who Nick Fuentes was, because I misremembered him as that guy in the MAGA hat, that young man who got faced down by some Native American guy outside the Capitol building or something, and it was like suddenly this guy was the white devil on social media and the news for whatever reason. I don't know. He just refused to capitulate to this random native guy. But no, he's a completely different fucking entity. Just came out of nowhere, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, there's now rumors that he's a closeted homosexual.
Rumors. I mean, when do rumors just turn into like a lesser known fact?
All right.
Yeah.
And then he was recently interviewed by Candice Owens as well. I don't have that clip. I was meant to download it, but I don't. But they got into a bit of a back and forth where she's questioning him about why he's not married, and he gets uncomfortable. But Candice is a bit of a cunt about it as well, and he does make some good points on why he's not. I'll see if I can find the clip. If I get you talking for a little bit later on, and I'll see if I can pull it up.
Okay.
It's only a couple of minutes long. I think it was edited, just the best bit out of their interview. So we'll have a listen to Nick. So this is the same clip you were pulling up. So this is Nick talking about Kanye, and then it will lead into who Kanye is now, which is tragic. It's kind of, I'm so shocked and disappointed to see this. It's almost like end time stuff that the world is fucked when you see Kanye in this position. There's been other signs as well. Three-Eye Atlas. Anytime there's a comet in the sky, it's never a good omen. I don't know if anybody out there still smokes weed. The Prince of Pot, Mark Emery, has given up weed. Wow.
It's over.
It's over. Like, this is like, the Pope giving up Catholicism. It's like, Mark, I never thought I would see the fucking day when Mark Emery hangs up the bong. And not for health reasons. Just because it's not doing it for him anymore. He's no benefit from him. And that's probably the best reason to give it up. If it's not doing you any good, or there's no real benefit, well then it may be time to knock it on the head. And Mark is a full-time smoker. Wake up in the morning and like from morning to night, just toke.
We were interviewing him, and he literally came on camera with a fucking gigantic bong in his lap.
Yeah, and then he was showing us around his garden where he just planted his new plants and what have you. And then, the head honcho cannabis culture and what have you. I mean, deeply, deeply committed. So maybe like most people, maybe the plant just gave up Mark and she let him know. Like,
yes, as
Mark,
happened to me. Yeah,
it's over, Mark. We have to part ways. You can come back, but I need you to move out for a while. We need to separate for a little bit. So fair play to him if he has done it. He has other health reasons that he had to give it up for 10 days for a cataract operation as well. And he was previously in prison for 6 years in the States for selling seeds. Imagine that, selling fucking seeds. Now they're giving away weed for free. So he couldn't smoke it as much as he wanted in prison. But anyway, Nick Fuentes.
Right.
Where have you gone, Nick? Where's the fucking screen to share? There we go.
This is the yay that I love. This is my goat. This is the genius that I want to be the supreme leader of America. This is our guy.
Today and just take accountability. I was dealing with
what's going on? Is this an Orthodox priest? I can't even bring myself to say it. Huh?
He doesn't look like a rabbi, does he? I mean, because rabbis, they're not dressed like that. What kind of fucking Judaism is this?
This is some dark shit. This is some serious rabbi. This is like the
highest
Kabbalah or something like that.
Yeah. They only bring him out for the most serious situations. Like I've seen another picture of him where he was like linked arms with that dude sitting next to him because he was so decrepit. Like, let the guy die already. Yeah,
They've drugged Kanye and like he's on his deathbed. And like what's with this guy's head as well? It's almost fucking conical, isn't it? Like that's more. Like a sock.
What do you call that? Acorns?
Yeah. It does. Yeah, it's just missing a little green tip off the top. Like
some various issues dealing with bipolar also. So it would take the ideas I had and have me take them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of the people around me and myself. So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar and the cause or what causes it and the way you act when you have this disease. So it's like if you left the house and you left your kid at the house and your kid went and messed up the kitchen and messed up the garage and messed up the living room. Now when you get back, it's your responsibility because that's your child. And that's the way I look at it. It's like I gotta go clean up the kitchen, I gotta clean up the living room, I gotta clean up the garage.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's a big deal for me.
I don't know. This is odd. It's very odd, isn't it?
I mean, like, is the analogy even surviving in the translation? Like, this guy looks fucking confused.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is he, like? Because for an analogy to work, you have to know it at the beginning so that you can tell it properly. But he's just kind of free balling there.
Yeah, he's not even looking at him either. Like it's I think he got distracted by Kanye's gold bracelet, so he's kind of he's focusing on that and thinking, well, I wonder if that's 18 or 22 karat gold. 3 ounces, that's what today's spot price for an ounce of gold is, like $3,000. Convert that into shekels, that's fucking 250,000 shekels right there. Not to mention the fee Kanye's paid, obviously, to come in and talk to this guy.
As a man to come and take accountability for all the things that I've said, and I really just appreciate you embracing me with open arms and allowing me to make amends.
It's a bit of a turn of events, isn't it? From
well, it's not like it's fucking unexpected.
No,
really, come on, like the guy's a lunatic. he first came to real kind of prominence with the people, who aren't fucking fried by popular culture. Kanye West was big, right? But he got bigger with us weirdos when he went up on the stage and at an award ceremony and stole the microphone off of the person who was given the award and said, "I just want to say the blah blah blah." But and that was the beginning of a psychotic break. And then zoom forward years ahead, and he's on the Alex Jones show in a fucking hockey mask, and he takes out a net and a bottle of Yahoo or something. Net and Yahoo.
Oh God!
Like it was fucking hilarious, but like. Oh wait, that was Diddy. Sorry, I'm confusing my my black
Negroes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, they all look alike anyway.
A similar size egos between the two of them, right? And thanks for that, Bridget. Sorry, Jesus, you're not French. Sorry about that. But like he's always been going back and forth and this and that, and I think this is what attracted Nick Fuentes to him, not necessarily just opportunistic. He's a part of a generation that takes after my generation of the alt-right, back in 2016, and very edgy man, and the biggest edgelord yet is Kanye, because he has this big audience, and then suddenly he's talking about these people on screen, and I think there was a song that he had, and it was just the N-word. Well,
there's the Hitler song. It wasn't like the Heil Hitler song.
Oh no, that's the one. Yeah. He's look, and he's going back and forth, and maybe I'm not, maybe this, and he ran for, he's going to run for president, but then at a pivotal moment, he just backed out. Look,
he met with Trump as well, didn't he, at the Oval Office? And
yeah,
it's mental stuff. Like, but we have to find out who this guy is. He can't be just some standard run-of-the-mill rabbi. He's got to be chief rabbi or something, or doesn't he? And he doesn't even speak English. So what the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
that knows. Like, come on, it couldn't be anything else. But...
Well, it goes to my theory of like this is the highest rabbi he's the king of them all. That's just hidden away in some fucking temple in Israel for like hundreds of years. And that's why he doesn't know English, because he's only been out like 5 times, and he's kind of blown away. Like, what are these strange contraptions that are being pointed at us? Like, why is there a ball in the middle of the room that's glowing, and there's no smoke coming out of it? It's very confusing.
He's like, who's this Schwarzer? Why won't he let go of my hands?
And this is the beginning and the first steps and the first brick by brick to build back the strong walls.
This he's medicated the fuck, like he can't seem to string a sentence together. Like, it's all broken English, isn't it? It's like, this is the first time to put the bricks back together, brick by brick. The medication's really working now. I'm back on the meds. Everything seems clearer to me, and the life has slowed down somewhat.
Well, yeah, there's 2 Kanyes, right? There's the Kanye that isn't on his medication, and that's full-blown fucking schizophrenia, random shit. And then there's medicated Kanye, and they're both fucking insane.
I like schizo Kanye the best, I think.
Say in Yandut, the rabbi said the Judaism, the Judaism brought to the world a way for someone when he regret about something that he has done wrong. And the Jews live on this way of, if someone did something wrong, you can regret and fix it. And the rabbi is hugging you and hugging everybody. And God willing, and from now on, strong things and good things actor and only good. You are a very good man.
Amen. That's a blessing, man. Yeah, good.
This is fucked.
So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up, actually, and this only happens every few years when something really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically gonna puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now.
Poor Alex. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with fucking Kanye or the world. Do we think this is of his own accord, that it's an actual act of contrition for being mental for the last year and, due this, due that, or
it's a part of the mental illness is, to not like we're all of us who are, a bit off, we do tend to jump from thing to thing, but when you're that deep into your mental illness and acceptance of it, because, we need to think about Kanye West. He doesn't have anyone who's in a position to tell him, no, you're being crazy. So, he's going to go off in any old wild direction. That's my takeaway anyway. I think he's actually genuinely like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Is the link I sent you correct?
Yeah, that's the one, I think.
You can thank Grok then.
Thank Grok. Oh, dear Grok.
Thank Grok.
Dear Grok above.
That fucking clicked as soon as I said it. I was like, fuck me, man.
All right, let's see if we can share this.
All right.
Oh, I have to change window because it's YouTube, isn't it? So I'll need to make sure Brave browser opened.
Look, there's the people mentioned. What's this about? The porn bombing or the something about porn on his stream or something that he accidentally streamed. Look, that's only the tip of the iceberg with Nick Fuentes. He is as gay as the day is long. And he's been saying over and over again how he doesn't like women. The idea of living with a woman, having sex with a woman, disgusts him. And look, that's fine. If you want to be gay, I don't care. I don't know Morgan's opinion about that or you in the chat. But that's A-okay by me. Okay. But, don't fucking, just come out and say it is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I'd no issue with fucking gay people. Well, no, that doesn't sound right. Hang on. I need to stop the profanity because that sounds like I have no issue with actually fucking gay people.
Only you thought that.
I know, yeah, right. To check myself. No, I've no issue with gay people. Like, I don't think it's good for culture and for it to be essentially promoted and exalted.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. But if someone's a homosexual, it's like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
okay, yeah, sure.
It makes no difference.
Not everyone has to have children. It's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go have fun.
Yeah. And,
enjoy your drugs and butt sex.
Don't buy them. Yeah, but I'm not going to condemn somebody completely because they're homosexual. It's silliness. And you're not going to cure them by isolating them. It's not like gingerism. There are bigger things to worry about.
And muddly also, it's like, I don't know. It's been said before, but it deserves to be said again. As long as you don't try it on me, we're good.
Yeah, but no, but I guess sidetracked into a conversation about homosexuality.
Well, I mean, we are talking about a homosexual. So
yeah, but I want to keep it with Nick.
Okay.
So. Yeah, but it shows how much it's changed where, people are now, it's no longer acceptable to be a closeted homosexual. It's like, what are you doing? Come out! Come out! You can't be a closeted homosexual. So I don't know if Nick is a homosexual. I'm just not that familiar with him. So I wouldn't be as aware of you and his predilection for men or whatever it is. But I listened to some of his interview with Tucker Carlson, and people were giving out because they were saying the first 40 minutes was essentially Tucker going into Nick's history, which people didn't need to know, but some people do because I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know about his history. So So essentially, we got this guy, like he's 17, 18, he's in college. He has these ideas. He was a big Trump guy. Then he went on into college. He's doing college debates with leftists. He's Laura Loomer, I think it is at one of these debates, and she kind of recognizes him. He has his own YouTube channel, but he's got like maybe 20 or 30 people watching his live stream on a good day. Basically, in the wilderness, she recognized that he crushed the other guy in the debate, and she sees this guy's got some talent. So she becomes friends with him, starts talking to him, introduces him to some people in her crowd. She introduces him to Ben Shapiro. She introduces him to TP USA and all that crowd. And then they get into talks, and there's rumors that he'll go and work for these guys. And at this stage, he's not really saying anything about Israel or anything like that. It's pretty vanilla stuff about, the people need to get back to basics, back to conservatism. And then he starts noticing that there's all these links. And as soon as he starts talking about Israel, well, then he gets phone calls from Laura Loomer saying, listen, you can't talk about this. Like, it's going to upset some people. And he goes, well, fuck that. Like, I'm going to talk about whatever I want. So the deal falls through with Ben Shapiro's network. So then he goes and finds a gig with some other radio show or something like that. Again, at this stage, only 300-400 people listening into his show, but he's getting paid for it on this network. But then Laura Loomer starts ringing his boss at the network and complaining about him every fucking time he goes on the air. And eventually he loses that gig. And then he decides to speak up, and he tweets something out about why is it that everybody in politics has an APAC handler and all this kind of stuff. Then Ben Shapiro responds to one of his posts, calls him an anti-Semite, all this kind of crack. And then it kind of snowballs from there. But he's saying while in college, that he's fully dedicated to politics. He's no time for any sort of social life. And I think we'll listen to Candace here, so we kind of get into it a little bit here. Can we see that screen? Okay, it went a bit weird there. Okay, Grant.
Okay, wait, hold on. Are you sharing the right one? Because it's not playing.
Okay. Yeah,
okay, so,
I don't fucking know what's happening.
There you go. Yeah, I know what you mean by it went weird. I have no idea what's happening there.
Yeah, so I'm sharing the window rather than the screen because I have Brave browser open in a different window.
Oh, I see.
So are we okay? So we can see Candice now, yeah? We see
wait, hold on. Can I ask you? I know this is shit, but it's a technical issue. So you're on Restream right now with Brave, right?
Yeah.
No, I have two Brave fucking browsers open. It doesn't matter. You can actually share the tabs no matter what instance.
Oh, right. Okay.
So do that instead. Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. Restream is a fucking, it's cool. You know what? It's a good service, depending on your needs. So take that under advisement when you're. Could we get a promo code for Restream? That would be cool.
Oh. Okay. So
there we go. Yeah.
All right, great.
Do you attend the mass?
I do.
Do you go every Sunday?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so you're like a committed Catholic. Then obviously, the perspectives on family. I mean, I personally, and this would be me lecturing, but I just feel like you really have no idea who you are until you start a family.
If someone said that to me, that would be the end of it. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? You don't really know who you are until you have a family. Like, she's only started having a family recently as well, hasn't she? Like, it's not so long ago that she didn't have children at all. I think she fell in love with her husband. I got married after a month of being with this guy who's a multi-millionaire, apparently. But I don't like Candice. You could probably tell.
I love her.
I don't like her.
She reminds me of my wife, God rest her.
Oh, God. Jesus, really? Holy fuck. I didn't know you were a fucking masochist. Yeah, no, like she's obviously intelligent, but I don't there's something about her that just gets under my fucking skin, and it's probably because she's mouthy. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I'm sure a psychologist could dig into that for me. But I never really liked her. You can tell she's intelligent. But she's she just gets my back up, and especially when she talks to people like this, like that. She knows Nick better than he knows himself, and you only fully understand what life is about when you have a family. And a lot of people who have kids say that to people, I think I may have said it myself,
but you know what though, right? Maybe there's a reason, there's a deeper reason for what she's saying, because Nick still lives with his mother.
Yeah, well, many people fucking do. Like, just this
I know, but look, I'm not fucking judging people for living with their family. I have done for longer than is acceptable. But it's just a reality that there's just certain fucking jigsaw pieces that don't get clicked in a person's fucking emotional and just general overall life development until they're out of their homes and they're having a family of their own or getting by themselves for a certain length of time.
Yeah, that's true. But with the family thing, and we're facing into a demographics fucking nightmare. But not everyone is meant to have a family, and I don't mean because you're homosexual or whatever. But if you're of a certain mentality and you're fully dedicated to a cause,
right,
you can't really have a family if you want it to be successful. You really fucking can't. Or if you do, you're essentially absent, which may be actually worse than not having a family to begin with, where you have this family, you're away fucking 98% of the time. Look at Charlie Kirk, so he put on this facade.
Yeah. Or Candace Owens. Come on. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and she's in the privileged position where, she now has this husband who is a multi-millionaire. So she doesn't have to fucking work again. For the average person, it's going to be a case of, oh Christ, well, the two of us need to work just to fucking pay the rent at the end of the month. But again, to be talking to Nick, who has, from what I can tell, dedicated his entire fucking life thus far to doing what he does. And if he does, suddenly have a family, like he's got 2 or 3 kids and he's married, it's over. To the same degree. He can't do it. Like, he can't, do a podcast whenever he wants, get on the mic at 2 or 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and whatever he gets on. He's done. Your life is done. It's over. And it is, I'll be honest with people, when you get married or when you have children, your old life is gone. It doesn't mean it's like, you need to cry, my new life is terrible. It's not. It's just the old life is gone, and people seem to place no value on the old life. It's like, oh, well, that wasn't a real life because you didn't have kids and you didn't have this, therefore you were worth nothing. But no, some men and some women have to be fully dedicated to their mission in life. I think if Hitler had 8 kids, nothing would have got done. I think it was only for the fact that he had a girlfriend that he ultimately failed. But joking aside, some people, if it's going to be your life's work to be a great philosopher, a great author,
or think about a monarch, right? There's a certain, process of how it's done. A suitor from another noble family is just presented to you, and you say, "Yeah, okay, I'll marry that. That's okay." And then you procreate with them, and that your consort now has fucking wet nurses and all this stuff.
Yeah.
You don't need to deal with that. Or you're a monk. Not literally a vocational monk, but that's a class of person where that you're dedicated to God or some kind of study. Yeah.
And the problem is now, like, there's no real places for those type of people now outside of the internet or the home. And anyway, we listen to Nick anyway because I'll end up saying what he's already said himself.
Yeah. And whether that means just marriage, some people who are struggling to have children, okay, fine. But there's such a a growth that happens because of that I think it informs your beliefs in so many ways. And I think that was a huge turning point for me. Like, I wonder if I had been pressed with everything that happened last year, if I didn't have like the unshaken faith and my family, what would I have done? And sometimes when I see the things that you say, I do think, okay, he doesn't take into account family. Like, it's just Nick. Nick is in his own world, which can be, I think, a quite selfish perspective, which is fine. That's what you're saying. You like being selfish is another way to say what you just said. I like being selfish. And I don't want
You see, this is why I don't like her.
Did he say I like being selfish though? Because neither of us looked at this interview, right?
I don't know, possibly. But even what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being fucking... Everyone's selfish.
Absolutely. But if it's gay man saying that, then it kind of takes on a different meaning, doesn't it?
Well, does it? Well, if he's gay, like, he's not going to have a family unless he purchases a fucking child or borrows one or whatever, like.
Yeah, but, you know, we're looking for honesty and accountability. Like, it was about a month ago, Candace Owens interviewed Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a recovering gay man, I guess, in the Catholic faith. You know, and she was cool with him, you know? It's like, she wasn't like, why haven't you started a family yet?
Yeah, but I just like to explore because, like I said, I don't know. I'll hold my hands up. I don't know a lot about Nick. I don't know if he is gay. Like, not everybody who doesn't want to get involved with women is gay or in denial. Just some people just don't want to be around women for whatever reason, or they have no interest in sex. Now, it may come to pass that, you know, we find out, well, Nick is, you know, a flaming homosexual and he's into all sorts of sordid shit, you know. But I just like to make the case for men out there who don't see the necessity to have or to get married and have children. Well, that's okay too, you know. And think of the world we live in, where you can essentially dress up as a fucking cat or a dog, you know, almost have sex with people in public and demand a parade for it. And like you get a pass, but like, God forbid, you just want to live a life dedicated to a particular cause and forgo the material world in relation to having a woman, having kids, and doing the normal thing that everybody else does. He shouldn't be shamed for it, you know?
to give of myself to somebody else. But
I also think there's something selfless involved, which is to say, I could go and start a family and drag them into a world of mine, which is pretty chaotic. You know, I mean, is this really the kind of a lifestyle? If I'm banned on everything and I can't make a living, I'm banned from banking, I'm banned from credit card processing, I'm getting doxxed, people are showing up to my house trying to kill me, things like that. And what's more, I mean, let's also get, you know, I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me, you know, so I know you're married, I know you're older than me, but you don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman, honestly. I don't think women, you know, this is something in the right wing. We say we're anti-feminist, and then women go around telling men what to do who are not their husbands. And, you know, I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point. You know, my life has been tumultuous from the very beginning.
Ah, shit, there was more to it that we...
Oh, fuck you, Brock.
Right.
Sorry about that, man.
Right, hang on. No, we're okay. We'll see if we can find the remainder.
The whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, but he's dead right to, you know, you don't fucking know who he is. Like,
yeah, sure. It was a bit judgy. Yeah. And also, you know, but the parasocial relationship thing, because, you know, you think if you watch X amount of minutes or hours of someone speaking online, you think that you know who they are, and then she's doing that projection thing, which is funny because, you know, I'm sure a lot of people projected upon her. You know, I have toyed with sending her a super chat and saying, "You remind me of my dead wife," you know, and that's not good. No,
that'll go down well with her, I'm sure. Like,
yeah, no, I went through moments of being angry that she's married. What's playing there? I heard.
Oh, it's someone put music to this. What is wrong with people?
Oh God.
I like being single. I like being a guy.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, someone's put music in the background.
Why is that even necessary?
I don't know, and they've put up subtitles as well, and it has a blue halo around the words like it's fucking karaoke. It's like, what the fuck is going on? All right.
Do you attend the mass?
We'll see if we can find another one. Nick Fuentes. Okay, so you were mentioning that there are signs that he is homosexual. So maybe you can. We don't have a video, but what signs? Right outside of the right having no interest in women, saying he hates women, which is a you know, I suppose it is a sign. I know people who hate women in general, love women, but you know, hate them at the same time. Not talking about myself or anything like that.
Well, I was trying to search last night because this was a last minute thing for me, and last minute for this show was literally, you know, the night before, right? So I was trying to find clips, but for some reason there's a dearth of clips for this kind of stuff. It's all kind of on the Kino Casino Clips channel, really, where they have found, you know, the right clips and analyze them. Funny guys over there, by the way. And if you go and subscribe and like Kino Casino Clips channel, you will actually be supporting an Irishman because their editor is Irish. Anyway, I came across a stream of a guy who was ranking the gay moments of Nick Fuentes, and it lasted for 3 hours. This is how much evidence there is that he's a closeted gay man. And again, for the YouTube censors, I don't care if Nick is gay. I care that he's closeted, right? And he's pretending to be something else, but barely. Because, you know, yeah, like I said, you know, he does come out on the show and say, I don't want anything to do with women. The idea disgusts me. Also, he can't even eat steak or any kind of meat because it makes him sick. I like, how do you not feel like Superman after you eat a steak dinner? Like, how is that possible? Like, biologically, the man must have some fucking digestive issues going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he said, oh, you know, I like potato things and potato this, potato that, and sweet things. He's forever a child.
Okay. Well, maybe this is a woman problem. Not so much in the fact that he's gay, but that his mother has fucking ruined him. She's over mammied him.
Right. Yeah,
So,
like a Ed Gein kind of situation.
Yeah, so maybe I watched that video. So he's saying that he doesn't like steak, he doesn't like meat at all, because it makes him feel heavy, it gives him gas, it tastes too salty, which is probably a sign that he's not gay, because you know the gay guys like a bit of salt in their mouth. I've heard in passing. And he said he likes potatoes. He likes mashed potatoes, and he likes cheeses of all descriptions, especially soft cheeses. And sometimes
I can. It's amazing, yeah.
And sometimes he'll have ice cream for dinner. So that's the diet of an 8-year-old child. Let's be honest. You know, I'm not eating that. That tastes yucky. And you're right. So how old is he now? He's 26, 27, something like that. Is it?
He's pushing fucking absolute late 30s, definitely 28, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So I've heard him make the argument that he doesn't want to leave home because he doesn't have enough money. He wants to make sure he has enough of a nest egg before he actually leaves the house, his mother's house. I don't know what kind of house his mother has, but obviously for him,
yeah,
financially it would make more sense. You could forgive it if, say, he was earning 30 grand a year, and if he was to move out and get an apartment that would be a shitty apartment, most of his rent is gone. But that's not the case.
Yeah.
With Nick. So he has the money to move out by right. He should move out. But
yeah,
in his fairness, it's probably got to be fucking scary, because people have showed up at his house to try and kill him.
Well, I mean, not even. Yeah, well, I mean, not even really. I mean, there was an old lady who came to his front door, and he punched her, and she got like broken ribs and shit.
No, I heard some guy turned up at his house with a gun. I can't say it for
Well,
definite.
and you know, like that's another problem. Is that why doesn't he move out then? You know, because it's good. You know, it's like a lol cow now, where he's just attracting bad juju to his family.
Well, I don't know. There could be many reasons, like, and it's a big thing
Mm.
to move out as well. Like, but I don't know. Maybe, like you said, maybe his mother's fucking ruined him. Like, so maybe she's essentially handicapped him, where she doesn't want him to move out. I don't know if he has a father, so
Mm.
maybe he's fatherless. That she's essentially, mammied him too much, incapacitated him, and he has become her substitute husband. So here's Nick, who's bringing all this money in, and it's not like women have tremendous influence over men. Mothers have tremendous influence over their sons. Like, and you can be lucky and get a good mother. You can be unlucky and get a good mother who thinks that they're doing the best for their children, but by smothering them, they essentially handicap them in in future life. Like, but it is unusual in the extreme for somebody to have that level of wealth. I don't know how much, but he has to have some fucking serious amount of money. I don't know. Do you know? Would he be considered wealthy, or is he just prominent and not wealthy?
Yeah, no. He was pretty successful online, and there's a lot of money that comes in because of that. Like, he is minted. You know how you can kind of tell the size and quality of a house by like the front door.
Yeah.
You know, that's that when I saw the footage of that old lady who knocked on his door and then was pushed by her. Yeah, it looked like, one of those faux, like Georgian style houses, or, that kind of like, what is it? Like red brick and,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
fancy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Very
So,
American kind of well-to-do, almost mansion type house. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly what you have in mind. So, it's got a nice long drive kind of thing. That kind of situation, I just don't see why, he wouldn't be loaded in that situation. However, lately, let's say prior to him going on Sam Hyde show, Tucker Carlson, all the rest of them, he was, kicked off of the social media platforms. He made his own called Cozy TV or something, where he would stream from, and he'd get an inflow of cash that was reasonable to survive on. But would it be enough to pay the taxes that are accrued by, when you build yourself up to a certain height, then your liability increases because you have a bigger house, you have more expensive things, and those things need to be maintained, taxes need to be paid, etc. So, maybe he's feeling the pinch, but maybe now that he's making a comeback, it's different.
Okay. I'm just asking Grocker his net worth. So, based on recent analyses, Fuentes' net worth is almost consistently placed in the 1 million to 2 million range. This reflects his ability to monetize a niche. Okay, blah. Yeah, so that's more than enough.
Yeah, that's okay.
To get a decent house and be mortgage free with it as well, which would be a fucking rarity, So let's say he is gay. He comes out as gay. What happens to Nick Fuentes? Does he have a stance on homosexuality? Is that part of his?
Well, he's Catholic, so that answers. Well, I mean, no, he's
so he can't. So if he comes out, if he comes out as gay, he's done essentially. Like, it's his fan base will desert him. He's going to be known as a fucking hypocrite. So only the most ardent fans will stick by him. He will become an open joke. He will actually become probably the biggest lol cow on the internet if he goes, okay, well, actually, guys, I am a flaming homosexual. And then it's like, okay, career over, cast to the wilderness. He essentially becomes Milo, and it ends up appearing in Sam Hyde's fish tank as a contestant or something like that. Like, so, yeah. I don't know. I can't find the rest of that Candice clip. Is probably not that important anyway. But he just goes on to defend himself that given his circumstances that he is fucking hated. There are so many people who would not like to kill him, would cause him serious harm, that he doesn't want to bring that to a family. It's very difficult for him to find a partner. He can't go on to Grindr or some other, or no, Grindr's the K one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Sorry. What's the straight one? Tinder or some dating site, and put himself out there because it's like, oh, there's Nick Fuentes. People will fuck with him. He doesn't know who he's going to meet. He's essentially a hate figure. He's known as a Nazi, an anti-Semite. So it's very difficult for him to find someone who will, one, be interested in him, two, who he can actually trust, and then to bring a family into that situation would be another question. I don't know. I'd imagine he has some sort of security at his house with his mother, but that could easily be transferred to, if he has his own house, well, then he could have a security then. But he also says he's a particularly lonely guy, that he, has no friends. He's been shat on numerous times. Anytime he's had a relationship with somebody, it's they turn out to stab him in the back. Now, we don't know how true that fucking is.
That actually, I have to hold you up on that. It has been pointed out that he has stabbed almost everyone in the back at some stage. You know what? Next week, I'm going to bring receipts. We're going to do a half hour on Fuentes. Next week, I will bullet point all of the people that he's fucked, including Ireland's very own, what do you call that fucking Ponce from Dublin?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Fuck.
Don't tell me if you get it, because I want to get it. It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Christ, you absolute swine. I hate this. Normally takes 15 minutes before it materializes in my mind. I have it.
Oh.
Gee, have you got it?
No.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. So, first name, part of the body. Second name, where you would bury a body.
What?
His first name.
Oh, why are we playing this?
because we're doing Nick. This is what would happen in Nick's house. Like, these are party games in Nick's house. And I have loads of kids, so this is how I get them to entertain myself and the children.
Okay.
So, his first name sounds like part of the body. You have two of these.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And his second name sounds like a place where you would actually bury a body. So there's only so many parts of your body that you have two of. This is if it's the person I'm thinking of. It might not be the person.
Maybe it's not. But also, you're asking me to employ two parts of my brain, like two different ways of thinking, and they're not going to make sense together.
Okay, so you have two hands.
All right.
What else have you got two of?
Balls?
No.
Eyes?
You walk on them.
Feet?
Yeah. So his first name sounds like feet.
What?
It's probably not the guy. I'm gonna say, are you thinking of Keith Woods? No.
Oh, Keith. What? No, that's not how rhymes work.
Keith and feet. Come on, man. How do Keith and feet not work? Not
All
rhyme.
right. Keith Woods. Oh my God, you buried.
Fucking hell.
All right, yeah, he stabbed Keith Woods in the back. Not that it was hard to fucking stab that guy in the back because of his, love affair with a balloon creature.
I don't know any
Brazil.
of this. Oh, that thing, yeah. The eager or whatever they're called.
But like, he's lonely because he's a dickhead, right? You know, as Carl from WATP says, if everyone you meet is an asshole, then that's a sure sign that you are the asshole.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah, we'll revisit it in a week because I don't know much about Nick. at all. I do know he's loathed or loathe. Again, some of his rhetoric is a bit off. But I think
he is a great speaker, though. When
without
he's
a
on
fucking
fire, he's on fire.
shadow of a doubt. I've never heard anybody who can talk for that long without umming or ahhing and doesn't miss a beat. A lot of it, again, I don't think reads from a script. It's just kind of off the top of his head. And there's danger in that as well, because as we know, once somebody starts talking off the top of their head, well, then eventually all the dirt starts spilling out eventually. So yeah, you're much more well versed than Nick, so you may well be right. I'm not saying he's not any of that, but I'm just not aware of it. So yeah, it'd be a good idea. Revisit it, gather some material, make
in the future.
Make a case, and then we'll have a poll, a dreaded poll. See if Nick is guilty. Well, we have to come up with the charges first. So the first charge is homosexual. Is he a homosexual? And then we'll work on other charges. We'll work on the charge sheet in the background. And then we'll have the trial of Nick Fuentes on next week's show, and the listeners and viewers will be.
I don't know. I think the jury will be out in 5 seconds, man, because actually, you know what? I'm not going to spoil it.
Okay, yeah, we'll revisit that. All right, so we'll put Nick to bed. It is past his bedtime. I think his mammy's probably tucking him in as we speak and reading him a bedtime story, giving him some custard, his nighttime custard.
Yeah, 7:30 in Chicago. Yeah, that's
bedtime.
He's going to bed now.
Betty bye times for Nick, little Nicky. All right, what else do we have?
Scallan. But by the way, you had me nervous there a few days ago about our crutch words.
Oh shit, yeah.
So I asked our viewers 2 days ago, viewers of the anti-broadcast, do you notice Morgan saying like and Howard saying as filter/crutch words? I want to know whether it's worth our time trying to get rid of them. 25% of 20 people said no, yes. Sorry, 25% said yes, 75% said no, and a majority of the comments were like, "What? What are you talking about?" Now I'm fucking hearing it.
Now we know this.
Yeah. So that was the same with me. You cursed me. God damn you.
Yeah, it didn't make any difference though, because I've been noticing you all night saying, and I haven't said like once, joking. No, but I look at that shit, so I download the transcript and just for fun, I see how many times we said fuck or shit or or ah or like, and the swear words are. You'd be amazed.
Off the charts.
Just week in, week out, spike. But that's the tone of the show. It's essentially we're just having a chat down the pub, really. So it's and it's mostly, it's completely unscripted. So we just come with material, we have a chat, and we just need to forget about it because it's a hangover from an earlier time, isn't it? Before we went on YouTube, where we were just constantly talking.
Just audio podcasts, so there was no visuals, so the most important thing were the words that were being said and the spaces between the words and what those words I said the words that were used to fill that space, because the mind kind of thinks, what can I put in here to distract from the fact that I'm not talking, and it's nonsense. And then when you start to think about it, it plays in your mind, and fuck that. Okay, so get rid of that. So yeah, we're going to Scallan, are we?
Okay. Yeah, what's he doing now? Is it fucking?
Yeah, he's showing himself for exactly what he was all along. I don't know. Well, was he always like this, or did he become this? Like we discussed earlier in the show, he's playing, him and the Gript team are playing this kind of gesture role to allow politicians to say things that they're not allowed to say. Like all those things, think about it, right? All those things that Ben Scallan got got these politicians to say, which we were admiring at the time, would they have been able to just stand up in the Dáil and say this without like some serious fucking backlash? It's a bit weird. All right, so I got you to send me this episode again so that I can cut it up. I wanted to find this black woman being racist of several times and making a short out of it and stuff like that. And when I started to watch it and try to seek through, try to find these moments, I lost all will to live. And I just gave up. I'll return to it again. However, what I did notice was this, and we didn't look at this when we're looking at this show, Dinner with the Enemy. We didn't see this part, right? Just watch this. This is fucking horrific.
Like, how many IPAS centres has the LGBT
Why are you standing outside
flags
IPAS
hanging
centres?
off
I
of
thought
it,
you,
like, you know?
thought you didn't feel safe from them. I'm pretty sure it looks a bit creepy and unsafe having a white Irish man stand outside an IPAS, and loads he is as well.
Do you see how fucking racist she is? It's just spewing out of her. But what I'm more offended about is the following scene.
Some of the views he expressed, while he's perfectly entitled to them, and there's nothing wrong with holding views that many people hold on immigration or various topics, I think you can phrase it in a way that ends up causing you a lot of trouble, which I think is unfortunately what he ran into.
He has a point, right? But it's such a scumbag move.
Yeah, he could have framed that in many different ways, like so.
Yeah, in a more, supportive way. And, we need to take into consideration that, he is being edited for effect and all that. But these are the words he said.
Yeah, and again, Ben is positioned as the respectable voice of opposition. So, it's not... Well, I've listened to Ben a couple of times on his podcast, and he talks like this all the fucking time, like... So
how do you mean?
Like fence sitting, like the ultimate kind of fence sitting, like someone could, that guy at the table could have said, like, listen, shut your mouth, you fucking nigger, right? And Ben would say, well, I don't necessarily agree with the word, but people should be allowed to use the word in certain circumstances. There's better ways to phrase the word and different words that could be used in that circumstance to bring about a more constructive conversation where certain outcomes can be reached and agreed upon. Just like Ben has when he asks a politician a question, like, and it's rich coming from me, but he goes on maybe 6 or 7 sentences too fucking long. It's like he just needs to stop where he is. And with that, he could have said, the guy's just talking in everyday terms. Like, he's not a trained journalist. He's not, in polite society. He's not being professional for the sake of a political interview. So he's just, and it's supposed to be dinner with the enemy. That's how people talk around a dinner table. You're supposed to be relaxed and, just be yourself. Ben is not doing that. Ben is still being Ben Scallan from Gripped Media because he's hyper aware, because he knows the fucking game. Whereas everyone else in the room soon forgets about the cameras. It's like they relax and get into it. Ben is a trained professional. So he's in there. He knows the cameras are running. He knows, okay, well, the last thing he can do is be himself because he's a public figure. And when someone is a public figure and their career depends on it, they won't be themselves. The only time we'll get to see Ben as himself is if someone goes into a pub or sitting down in a private setting with Ben and, manages to catch him on phone or some sort of recording device. Then you will see the real Ben. And I guarantee you the real Ben has said many a fucking thing that would be considered outrageous and would end his career in a heartbeat.
Or at least just not as rehearsed as he always seems to be.
Yeah, and again, he needs to stand up for the guy. Like, what did the guy even say that was so fucking egregious to begin with?
It was in the middle of a heated debate. I didn't have the fucking fortitude to even listen to it, but I just happened to catch that when I was seeking through, and he was making a good point. You don't see LGBT flags flying outside of IPAS centres.
Yeah, the guy was just being real, like, and speaking like the everyday common
Yeah.
Man, like, so
Well,
Ben is the type of guy where someone would say, like, 2 and 2 is 4. And
hmm.
Ben would go, well, actually, it's true that 2 and 2 is 4, but you probably could have phrased it by saying 3 plus 1 is 4. Therefore, it wouldn't be as divisive and as authoritative. It's almost authoritarian to say 2 plus 2 is 4, because there are many other ways to arrive at the number 4. And who's to say that a decimal system is the only system and that can be approved? Like, we have to start thinking in terms of binary numbers and hexadecimal. Yeah. So again, it's just, the point of having Ben on there is really pointless. It's just because he's a known, apparently, right leaning figure, but it's the respectable right. The same with if you had John McGurk on there as well. They're just, they are part of the establishment. It's like the second division establishment journalists, and they'll soon progress to first division because everyone else in the media has sold their souls long ago, and they've hitched their wagon to this kind of progressive Ireland that is slowly but surely dying. And we've seen the pivot with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And again, we'll see where Ben holds the people to account when they align with his supposed ideology.
Right. Yeah. There's a new program being set here, and Dinner with the Enemy was definitely part of that normalization of Scallan and his shite politics. Another example is this post he made a few days ago. Ireland moment. I have a problem from jump right there. Fuck you, Ben. Go back to Jamaica if you don't like it. Even for an Irish person, pure blood Irish person, to say Irish moment, it's like, ugh, dude, really? You shit. I shit over my own people, and I have to pray on it every night and say, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be such a piece of shit. I don't think Ben does, though. Install loads of chairs at the train station with no cover, so when it rains, which it does constantly because it's Ireland, they're unusable. This is his main fucking gripe during the course of his day, is that it rains.
He got his ass wet.
Or no, he just didn't sit down because he's a fucking pussy. And of course he was destroyed in the comments. Someone came along and said, "You've been spending too much time with those fruity journos in Dublin. Wipe it down with your sleeve and sit." This is the Irish way. And, you were talking about, look, this is how Irish people talk. This is, this is how we are. Ben has no clue about what that is. He's not one of us.
Yeah, he's pampered. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. You just, you know how it is. You go, you look at the seat, it's been raining, you go, oh, for fuck's sake. You pull your sleeve down over your arm, you just give it a fucking wipe, and then you sit your ass down. Or if you got a long enough jacket on, you just pull the jacket down behind your fucking knees and sit the fuck down, or stand up, but you don't post about it. Like, that's the gayest thing possible. Like, oh my God, look at the inconvenience I suffered today. I wasn't able to sit down at the train station and wait for the train. Just lean against the fucking wall.
Like right? But we do enough fucking sitting down. We have a sitting down epidemic in this, not just this country, but around the world. People are sitting down way too much. And you know what? It shortens your lifespan by 20%. Like, by that metric, I'm going to die next year. We could do with more standing up. So, like, there's so many ways to pull this guy apart. Like Jim Corden here, just get on with it. Man, you really are woke.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it is. It's woke right, woke left. It's all the same.
Yeah, it doesn't really fucking matter. And again, what do you expect? Like, so what, heated seats? The seats in bus stops and train stations, they're designed not to have people sit for more than 5 fucking minutes. Like, they're not comfortable. It annoyed the fuck out of me, especially bus stops, because the seat is essentially, that wide. on a bus stop seat. So you can't sit for more than a second, and you got to keep your back upright. But they're designed because they don't want homeless people essentially sleeping in the fucking bus shelters. And you can't make them out of mahogany and have them fucking upholstered, Ben, because they don't stand up well in the weather. So it's a case of, it's stainless steel and that's it. Yes, it rains. Okay, what do you want to do? Build a fucking like a little house for you, like, so put a telly in and access to the internet just in case you miss the story. What's this? Howard is actually standing in front of the podcast. He is. He's 4'2" in real life. That microphone in front of him there, that's a lapel mic. He borrowed that off Gavin Pepper. Yeah, the Ben is again. He's a fucking a pampered soul. I think. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a fucking rider before he went on to dating with the enemy. 4 bottles of champagne in the green room every morning. Certain level of 18th century Chippendale furniture for him to sit on, because he can only get comfortable in that. And demanded to be positioned in a certain seat, so he's always in frame on the camera, like so. Yeah, but we still Gript have done some good, but yeah, I don't know. They'd never set right with me. They're not my type of people. Pretty much the guy, whatever the fuck his name was, who finds our voices irritating. I find Ben's voice irritating, and I find John McGurk's voice irritating. But I wouldn't, banish them from the island purely because of that. I go beyond that and listen to what they're actually saying and what they're actually advocating for. And Ben is doing his job. It's like essentially cheering for a bin man when he arrives, picks up the bin and puts it in the bin lorry. And then you're saying, oh my God, look at the fucking bin man. Isn't he fucking amazing? I can't believe it. We should be so fucking happy to have this level of bin man in Ireland. He's doing his job. That's it. It's only because every other bin man would be emptying your fucking bin on the street and throwing the rubbish all around the ground.
Yeah.
And then blaming it on you. Calling it far right because he threw your fucking rubbish on the ground. Or moaning about the foreigners. Yeah, well, we need black bin men because, the white bin men keep throwing the rubbish on the ground. He's doing his job. And doing an okay job at doing his job. He's not doing anything groundbreaking. It just so happens that we live in a fucking... I don't know how to describe it. We live in this particular regime where asking actual question is considered a rebellious act. Where
isn't that weird?
Yeah.
How did we get here? I wonder.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that way. So Grip should be one of maybe 20 or 30.
Yeah.
Media outlets.
But they're not. That says something right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're not. And we got 2, maybe 3. I don't fucking know. Owned by 1 or 2 companies. I don't think it's much different anywhere else. I think I need to look at other countries with similar population sizes and see what their media outlets look like. Right. If they've got, how many newspapers they have, television stations, radio stations, the likes of that for a good comparison.
Seychelles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this island off of India, isn't it? Yeah, in the Indian Ocean.
Not sure.
Like it's I don't know, the size of Galway in area and population, I think, and it's basically run by the judiciary. And I happen to know the son of the judge that kind of is this fucking almost dictator of this island. It's all tied up. It's I think the smaller you get, the more obvious things are. Greece has the same situation where it's easy to tell when something's wrong because everyone knows each other. It's that relatively small, but we have this thing of where it's popular again to criticize Russia. Where we say, all the politicians and Putin, tied up with the what's that word that we like to use? Oligarchs, the criminals, yeah. And then the media is tightly controlled by the state. Huh? Oh, sorry. Are we living in the same fucking country, you and I, at
Yeah.
all? What's going on here?
Yeah, the people can't see it on their own doorstep. They're almost blind to it.
It's weird.
Yeah, but I think it's a cope, isn't it? It's like, well, let's point over there instead of look at our fucking selves in the country we live in here. Yeah, and what was I thinking of? Yeah, the situation with the guards, just talking about smaller countries. So I think last week when we were talking about Philip Dwyer and that, and we were talking about the fact that 228 people had died in or directly after Garda custody, and someone in the comments mentioned something about isn't the anti-police angle done to death, and some people deserve a smack of the baton and stuff like that. And I responded, yeah, I get that. It is overdone, and it can become kind of passe and counterproductive to constantly be banging the drum about anti-police that this. I don't think we've done that. I think we've mentioned it a few times. If it comes up in the news cycle, we tend to comment on it. But you can't forget about it because now, the number is not 228. The number is 331 people have now died either directly in or after Garda custody in Ireland in the last custody. That's Nick Fuentes and his custody. You see that I can only hide the Dublin for so long and it comes out custody. You know what I mean? Fucking, I tell you what, right? See those cunts, those dirty piggy bollockses. Fucking 331 people died in custody.
The rest of the show. Do the rest of the show in Dublin.
Died in fucking custody in the pigs fucking gaff there. You know what I mean? That way. You know what I mean? Anyways, so I was looking at the fucking yolks in the thing, and your man said to me, he said, if you look at Europe, right? All the countries, I don't know how many countries there are in Europe, fucking 8, 9, 107, something like that. I don't fucking know, but there's loads of them anyway, right? All these countries. And Ireland, number fucking 1 in Europe, the whole of Europe, for people who died in, I can't do that any longer.
All right.
Number 1 in the whole of Europe. We topped the leaderboard for people who died in Garda custody, either in or directly after Garda custody. And taking the whole world into consideration. Now think of the whole fucking world. Number 5 on the leaderboard.
Sorry, is North Korea in that ranking?
I don't know if they count how they account.
Well, I suppose they're not going to come out and tell us how many people they murdered.
That is a kind of a caveat.
Okay.
So the reasoning is that Ireland.
So we're probably number 10.
Maybe, yeah. So number 10,
153 countries.
Yeah, it's not bad. Is it?
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah,
we're doing okay. So the reasoning is that Ireland, because we're so forthright and upcoming and transparent about our deaths in police custody, that other countries might be hiding the actual true figures. But even Europe, we take the rest of the world out of the equation for the moment and just look at
glorious Europe, the garden of civilization, outside of which is the jungle. Yeah.
We're number 1. Yeah, baby. We're in the lead for people who die in Garda custody and police custody or just after. Because, you don't want to put on all the paperwork that they died in custody. So, wait till they're just about to die, then release them, push them out the door, and then, the numbers aren't that bad. He didn't die in custody. Granted, he died as soon as he left the fucking property or the curtilage of the Garda station. He died on the footpath outside the Garda station. But shocking. And I can only take it that because the vast majority of people will never come into contact with the guards and can never see themselves being part of those statistics, that it's like, oh, well, it's overdone and, some people deserve a smack of the baton. And that's true, but that's a dangerous path to go down because...
I mean, that should be the exception. It can't be the rule. Do you understand the distinction I'm making? Help me articulate that, my friend.
Yeah, you can't have a society where, just because you think somebody deserves a beating, that it's okay for a police force to beat the shit out of somebody. It's a failure on behalf of a police force if they have to resort to violence. Now sometimes, you have to, like Howard said, it's the exception. So if somebody does have a knife up to somebody's neck, if somebody has a gun and they're going to kill, well, then you have to do it because, you know, unfortunately, it is a case of the greater good that we have to kill this guy in order to save the lives of, you know, 5,
Right.
10, 2 innocent children. But not in just as a general response to any sort of crime is to start beating the shit out of people and chimping the fuck out. Now, I did look into that story last week because we were missing the beginning of what happened in that petrol station in Circle K.
All right.
And I don't know if this is true again because people just don't fucking post anything beyond 3 lines on X, or it's rumored, but it was rumored that the guy was holding up the petrol station and had a knife. But we didn't see the knife. And people were making the argument that, oh, well, because he had a knife and because he was committing a crime, well, then it was okay for the cop to go buck fucking wild and possibly kill the guy because of that. I don't want that. Like, use reasonable force. You know, actually, if they could be trusted, give them fucking tasers in that instant. Give them, you know, pepper spray guns. Give them less than lethal weapons, like one of those fucking balls of pebbles or whatever it is that they can take a perpetrator down if he has a knife. But the problem is we can't give these fuckers any level of weaponry because they just go buck wild, and it's the first port to call for a lot of these people. And I don't trust the fucking guards. Not because, you know, I'm some scumbag. It's just because case after case after case after case where they abuse their powers, and, you know, 331 people have died in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Bananas, like wild. Like the figures are wild, even compared to the UK, the whole of Europe. Think about it, the whole of fucking Europe. And we hold ourselves up as if we're some sort of paragon of fucking virtue because the guards aren't armed. The only reason they're not armed is because the citizenry is so fucking weak. They don't even need weapons to control us, for Christ's sake. Like, anyway, I just wanted to kind of punctuate that. But that's why we say it, because it's, you know, no civilized society should be where you're proud. You're not even proud that you're bemoaning the fact that they don't use more force. And 331 people a year or in 15 years died in their custody, and you want them to use more force because somebody committed a crime.
I mean, if you're going down the direction of Aontu, who, after Newtown Mount Kennedy, may we never forget, this was the first time that the regime openly used violence against the people in this particular theater of battle. Whether I forget was Pater Tobin or the Aontu account itself, I forget, and it's, you know, it's since deleted. The day after came out and basically said, "Oh, those poor Gardaí! How dare the people do this to the poor Gardaí?" When they should have known better. Maybe they did know better. I'm willing to bet that, you know, if they're any way aware of what's going on social media, they did see the extreme brutality on behalf of the Gardaí. Like, it's statist fucking shitbags, man. So if the likes of John McGurk want to, you know, co-sign that kind of mentality, please be my guest. You know, like, let everyone know who you are. And I think we know who they are. The fucking radical center.
Yeah. And if people are worried about, you know, far-right terrorist organizations, look no further than on Garda Síochána. Like, if you want to be worried about gangs of fucking psychopaths roaming the streets and causing issues for people and stitching people up and snatching people out of their houses and what have you, left, right, and center. But people don't want to look. People just don't want to look, because if you accept that, well, then you have to start questioning, well, hang on a minute. But I think it's because the vast majority of people can just never see themselves in that position. And anyone who finds himself in that position, the default knee-jerk reaction is, oh, well, they must deserve it. And if only the guards were that bit harder, sure, nobody would commit crimes ever. Like, we need to start flogging people in the streets. But there is an argument for that. But do you want to live in that society? And I think a lot of people fucking would be happy, and that's what McGurk. That's my concern about these guys. If and when they do get the power, and I'm not talking about our guys. I'm talking about these guys who will now fill the void. That you'll have people begging, essentially, for crackdowns, like not only a crackdown on immigration, but a crackdown on every fucking thing. And then they'll want that kind of fascist state, and they'll get it. I think that's what a lot of people miss when they think when they label people as far right. Like you couldn't get people more further away from fucking a fascist state or an authoritarian state. Like that's not what I fucking want. I don't know anyone in their right mind who wants that, unless you're running the state, well then fair enough, there's an argument to be made. Like, well, if I'm the fascist, if I'm the chief authoritarian, well, happy fucking days. Or if I'm an inner party member, well then great. But I don't see that happening. But if you're on the receiving end of it, well then it's a fucking nightmare. And it doesn't matter if it's, flavored with a bit of right ideology or left on it. It's all horseshit. Like it makes no difference. Really, it just depends. Do you want to be kicked in the face with a red boot or a blue boot? Take your choice,
Yeah, that's like at the end of the day, there's really no difference. It's like, oh well, yeah, we're coming down hard on what you're going to say online. Like we see that in a nascent form in the rise of the right in America. That's kind of bleeding over into here now, where we didn't discuss this, but one thing I would agree with Nick Fuentes on is his admiration for Joseph Stalin, which I think Tucker Carlson discussed with him. And it's not like, oh, he's great, he did everything perfectly. No, it's no, he's a fascinating fucking historical figure, and supposedly that is that writes you off, according to both the left and the right in public discourse. Well, how come you can't just say, oh yeah, you know what, Stalin, fascinating. He's actually my favorite figure in history because of X, Y, and Z. It's not that I want to be that. Don't you understand that kind of thing? And this is the ambiguity, or rather the subtlety, that gets lost in extremism, where a new power comes in and it's a blanket ban on X, Y, or Z because we need to get things back to our way of thinking. And if I don't care whether it's left or right who comes along and tells me I can't say X, I can't say Y, I'm going to fucking say that. I love Joseph Stalin. I think he's very misunderstood, and he has a lot of propaganda that is still working against him 100 years after it was first planted by fucking Trotsky. Think about it. Maybe we need to revisit Stalin. Maybe we need to revisit Hitler, like fucking Julius Caesar, Come on, let's look at these guys.
I think there's a hammer and sickle appearing in that cloud over your head there on the screen. Like the screen will slowly change to a USSR flag. All right, I need a cup of tea. What time? Where are we at? 2:00. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But have a break, right. And then I'll come back and we'll see where we go from here. Like.
Yeah, sounds good to me, man. I'll put on Dublin Port and a bit of music.
Cool.
Gavin Doughty ruled the scene. Ruled the scene. GA hero with 6 rings. What a scene. What a scene. Jumping by the touch of chat, fiery sand. But Brent Street's not just a one-man band. Clutch it 300 like a miser typist. 16 years of red, rip off, twisted twist. Lied to be NFL till the hack blew the lid. Journo 10 strikes back, boom, you're mid, skin to skin. Gavin gave up, he couldn't take the heat. Gavin gave up, collapsed in defeat. Gavin gave up, bled like a plunk from the fray. Gavin gave up, 2 queens left to slay. Yes, so that puppet, no been in the mix. Ain't getting locked on my mix. Tell zombie with aviation tricks. Get cut, jumping on scan, hypocrite parade. Clutch to 300 like a miser side fist. 16 years of Brent, rip off, twisted twist. Lied to be NFL till the hack blew the lid. Journo 10 strikes back, boom, you're mid, skin to skin. Gavin gave up, he couldn't take the heat. Gavin gave up, collapsed in defeat. Gavin gave up, bled like a plunk from the fray. Gavin gave up, 2 broads left today.
God, that was an awful fade out. Sorry about that, folks. Dr. Crispy said that Mussolini than Joseph Stalin. I'd like to hear why. I never really looked into Mussolini. I just kind of always used him as a... okay, Morgan says he just needs 5 minutes. All right, that's fine. We can have a chat amongst ourselves. I'm curious because I only ever really looked at Dennis Carr. Don't get cheeky. No, we need to make this worth our while. And by worth our while, I mean at least cover a portion of the costs that it takes to run this show. Imagine that. It takes manpower and fucking energy to put on a show. Anyway, I only ever used Mussolini as a quote farm, you know, like his definition of fascism, the marriage between the state and corporations, which I later realized I'm kind of misusing because back in the day that meant more of like the what do you call them? The guilds, you know, certain societies that taught and licensed the practice of certain skills and industries. You know, we have come so far in the last 100 years. It's amazing. It's actually breakneck, really. We are very, very like our ancestors, but at the same time, we are totally alienated from a lot of things that they knew and grew up with. I mean, things like faith and surface level culture and mores. You know, that's just the tip of the iceberg. What we are missing is the class system that we used to have here in Europe. And Mussolini was, I suppose, speaking without education here about Mussolini, I suppose was speaking to that class system that you know, those you know, this sections of society need to work with the state, which is an interesting way of doing things. However, if we're going to talk about fascism as the corporation, the modern corporation married to the state, that's fucking dangerous. That's what I was trying to warn against when I used that quote. So what is it about Mussolini? I'd like to hear about him. I could go and look myself. This is the age of the internet. I could ask Grok or ChatGPT, but I'd rather hear from Dr. Crispy because he's a human being, and I like asking human beings questions and hearing human beings give answers. It's why I still use X/Twitter, despite the fact that it depresses the shit out of me. It's not a healthy thing, but I go back to it every day. Dennis Carr asks, is Brussels the Rome now? Yeah, it's the new Rome. Russia tried to do it, you know, at the tail end of the Middle Ages there. You know, they wanted to replace Constantinople. You had Rome, then you had Constantinople, and now I guess you have Brussels. It's interesting to look into where the EU came from. Of course, the EEC, I'm sure you're old enough to remember that. That was the precursor to the EU, for those who don't know that. I would hope that you all do. That was hammered together by the surviving industrialists from the Third Reich, you know, Germany. So I guess it's the Fourth Reich or the Third Rome. I don't know. It's one of those anyway. Dr. Crispy says, I'm a roller too, baby. I'm a rocker. Is that in reference to the AI song? New, sorry. Hang on a minute. Dennis, what are you sorry for? What are you sorry for? That makes no sense, man. I see no reason why presumably Irishman, or any man really, should have to say sorry for himself. Did I say something to condescend to you? That's not how we do things around here. Morgan's back in the green room. I think I hurt someone's feelings unnecessarily in the chat there.
What now?
I don't know. He made a comment, and I gave my opinion, and he says, "Sorry, new." He asked, "Is Brussels the Rome now?"
Oh, as in EU, Brussels.
Yeah. No, nobody thinks of Brussels any time ever, really, except for when it's oppressing us.
Yeah, the empire never ended. There is no new
No.
empire. It never ended.
Neither did feudalism.
As Philip K. Dick would say. Or I started today, fans of Philip K. Dick are called dickheads. Who knew?
That's brilliant.
I'm a little bit upset. I lost out in an auction. I'm fucking gutted. I was bidding on chairs, 6 mid-century kitchen chairs. I lost out by a tenner. Someone outbid me, but I reached my limit. But they were worth $2,000. And my maximum was.
How much did they sell for?
€120.
Oh, fuck off!
Yeah, plus the commission.
Look, my cousin has become a antiques hunter now, and he's filling his mother's house with fucking antiques.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right?
Something's only worth as much as you can sell it for as well. So you end up stuck with a load of shite.
But the thing is that this stuff is actually worth stuff.
Oh yeah,
and he gets it for as they say, pennies on the dollar. You got to get out there, guys, and fucking look for stuff that's worth things. Look for things that are worth stuff. Wait, sorry, never mind. But you know what I mean. Because out there, right? And this is what my cousin said. There's fucking Ukrainians. They're going around to fucking antique stores and secondhand stores and buying all the gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're an industrious fucking lot, these bastards. Yeah, there's a lot of good, there's a lot of shite as well. Especially small auctioneers, country auctions. It's mostly shite, but every now and again, something of real value does come up. Yeah, the problem, I think anyone gets into it, you get an eye for it as well, so you immediately spot something that's well worth it. But then so does 50 other fucking people as well, But yeah, and it's dangerous. It's an addiction as well. It's essentially like gambling, just the adrenaline rush of an auction and stuff.
That's what came to mind when you were saying about auction, because you mentioned auctions a few times.
Yeah, and that's you have your limits, but you don't really. You have like 6 limits. It's like, okay, I'm limiting myself at this, and then it becomes a battle. Well, I'm not letting this cunt get it. But yeah, there's some good auctions out there. Some of them are way out of my league. You just furniture 3 and 4 grand. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with people? But you do need the space though. You need some sort of storage container or something like that to keep stuff in.
And then that is a liability, so you need to make sure that you're actually turning a profit to justify that storage. Unit.
Yeah, it's a rough game. It's a good hobby though. And even for your house, just my kitchen table, I think to buy it is. You'd pay 2 or 3 grand. I got it for €80 on an auction site. Just so happens to have a friend with a huge van, so that helps. You're not going to fit it in your car, and especially now, autumn, winter is a great time to buy furniture because nobody's buying or brown furniture as well. But I now I'm saying, particularly gay, if that guy from earlier Amazon, he'd be having a D4 meltdown. Mid-century furniture, I love it. Anything from the 50s is amazing, and especially Art Deco stuff as well. It's I love Art Deco. If I could get an Art Deco house and just from fucking roof to floor, it would be amazeballs, as the D4 heads would say. But in Ireland, there's no. Do you know those Storage War type shows?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So again, I watch them because they're anyone interested in that. I still watch the Antiques Roadshow if I watch television. I used to love that. Maybe that's where I got it from as a kid, just watching the Antiques Roadshow on BBC.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they don't do them in Ireland. It's considered obscene. So there's lots of storage units that people fail to keep payments on, but the owners of the storage units won't put them up for auction. They'll just donate all the goods to charity because they consider it to be somewhat obscene that if someone falls on hard times that you sell all their household belongings, which is a nice way to look at it, because I've looked at some of these guys online. I think all the TV storage shows are gone, which they were horsing anyway, because like any American reality television, it's 95% scripted.
Yeah,
But
storage wars.
Yeah, oh look, just so happens there's $8 billion in this storage unit.
Oh my God, a dead body.
Yeah. But guys who do it with their YouTube channels, like, it is kind of disgusting just watching them rifle through people's possessions, pull them apart, dump their clothes out on the ground, in the hopes that they make a few fucking shekels. But yeah, I think there's more respect in an auction where somebody's either passed away or they've voluntarily selling the stuff. So that's a nicer way to do it. But yeah, that was a kick in the balls, because I wanted those chairs for the kitchen.
Oh God, what were they again? Sorry.
They were Danish mid-century chairs. So any kind of mid-century furniture always goes for a fortune, So if you can pick any of those mid-century chairs up, or mid-century furniture, it goes like hotcakes, especially the G-plan stuff. Any Danish mid-century furniture, again, grab it if you can. And it looks fucking amazing. Well, I think anyway, like it has a kind of beautiful minimalist aesthetic to it. Geez, we're getting really gay now.
So, well, let me pivot. So you've been around on the circuit for online auctions. Have you ever at least suspected that you were part of an online auction that was in one of those shows? Like, every time I go to visit my grandmother in the evening, she sticks on this show where 3 different people bring 1 or 2 or maybe even 5 different things that they're going to auction off. That's like it's a doll from the fucking 1800s or something. Like, have you ever thought, am I actually on ITV right now?
No,
Okay.
I haven't thought that.
Okay. I don't know, man. Those shows fascinate me. These things you can just, like, they're just lying around, in random attics and shit. You could easily scam an old person, say, "Here, look, not only will I clean your attic, I'll give you €100 for the pleasure of doing so."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, all right. I'm going to die soon anyway. Go ahead.
Yes,
and then
I've seen shows like that as well, where people clearly scam. Those pawn shows, like, yeah, I'll give you €200 for it, and then it's worth like fucking $8,000 or $10,000 or something like that. Yeah, people are pieces of shit. Probably full of woodworm, Morgan. Maybe. You never know. That's the problem with an online auction. They do have photos, but they're
rolling the dice. Yeah.
They give descriptions, fair, good, excellent condition. But you're right. If you're going to buy it properly, well, then you need to get your ass into the showroom and have a look. But a lot of these auction sites, they don't actually allow people in. And most of it's George, what's that? I have a 1985 fiver. I have a couple of coins. I have a couple of maybe kind of 15, 20 JFK silver dollars.
Ooh,
a couple of English coins, and some Nazi memorabilia, Nazi coins. Yeah, I didn't actively seek them out. I just came across them. But I think you can still sell them in Ireland. There's any laws in Ireland about selling Nazi memorabilia. I think maybe the UK, Germany, a couple of other countries you can't. But in Ireland, it's okay. You go into a couple of antique shops, you see a lot of kind of World War I and World War II, German military as well. Yeah, but it can become pretty expensive if you get too deep into it. So,
oh yeah.
Luckily, I'm poor as fuck, so I don't I don't bid on anything very often. Like,
yeah, I had a phase there a few years ago where if I had any like serious amount of money, I would have gambled it away because I had a gambling phase.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe I just currently and always will have a gambling personality. I'm not sure, but I do love going out and finding stuff that, one person doesn't necessarily know or care about the value of, and then finding someone who knows the value of it. It's like, I don't know. I think maybe I'm part Jewish. I have to look into that.
Yeah, there has to be a happy middle ground where, you give somebody a fair price, but you got to take into consider, if you're doing it as a business, like, you have to take into account, well, okay, I've driven out here, I've actually, told you what it's worth and given you a fair price for it. But then I imagine that's kind of contingent on the other person being fair-minded as well, because if you tell someone, well, listen, this is worth $3,000, I'm going to give you a grand for it, and if they're asking 200 and it's worth $3,000, like, do you just go, okay, well, give me the 200, but actually, or you say, listen, well, that's actually worth $3,000, so here's what I'll do, I'll give you $1.50 for it, because if I take it from you now, like, I have to clean it, and then I have to advertise it, I have to put it in auction, pay fees, and the other person's going to go, no, fuck you, like, it's worth $3,000, I'll keep it. So maybe the fair thing would be like, okay, do you want 200? Okay, I'll take your 200. Take the 200, go away, sell it for $3,000, revisit the person, say, listen, that thing I bought off you for €200, it actually went for $3,000. Here's an extra €800. If you find anything else, let me know, or spread the word around. But I don't think people in general are like that. I don't think I am either. I like to think I am, but I'd probably conveniently forget. But I don't think I would undercut someone that much if I saw something and go, oh, well, that's actually worth a lot, I'm going to rob you fucking blind, I don't think I could do it. I couldn't.
Yeah, I've went through my my flea market grifting fucking phase on the show before. I've done some terrible things in terms of taking money off of people that I really, really didn't deserve to receive. But I've grown a conscience myself because I started to be a merchant in other areas of life, and I realized that actually, no, I'm harming people here, and life kind of humbles you as you go, Anyway, so I don't know, man. You would like to think that you're not a scumbag, but who knows?
If there was some way of knowing just by looking at a person, it would be so much easier. Like, beyond ginger hair, All right.
All right. What are we doing here?
I'm not sure. Right, let's have a look in the bin. We never use the Discord bin. We put everything into the bin, but we very rarely.
Dig anything out of it. Yeah.
Let me have a look.
Find. You go ahead.
All right.
So Dennis Carr, welcome to the family. You subscribed, great. You're slow to catch on what's going on here, but you're getting the hang of it, and you'll soon be one of us. But no, he's already kind of one of us, because I posted in the chat while we were on break. I said, if you enjoy this show, put a few coins in our cup, and I posted the buy me a coffee link. And what was his reaction? It was brilliant. It was spot on. It was 100% Irish. Let's see what is. Yeah, don't get cheeky.
Right. Actually, I forgot something. I forgot some very important news.
Oh.
Thai Kiki.
Oh my God, how did we forget about this Class A fucking prick?
We've been waiting for quite some time.
I never believed that this would happen.
Yeah.
All of his dry, drunk fucking promises that just vanished into the air. I know, and I say that with humility and compassion because I am him. But he finally came through.
Yeah, well, we'll know on excuse me. We'll know on Monday, because Monday will be the first in a 5-part episode of their new anti-imperialist satire show called Now, NOOW, with him and his co-host, can't remember her name, some Spanish bird who's apparently, by Tig's account, hilarious and talented and super cute.
She's flaming hot, like, you know. When I saw the picture of her with, what was it, the rifle in her hands?
Yeah.
Or the dog? Or was it both?
Could have been both. Could have been a dog in the left hand and a
Like
rifle
you couldn't. Oh my God! Like, fucking, you know,
Yeah, we need to get you laid, man. That's the fucking. We need to stick you on a train from Galway up to Dublin with a joint cock shoved down your trousers. Where is it? Comedy. Yeah. So Tig's thing is called Comedy Intifada, and not ironically, that's what he's actually named it. So yeah, so Monday we'll be watching it. I've looked on YouTube for the channel, can't find it. Irish Flag 5 for a tenner.
How big are they? And what are they made of? Like, what are they, like, just A4 pages your child just scribbled in green, white, and gold?
Yeah, I'll take 10, but I want them in blue. I'll only accept them in blue.
Blue with 8 stars.
Right. Tig. So he released the little YouTube video. Let us know
Okay.
upcoming show. So we'll have a look at it now.
So it's not out yet?
No, Monday. Monday. So this Monday.
Is it going to be premiered?
I don't know, because I can't find the fucking YouTube channel. I don't know if it's me or if they don't have a YouTube channel. Like, I haven't seen any advertising for this at all, like, other than Tig releasing his fucking thing. But he's his massive following will probably be
what
enough.
happened to the left? You know, like, it was like 130 years ago. They murdered fucking monarchs and set up fucking parallel governments and shit, and now they can't even fucking,
advertise a comedy show.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is going on here, man?
I don't know. They're busy saving fucking brown people somewhere and self-flagellating and, atoning for the sins of whiteness. And, like, it's, Jesus Christ, like, it's like a mass suicide and a cult. It's like they'll all just fucking kill themselves out of shame, guilt. And then a new left will arise. It's embarrassing, though, what the left has become, or elements of it, or what represents the left. Righty.
So are we doing a live show to cover this on Monday?
Perhaps, if I can find the fucking YouTube channel, because he did mention something about Instagram or some shit like that. But I'll have a look tomorrow. Like I said, it may just be me. It may be YouTube, because it's going to be a new channel, so it doesn't show up immediately when you search for it. But I'll find it. Like, even a link would have done, Tig. A fucking link in your video. If there's a link there and I've missed it, well then that's on me, and I'll apologize. But I didn't see it. It wasn't very clear. It should have been there at the start of where we can actually find you. But no.
Can you believe it? I can, actually. Yeah, I can totally believe it. In one ear, eye out the other.
Yeah. So this is just to give anyone who's not familiar with Tig. This is like just a 30-odd second clip of some of his previous work. So, and these titles here, they aren't done by me. A lot of the time I will fuck around. Put titles, but these is genuinely aren't mine. These are from the promo piece. So I think this is from the 2023 or 24 Fringe Edinburgh Festival.
Oh, okay.
Where he
Because that's good that he made the. Sorry, I cut across you. That's good that he made that title himself, because now I have a great idea for a parody that we can make. It's called "In One Hole Out the Other," where he's chronic alcoholic, so he drinks booze and nothing else comes out the other end but water, liquids.
Straight funnel.
Yeah,
just a fountain of youth for Ty. Drinks a can straight out, back up, in and out, around and round it goes.
Oh God!
Yeah, so this show was, I think it was the most nominated show for something or other. It didn't win a prize, but it was the most nominated show, which is why anyone would brag about that is a fucking mystery to me. Like, we never win anything, but we're the most nominated show. I think all the shows in the Fringe Festival are nominated. But anyway, I don't want to poison the well. So we'll have a listen. Dublin Fringe, sorry.
From the time I was very young, there was really just one thing I wanted to be when I grew up. And that was an alcoholic. Creep up behind him, chat, 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 pick my moment, and I'll go, They're like, huh? I'm like, huh? What she said? Do you know what? Just kind of fucking dazzle him for a second or two, as I suppose I did with you every time I'd open a can.
What is this? What's happening? Is this a one-man theater, like postmodern thing?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. Like, we saw that like he's used that routine in some of the stand-up when we watched before, where he tells that story of he'd have a can and then he'd walk down the street, Patrick Street in Cork, and he'd see people in front of him and he would just walk up to them and like get in their way and say, "Hey, how you going? Hey, what are you doing?"
Oh, I remember that bit. Yeah,
and that's it. There's no punchline to the fucking joke. It's just like, oh, right, so you're just being a nuisance.
Oh, that was weird. But you know what? That was actually like slightly funny. And you could imagine how it would be even, a knee slapper if it was, done right. But this, what is this? Did you edit this to make it not funny?
No. I didn't.
Who made this?
I don't know. It's from his channel. I typed into Google, Ty Kicky, one-man show. This is what came up. So this has to be him editing it and then taking reviews from various papers and,
this
putting
is weird.
The titles over it. Yeah, because it seems like there's nobody in the building, or at least nobody's laughing. And this is the highlights.
Jesus.
So, like, I don't know. Like, we'll see if we can hear anybody in the crowd. Like, this is fucking mental.
There's not even a pity chuckle.
Nothing. Like, just pure silence. So I think it's like that. When someone looks at like abstract art, and in their heart of heart, they think like, this is fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say it out loud because, you're looking at art and you don't want to appear like a fucking Philistine. So, people, oh yeah, well, I can see what the artist was trying to do. Like the darkness and the squiggles remind me of life's journey from birth to death. It is essentially one winding road of squiggles, and the red invokes memories of passions long past. You just talk shit because there's nothing there, so you have to make something up. So I think people went here probably initially thinking it's a comedy, but then got so confused because nothing was fucking funny. So they have to, well, this is obviously some, there's some deep metaphor here that I'm missing. And then because he mentions like an alcoholism, it's like, oh, well, then everyone has to be, oh my God, I can't believe it's amazing. Like he's talking about alcoholism. He had a struggle. If you had a struggle, we can't criticize him or say, oh shit, because he has some struggle. So it's like the fucking, I have an illness, or my child has this, or fucking something. Like one of those X Factor shows, unless the person is desperately struggling with some personal issue, they're not getting through. So maybe it was this with Tyke. That's all he has is this fucking. He used to be, or he's a recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, start from the beginning,
Yeah.
especially because Dr. Crispy wants to see it again.
Yeah, with
because
tits,
he was
apparently,
in the
like,
bog.
like what's going on? Like, pull your jumper down, Tyke, for fuck's sake, man. Okay, and I'm sorry, but anyone who does a one-man show, it better be fucking brilliant, or you know, get out of the game, like. There's most nominated show.
Most nominated. And who ever heard of the fucking Dublin Fringe Festival?
I
What
know.
is that?
I don't know. It's the Fringe Festival of Fringe Festivals. Most nominated show. Like, oh my god, that's like the fucking, you know, you came last in the race. Like, so it's the achievement award is what he got. He didn't even win the achievement award. It's just like hardest trier award. 2019 Thai Kiki.
From the time I was very young, you know, there was really just one thing I wanted to be when I grew up, and that was an alcoholic. Creep up behind him, chat, 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 pick my moment, and I'll go, They're like, huh? I'm like, huh? What she said? Do you know what? Just kind of fucking dazzle him for a second or two, as I suppose I did with E. Every time I'd open a can, Fergal's waddle would throb.
So you know what? Now I remember when we listened to him do that one in Cork, right? When we first discovered him, what was it, like 10 years ago? I don't know. He got laughs.
He got pity laughs, which is
yeah. Well, that's
an
it.
orgasm.
Yeah. No, it was more like hypnotic laughs. Like, I am going to a comedy show, so I expect to laugh. Oh, someone said something that the intonation sounds like it is a joke, so I will laugh.
Yeah. It was shit, and I think he kept at it until he got a laugh. So the people felt pressured, like into actually laughing. It's like a hostage situation. It's like, I'm going to continue with this punchline until some fucker laughs. And then he got a couple of uncomfortable. I see what you're doing there. Like, okay.
So, by the way, before you press play, I was asked to show the Spanish bird. She's actually a Spanish Romanian. I couldn't find the fucking picture where she had the gun. Like, it was real fucking, real communist revolutionary fucking image. It was fucking class. She was dressed like, picture like Laura Croft or G.I. Jane, It was fucking class.
Don't fall in love with this fucking woman. You're hopeless, like with these fucking women. So stick with Candice. Whatever you sticking with Candice, you're not allowed to fall in love with this. Candice. Oh, beg your pardon. I'm too sorry. I apologize.
How dare you,
Candice, for me, Candida, as I call her.
All right.
Well, that's actually Tig, isn't it? Tig is Candida. That's
Yeah.
his trans name.
Oh, great. Okay, that's going into the parody. All right, go on.
It was kind of a case of now, don't get me wrong, I know there's a bit of planning involved here. We'd have to get the gravediggers involved early, but I would love, if possible, the theme tune to Super Mario Brothers as the coffin is going into the ground. And she said, because son, you've always been my gold medal.
This is on his channel.
Yeah.
He put this on the internet.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't fucking know.
Could he at least, found some kind of soundbite of people laughing, add a little reverb to it, so it
even some
like
canned laughter would fucking do the job, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, take a page from Friends or The Big Bang Theory. Come on.
Yeah, I look at the reviews. Like, this would make you worry sincerely about these, but
all right,
people like so
illuminating,
affecting in surprising ways.
Fergal.
I don't know. But it would help if there was some context to, like, well, who's Fergal? Maybe
who's Fergal? So it's obviously not. It's not Tag, unless he's known. Maybe he's Tag Fergal.
Well, Fergal's obviously a character in this one-man fucking show of his. Like, so there's him and Fergal, the other alcoholic who used to sit in an alleyway with and drink.
Oh God, we really need to fucking, like, Nick's budget. I swear to God, whatever party is going to increase the fucking mental health budget, I'm voting for. I don't care if it's the Social Democrats, whoever. Just do it.
Illuminating, affecting in surprising ways. Fergal's story will stay with you for days. Days? That's hardly a glowing book and reviews. It will stay with you for days. Curries that have stayed with me for days. Fucking hell. It's the Sunday Business Post, okay. So illuminating. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe they were talking about the Christmas tree in the background there or something. Like they got it mixed up. They thought that was the show. Illuminating, dazzling, flickering performance by the lights in the background. 3 sellout Dublin runs. Okay.
Because they didn't know what they were going to see, because they never heard of him before. So, of course, yeah.
In a 6-seater studio. Okay. Both funny and poignant. A brave, risky performance. This is exciting work. The Independent. Okay. Well,
Ole says Fergal is his only friend, imaginary.
There we go. And Fergal passed away. Fergal committed suicide last week, unfortunately. Absolutely brilliant. Watch out for the ending. Mario Rosenstock. All right, that's that. What's that impersonator, isn't it? From RTE, who does all the like Michael D. Higgins impersonations and all that kind of shite. He recently wrote an article for some newspaper who came out and said that you're not allowed to say what you want on the Late Late Show if you're a guest. Shock horror. We never fucking knew. He said you weren't allowed to talk about Palestine or the Jews or immigration because they come into you before the show and ask you what you're going to say on the show. And then the guys who, whatever they're called in the industry, the guys who pre-interviewed him say, well, no, you can't really say that. We prefer if you stayed away from that. And he said, well, then you kind of have to go with that because if you don't, you won't get asked back on the show again. So well done, Mario, for being brave. Like 15 years after everybody else on the fucking island knew that's how it was. Oh, here we go.
Ground. And she said, because son, you've always been my gold medal. And she took the medal off herself and put it on me.
Me again. I just called to let you know that myself and Nicole Jenny's news satire show, Now, Not on Our Watch, is released.
Isn't it
this
new?
Monday, the 10th of November.
It's not now, it's new.
New. Oh, this shit-eating grin, like it's just fucking, look at that.
Yeah, he dipped it in it a few times. That's why.
Oh yeah, he's proud of himself. Look at him like a Cheshire fucking cat. Yeah, I got her locked. Yeah, I fucked her.
Me again. I just called to let you know that myself and Nicole Jenny's news satire show, Now, Not on Our Watch, is released this Monday, the 10th of November, and then for consecutive Mondays for the next 5 weeks in the build-up to Christmas. To say we're excited about it, I think is unfair on you and inaccurate of us, because we've lost our minds. It's been a year's work, but in many ways it's been a lifetime's work to try and create a truly...
Fuck off!
A lifetime's work.
What? You know, like you were working on this while you were a hopeless alcoholic before your wife came along and saved you.
Yeah, let's remember. Tyg told us essentially that he was, pushed out of the fucking show. That he went over where it would be essentially him. It's his show. It's highly focused on him. But then when he went over and collaborated with all these other people, a decision was made he made the decision that because he's, so gracious, that he would step back and allow these other performers to kind of take over the show. But we can only wait and see what happens on fucking Monday and then the following weeks. I'm torn because I want it to be successful and I don't want it to be successful at the same time.
Yeah.
Scales is kind of
Now
going
that you
up and down.
mention it, yeah. I don't know, man. All up more power to them, you know. But you know, I'm thinking, you know, there's some kind of truth in there. I think he did actually have this idea, and because, you know, socialists of the Marxist variety, you know, they're fucking thieves. You know, they thought, yeah, that's a great idea. You know, so me with my intergenerational wealth, I'm going to steal that idea from you and leave you, sad little fucking alcoholic, behind. But we'll keep you there, just, you know, so, you know, we can avoid the legal problems.
Yeah, it's not like he's coming with anything new to the table, is it? Like, let's have a news satire show. Okay, yeah, we haven't seen that before. Like,
no, not at all.
Like,
No.
yeah, we forget
not
about
like the 90s where block with them.
Yeah, or have I got news for you? New. And what's he styling it as? What was telling us it's going to be like Saturday Night Live for anti-imperialists.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. That is fucking priceless.
No editorial, new satire show that's anti-imperialist, that's not just taking the piss out of Trump and feeling that we've done something anarchic. It really looks at the roots of all the problems in the world right now: colonialism, neocolonialism, wealth extraction, climate crisis, etc., etc., etc.
Wow, there's a lot of things. I mean, when you say etc., 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 I mean, you're kind of compounding, multiplying. So there's like several dozen of things that you're just gonna throw in our face. Like, I was with you until climate crisis. Like, all those issues are important, but there's no climate crisis.
Yeah, and this guy can't bring funny to it. Like, it, you know, and he's too.
I've never seen anything funny from this guy.
Not one fucking thing. Not one thing. Not even unintentionally funny. Just nothing.
Yeah, just sad. He's just sad, which is fucking horrific. Because I was keeping up with this guy online, Cyrax, and you know, he's so unbelievably hounded and like harassed throughout his life, you know, and well deserved, by the way. And people fucking got him to take part in this mock court on Discord, where he literally thought he was in court and had a lawyer with him. And I was beginning to feel sorry for him. But when it was all revealed at the end just yesterday, I was laughing my fucking tits off, man. I was hilarious as fuck. He deserves all of it. But you know what? I can't even summon a pity laugh or a victorious laugh at this guy. He's just sad. Like, Tesla, you know, we need to call them. But check out that house. Like, what's going on there?
Jesus Christ.
To some of the peerless detective work that some of my trolls do on Twitter, I don't actually get any money from Moscow, Tehran, or Doha. So this first season is exclusively funded by my page.
I don't fucking know. Hang on, I have a visitor.
Who
dat? All right, hang on for a second.
Who dat?
Who dat? Who dat? I'll be back in 1 second.
All right. Do your thing, man. Turn off your camera.
Yeah, give me one.
Protect the kids, man. Man, this fucking guy. Look back in our archives on YouTube, man. He's always coming on his Patreon saying, look, sorry guys, I haven't been posting anything on Patreon to, justify your €5 plus every month. But I'm working on something. I'm working on something. So one of these fucking things he's working on suddenly fucking worked out. Holy shit says, who would give him money? That's the fucking question. It's insane. Absolutely nuts. But I don't know. What's that guy called in Britain? The mother of all talk shows, Moab, or whatever. Big lefty guy. Like, I like him. I like him and I don't like him. Labour Party originally, but then left Labour Party because, you know, they don't represent the people. You know, solid fucking anti-imperialist. Like, he's an absolute shithead in terms of anti-white racism. But he's solid in his left-wing politics, which I admire. And he has this creature on. It's nuts. Dennis Carr fucking nails it. This is the new Irishman, folks. Yep. KO says, did you see him doing Brian O'Driscoll last week? I actually LOL'd. Oh wow. Okay. You're talking about you're talking about Tag, right? The guy that we're looking at right now. He did something funny. If you can post a link to that would be fucking great. Fuck me. Long night. Long week for me, folks. I have to fucking drag my ass to the fucking credit union on Tuesday and say, hey, can you give me a loan of a few €1,000? I need a new car. The NCT took my car off the road. So I've been a pit of depression. What you see here, sitting in this chair, behind this microphone, completely different person. It's just a hypnotic. You know, when you know, start doing a certain thing, then other activities are neurologically linked to that. Well, that's what happens when I pull this microphone down in front of me, I sit down in this chair, and I put on Restream. You know, this isn't me, folks. You know, usually it's like, well, you know, the last week or week and a half, you know, it's like, I can't believe it. I'm fucked. God help me, you know. Okay, all right. I was filling space there. I was just talking shite. KO said, did you see him doing Brian O'Driscoll last week? I did actually LOL.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention that. Like, I refused to play that because it was actually, maybe, yeah.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't funny. It was done well.
To
say it, not hurt me. Because I've come to hate this cunt.
Yeah, but you know what? That's actually an achievement for Tag to do anything well.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I did. He did the English guy, which was pretty good. So if Tig becomes good, I won't have any need to revisit him at all. You know, and I think he has the potential. Well, yeah, I think anybody who dedicates 20 years of their life to doing this shit obviously has fucking potential.
I mean, yeah, look where I got, you know.
As a comedic actor, but he's not a comedian, and he needs to get that out of his fucking head. Like, about 90% of people who classify themselves as comedians today are not actually comedians; they're comedic actors, and that's like so. They're not comedians in the true sense of the word. Tig is a comedic actor, so if someone wrote his comedy, he would do much better. Every now and again, he will hit upon a kind of a sketch that works outside of the fucking 100,000 Muslims and circumcised dick suckers who follow him. Because if he wasn't aligned with Palestine and the trans issue and fucking COVID lockdowns and all the other horseshit that he's involved in, he wouldn't have the fan base. They're not there for the comedy; they're there because of the politics. It's that fucking simple, you know.
Right.
And if he was funny, irrespective of his politics, he would be funny, and I would like him because
absolutely
I like funny. There's many left leaning or fucking off the charts left comedians that I like. As long as they don't make their political stance fucking as obvious as like the stamp it on their fucking forehead or wear a t-shirt that says Paddy Stinion on it, for fuck's sake. We feel like it's no mystery where you stand in terms of politics, like.
Patrons, to whom I just say thank you so much, and I am so grateful. For season 2 and beyond, we're looking to really scale this thing up to create a kind of a Saturday Night Live for anti-imperialists and dare I say socialists, and to have the whole thing.
What's the
flooded.
difference? There is no difference. What are you talking about? You're just dribbling, man. I can speak from authority because I was a Trotskyite socialist, and I'm still kind of am a revolutionary Republican from the fucking IRA 1960s sort. Yeah, and you're talking shite. You're just dribbling nonsense. There's no fucking difference between an anti-imperialist and a socialist, you thick fucking twat.
With Global South writers, performers, crew, you know.
Cheap labor is what you call it. Like, how condescending, like that you're going to give a dig out to people from the Global South. That's a recipe for success right away, isn't it? Like, here, listen, we're going to do this new kind of Saturday Night Live thing. So we're going to need the best people. No, actually, we don't need the best people available. Let's just go based on where they're fucking from in the planet. Let's bring in, an Iranian writer. Like, that will go down well. Again, who the fuck are they appealing to? I don't know. I really don't. But again, I can only think it's because of his politics and that people are going to watch the show. It can only exist in the land of internet and the land of activism. The studio that they used is, it's other activists who gave them the studio. It's essentially a hub for the Free Palestine movement. That's why he got it. To do it privately, it wouldn't work. It couldn't work. To pull off a comedy show, it's next to fucking impossible. Like, it has to be amazing in this day and age for it to work. Like, Saturday Night Live stopped working 15 fucking years ago. It stopped being funny because it was essentially became political football.
Yeah,
it can't work. Like, you can only have comedy that works on a political level if it takes on the political system, not just one fucking part of it that you happen to align with. Like, Tig never calls for, an end to fucking the state. It's like, well, no, this part of it needs to be changed. And so his side can morph the fucking thing to same shape as his fucking head.
Let's beat them at their own game. We're sick of trying to get crumbs off the king's table. I'm personally sick of bitching and moaning.
How about don't even try to take the crumbs off the king's fucking table?
Make your own thing.
Yeah, stop begging, you faggot. And stop looking for crumbs off you don't get sick of it. And let's be honest, if the king gave you a call tomorrow and say, hey, Tig, I put a ladder up against the table, you want to come and grab the crumbs? You'd be fucking running from Cork as fast as your little legs could fucking carry you. And you'd be straight up there munching on those crumbs like fucking head first into the table. We know, like, if RTA offered him a contract or a run, a 10-season run, or anyone, he would happily swallow his fucking pride and take it. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but I don't fucking think so.
Moaning about Netflix and BBC and all these complicit institutions and corporations. Instead of moaning, we've decided.
Yeah. It was all right when you were sucking RT's cock, wasn't it, Tig, when they gave you the fucking your pilot? Or were they okay at that stage? When was it that you had?
That's a good fucking point.
Yeah. What, he came to the party late, was it, that RTE weren't complicit as long as you were part of RTE, but as soon as they said, listen...
do you know what it was? Palestine only mattered after October 7th for this guy.
Yeah.
That's what it means. I'm sorry, man. I cared about fucking Palestine before you got out of your fucking 24/7, 365 fucking drunken stupor. Fuck you.
Decided to build our own media platform. Thank you so much for everyone who supported us. We're really excited about this. Season 1 has incredible on-screen talent, the inimitable Yvonne Ridley, Dr. Mo, the Beast in the Middle East, Katie Halper, Alexi Sale, my comedy hero. In fact, I've got...
Yeah, Alexi Sale. again, Alexi Stale stopped being funny in like 1992. I think the last episode of The Young Ones or something like that. And I thought he was Iranian, but he's not.
Oh,
no, he's missing a little tiny hat. So, how Ty can even bring
connections?
how Ty
everywhere.
Can bring himself to sit beside him is.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah. And Tyke is the whitest human being I've ever seen. Like that wall looks dark. He's almost translucent. And look, he's glowing to be there with his comedy hero and doing some sort of Masonic symbol with his hand down here. I mean, that's far right, isn't it? Isn't that a far right symbol?
Oh, the okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, all those years ago. Yeah, okay turned out to be white supremacist, actually. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So Alexi's parents fled Europe during World War II.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Stars K in the chat. Have I got Jews for you?
There you go. No, but that's funny.
Yeah.
That would have been a great name for their show. That would work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And it would fit perfectly for them as well. But no, you can't even pronounce the fucking name of the show.
Oh my God. Dars K just topped himself. Not the 9 o'clock Jews.
All right, Dars, you're on the writing team. You have to start writing for us.
Yeah.
We need help.
We're going to, of course, the broadcasting recruits, €5 a month. Nobody's signed up to it yet because, we're not offering anything really except to support us. But we are, we're working on something. We don't know what yet, but we're going to work on something big. And that's not a fucking tag hickey promise. That's a broadcasting promise.
We're working on an anti-imperialist Saturday Night Live type show. So Alexei, I think his father was from Lithuania, his mother from Romania or something like that. A non-religious Jew, probably the worst type of Jew.
A Jew without boundaries.
But very, very Jewish, identifies as a Jew, is always telling people how Jewish he is.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Jew's line is it anyway?
There you go. Jew's line is it anyway? All right.
Sorry, go on.
Keep going. Write them down. Keep them.
Yeah.
We'll use them. I can't. I assume that's not his real hair. I assume that's one of
who is that?
Tig's mate. I have no fucking idea.
Oh, okay.
The beast from the east, or just beast from around, whoever the fuck he was as well.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
This looks terrible as well. Like this is supposed to be a studio. Like, look at the prop.
Are they what is? You look. It's hard to know without context. But is this supposed to be like? Oh, they're all so fucking retarded that they can't control their body. And this girl in the back, she's like so retarded. She's like blown away by what an atlas is. And
I think it's maybe, if it's given that it's, a news show in a global context, she is probably trying to figure out where somewhere in the world is.
See, you're a better writer. I bet that's not it. I bet you're a better writer than these fucking loons.
We'll find out anyway. This guy. Now I'd have him as a friend purely because he's fucking huge. Like, you can go anywhere with him,
and he dresses well. I mean, that jacket, man.
Yeah, and he fit well. And that's the kind of guy we have in the IPAS centers, because he's being oppressed because he's clearly a homosexual and of no threat to the local population. We come from we're starving. Really? I don't fucking think so, dude.
Katie Halper, Alexi Sale, my comedy hero. In fact, I've got the whole cast of the Alexi Sale podcast. Talal, who's also a beautiful comedy actor, is front and centre in this show. We've partnered up with an amazing studio in London, Ravener Farm Studios in Greenford. Not only are the facilities incredible, but it's also a bit of a hub for the pro-Palestine, pro-humanity creatives of Britain and Ireland. Ahmed.
Pro-humanity, so therefore everyone outside of that is anti-humanity, are they? Like, what? Like, it's...
I'll only assume,
Propaganda & Co. Is that a podcast or something, is it?
from Propaganda and Co. editing. He's incredibly talented. Please follow No.
Actually, I liked a video they watched. They made, where he basically psychoanalyzed the Jewish nation itself. Like, it was incredibly, like, he was very, very close to, saying something nice about the Austrian painter. I swear to God.
All right, well, that wouldn't be fucking too much of a stretch, would it, for to go that far? Tig will never do that, but the Middle Eastern guys, they're not too far away. As long as they're, as long as they're killing, or can't even say that anymore. As long as they're dickety do. There we go. From now on, whenever I say dickety do, it's kicking a coup. Anyway, so there's the link there. So I'll have a look at that. Why do that? That kills me. Like sending a link and a photograph. Like, what's wrong with people? People who listen to me all the fucking time. When I ask people, like, who I know in my fucking private life, send me a link. Send me a screenshot of the link. It's like, what are you doing? You're wasting my time doubly now, because I've looked at the fucking screenshot, and now I have to copy the fucking link from your screenshot and write it down, or else use an app to copy the fucking, like, Jesus Christ, just post the actual fucking link. If not clickable because it's the video,
oh my God, I know how we get rich. All right, an app, right?
Embeds links.
No, it reads the links in the pictures so that you can just tap on it and it opens up the link. But the thing is that it's free, right? And there's no ads, right? So everyone loves it. However, how we make money is that we get to look at everyone's phones at 24/7. We have full view of their phones, and we can steal all their bank account information. We'll fucking millionaires in a week.
You need to be taken off the streets, man. Every fucking thought in your head is cocaine, or fucking how can we rip someone off, like old grannies robbing their furniture for fucking pittances. Now you're breaking into people's phones, robbing their bank accounts. Holy Christ. Why aren't you minted already? Like, are you hiding money? Are you sitting on like a fucking...
I have the mind of a scumbag, but the heart of a saint. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're just not motivated. That's what it is. You're a lazy criminal.
Yeah,
you need to get motivated. Yeah. Like, we need to set goals for your criminal enterprise.
Like, selling cocaine was easy. You just go to a guy, you get the cocaine, and then you go to a party and you sell the cocaine. That's pretty simple. And then women come to you because you have all the cocaine, that was the easiest job in the world, man.
Yeah, just shove a giant bag of cocaine down your jocks on the train. That'll be even more impressive. Like,
take a sniff, baby.
Yeah, spill some on your trouser leg. Like women rubbing their faces up and down your leg. Right, so youtube.com/@now media or new. Yeah, that's the sound a retard makes, isn't it? Media. That will find it when we don't have to do the question mark SI. Not even a full link either. Like, fuck off.
It's lazy. No wonder this cunt's not successful.
Social media platforms, because Nicole said if we're not up to 6,000 followers on Instagram before the first episode comes out, she'll kill me. And she's actually a intimidating character in her own way. Free Palestine, let the comedy revolution begin. Our revenge will be the laughter of our children.
What children?
The
ones that fucking Tussler are going to take after I fucking call them, you prick.
Yeah, that's
all right. Here, look at this. Look at this. Subscribe to see the full episode is free.
Oh,
wait, what does that mean? What is it? Wait, huh? Sorry, what's going on? Like, are we supposed to subscribe to watch this show now?
I don't know. Let's bring the channel up. Can we bring it? What was it at now? Wasn't it? Let's have a look. YouTube.
Do you want the link? I'll send you the link in the private because I found it myself.
Hang on, this fucking dog is beside me now. She's panting away like there's no tomorrow. Go ahead.
Darce Cave. Look who's look for fuck's sake. Look Juice talking. Very funny.
No, sorry.
Look, Jews talking. Doris K. Brilliant one. I like it.
Sorry, I just saw his face again. Like it's okay. Oh, there's a couple of clips. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. We get a taster.
Yeah. So count the
Nice.
laughs. Right here. Oh, YouTube shorts. Okay.
Fuck me. Excusez-moi.
Where the fuck is it gone? Hasbro. What? Oh yeah. Hasbro.
Oh
Hasbro
my God.
Veterans.
Dennis Carr. How was copper wire invented?
Two Jews fighting over a penny.
That's fucked. That is so bad.
That's another way to make money. Like maybe there's a bit of Jew in me too.
Copper wire, yeah.
The copper wire, yeah. But microwaves, old microwaves, they have like the transformers in them, but there's a rake of copper wire in transformers. So there's about, I think, maybe 500 or 600 grams of copper wire in a microwave. And you have to make sure you don't kill yourself when you disassemble it, because there's like, if there's a transformer, there's a capacitor beside it as well. And if the capacitor still has electricity in it, you run the risk of electrocuting yourself and killing yourself. So you have to discharge that. And then there's also some really toxic chemical in the magnetron as well. So where the magnet is just below that, I think it's some sort of chromium or something like that.
Oh, they're dangerous devices, man.
Yeah, so you have to be very careful. But like, I think if you get through like maybe 20 microwaves in an hour, they're not too difficult to disassemble. But you can make like 200-300 euros worth of profit in copper. Now you have to go find the fucking microwaves in the first place.
Yeah.
But that's not too difficult, because you just go around the back of any Tesco or electrical store and there's fucking piles of them, because people return their Wii. Now, I'm not sure how legal that is, but I would see that as a service to the planet. And then with that chromium stuff, just fucking in the local river, it'll wash away. Like, it'll be grand. There'll be no fish. But again, lots of little ways to make money that I wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah, that's a good it's a good idea. By the way, if a commercial outlet puts something in their bins, it's fair game, even if it's on their property. Like, of course, you have the thing of like, if someone discovers you on the property and then it becomes aggravated trespassing, if you don't immediately leave, that kind of thing. But asterisk, it's legal to dumpster dive, is what I'm saying.
I wondered if there could be trouble down the line, because I would imagine our traveling friends have this kind of gig sorted already. A lot of those guys are into scrap.
Going into their turf, yeah.
Yeah, you're going into there. So you get there and there's a blue Hi-Ace just parked down the road, and then you're into a scrap war. Maybe that's why they call it a scrap in slang. Because that's how it starts. Anyway.
All right, let's see this.
All right. Where's the actual fucking page gone? Or here we go. Right. So this is clip one.
Yeah. Can you maximize that?
Oh shit. There we go. Is that any better?
Yeah, yeah, totally better. Yeah.
Hottest family game of the year, Hasbro Settlers. Expand your territory, seize land that isn't yours, and bulldoze your way to victory.
I'm building a settlement on Ahmad's olive grove.
Yes. I'm putting down the mystery wall. No more pesky terrorist neighbours.
Hang on.
Exciting expansion.
How is that even funny to someone who like? You know what? That could only be funny for Zionists.
Yeah.
Because it's horrible. There's no proper setup to the joke to make it funny. Like, it's, oh, dude. I mean, like, you need some exaggerated visuals, you know, to make fun of the people instead of them being normal. Like, you know, high voices and overexcitement doesn't fucking cut it. Like, how am I, a non-comedian, schooling these people on comedy? It's fucking retarded, man. I care about Palestine. I don't care what any of niggas in the fucking chat think or the viewers. My heart aches for these people. And then to see this is disgusting, man. How is this supposed to be comedy?
Well, it's not, because they're not comedians. They are political activists who think that they can reach a larger audience through the medium of comedy, but they're not comedians, so they'll never be able to do it. So they think comedy is this, essentially gurning, playing it up. Like, even the fucking, like, they just stuck a tablecloth
on
this
that little
kid's head to make him look fucking Jewish, you know? The editing is dog shit. Like, this is supposed to be a professional studio. Like, that's essentially what I did with the 2 videos earlier, is just like, you know, the most basic form of rotoscoping, because you can clearly see the outline and the green screen behind. If it's a professional editor, that shouldn't be there at all. Like, and they should be using a higher grade image. You know, it's very fucking amateurish. Which, if it's someone working at home, is to be expected. But this is supposed to be a professional fucking studio. This is way below my expectations. I thought that at least the production value would be good, but this is this is a YouTube video, isn't it? It's like, you know, 3 people at home just decided to do a sketch because there was, you know, there's no costumes available.
3 people at home would be fucking, like, much more funnier than this. I'm sorry, this is horrible. Like, it's not just the, you know, the humanitarian horror of it. It's just, there's nothing funny about this, man.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I get what they're going for. They're going for, what was that? South Park. Do you remember that Alabama man? No. It was like G.I. Joe, but, you know, the kids were playing with this white guy in a white beer, and the whole joke was like, yeah, you know, he has a arm that goes like this to beat his wife, and he drinks beer. That was funny in a, you know, weird.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe this appeals to global South audience, where it's like they're just, their level of comedic expectations are very
I don't think so, man, because these people actually experience the horrors of neo-colonialism, right? And it was like you know, it's like if fucking someone showed me let's just say this is exchange everything, and they're British aristocrats, right? And this is the board is Northern Ireland, right? Yeah, so, you know, where I got the Shankill Butchers, you know? It's like, dude, what? You're fucking my fucking family got murdered by those people. What are you fucking talking about, man?
Yeah, that may be actually funnier. Like, again, it's dog shit. Like, irrespective of the content, or taking into account the feelings of Palestinians. The Palestinians aren't watching this, like, so this is going to be for, you know, primarily a UK
and there we have it. It's just for the fucking white man.
Yeah. So, but they can atone for it later, you know. But again, the whole point is supposed to be to show us how, you know, awful and evil Jews are. But this is the version that Jewish people play at home, and like, because they're all monsters, you know. But again, it's played out. So, but again, we'll see if the donkeys clap, or the seals clap. Donkeys don't clap. Or maybe they do, just when no one's looking.
6 comments. Wow. Dude, we get more comments on our fucking reels than these niggas do.
All right, let's have a look at the comments.
All right. I got to move us out of the way. Go on then.
Maybe we've gone in too far. We were 40 seconds. Okay, so the commentary was absolutely eloquent and articulate. Love this.
Yeah, that's clapter. That's yeah, the comment form of clapter.
The evil laughter is cute.
Huh? Dude, bro. That's not the fucking point. Whoa, buddy. No, that's not what you're supposed to get out of this at all.
All right. Dark humor. It took a moment. Really? It took a moment.
Yeah, that I mean that's the opposite of comedy, right?
Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Translate to English. Okay, let's translate that to English.
Go on then. Oh,
It's the same. Absolutely genius. This is so funny and sad at the same time. And then this will be amazing. So maybe we're missing something. Maybe we passed judgment too quick.
We're missing
Like-
brain damage. That's what we're missing. Fuck me, man. What's wrong?
Water
with
rights
you?
monopoly and the night raid bonus round. You'll never run out of ways to dominate. Now with realistic checkpoint pieces.
No, your shepherd can't come into my outpost.
What's his occupation?
There is no occupation.
Just watch out for those tricky international law cards.
Oh
But don't worry,
God.
they're never enforced.
Oh my god.
Hasbro settlers, because why should geography?
Oh, that's even AI, isn't it?
Which is that?
This graphic.
It had
Yeah.
that's AI. Oh my god. I'm scandalized by that.
Welcome to our brand new show.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Is he supposed to look like he has fucking liver function problems? Is that a part of the joke?
He's got a liver spot on his eye there. Like, take the fucking earring. Like, spend a tenner on the fucking makeup or something. Like, I can't wait to see the Saturday Night Live version of this. Like, it's.
Welcome to our brand new show now.
Huh?
Welcome to.
That's just the trailer.
Which what? What was it showing me?
Nothing. I don't
Wow.
like. There's nothing about comedy.
We did stuff. It's
Yeah.
exciting, and you know that because we have action music.
Your favorite activists. Wow. Yeah. Like a screw. Oh, Screwfix. There we go. There's the Black Friday sale and Screwfix.
Welcome to our brand new show now.
I mean, like from an editor's kind of point of view, you know that was well done, you know, for what it was. However, it didn't do anything. It doesn't grab me. It doesn't make me want to look at the thing. By the way, Darsky fucking nailed it. They stole this idea, the whole the fucking Palestine thing. Look at that. Yeah, Gaza of just a bunch of fucking grey pricks. I'm sorry, that's funny. As much as I love the fucking people of Palestine, I wish them the best. That is fucking hilarious. Okay.
The person's name is great as well. Dustoff. Like, or is that the name? Well, that's the name of the Lego. The Lego set.
Oh no, that's the
Dustoff?
username on Reddit. Yeah.
All right.
All
All
right.
right. Right. Is there any more of this gag? No, that's it. Thank God.
So, what are we doing? An emergency episode on Monday then?
I don't know. Fucking if it's worth it now or not. Yeah, we could do it. There's two ways we could do it live. Well, did they say what time it starts at? I didn't even notice really.
Greg, tell us when it is.
Yeah. Subscribe to see the full episode.
Oh,
it's free. So, I don't think
is free, not it's free.
Oh,
is
free. Okay.
So, like, yeah, obviously, you know, Global South, you know, yeah, their social media manager, because you know, it doesn't matter if your company isn't actually making money. You know, you need to fill all the positions.
Yeah, no, it doesn't tell us what time it's at, so we'll see where we are on Monday. I don't know if they'll premiere it or if they'll just release it. So obviously, if they release it at early evening or morning, we won't be doing a show. But I might forgo watching it, and then we can watch it live or something. Like that. So yeah, so stay tuned on Monday. If you get a notification, you know what it is. Now my expectations are even lower. Maybe that's a good thing. But I don't think there'll be many.
Yeah, maybe that's the strategy is lower people's expectations, and then even if something gets a sympathy chuckle, then it's great.
Yeah, maybe that's the new currency, chuckles instead of shekels. We'll give Ty 5 chuckles, give him a loan of 5 chuckles, and he owes us 7. Yeah, all right. That's soured my stomach. Something fucking rotten now. Ty, you dirty bastard! How dare you?
I've never felt more Republican, socialist, revolutionary than I did after watching that shit, man.
All
right. I am so fucking angry. How dare they? Of all this talking about on his fucking flotilla boat, how, I was told how, as a white man, I'm, so low. And then he goes makes this fucking junk. If he needed any more fucking evidence that this woke bullshit doesn't actually make sense, it's not even internally consistent. I don't know what'll fucking change your mind.
It's dog shit. Pure and simple. All right. I'm gonna skedaddle. I have to get to bed. I have a child's birthday party to go to in the morning. Am I lucky? A child whose parents we don't like, so even better.
Ooh. Actually, before you go though, what is it like? Let's say you like the parents and the child. What's it like to be at a child's birthday party?
There's no difference. It's fucking torture.
Oh, wow.
It's torture. It's 200 screaming kids. And then I'm not one for small talk with people. I've got maybe 2 minutes in me, and then I'm done. But
yeah, I heard about your struggles with the Halloween party. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Halloween party was fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was just the noise is what kills me. It's
who knows? It tomorrow might go just fine.
It won't.
Someone there might have cocaine.
No, I don't take. I've never taken cocaine, and I refuse to take cocaine. It's anything that could possibly make me happy. I'm not having it. For taking it, if it happens naturally, it happens. If it's artificial, I don't want it. I don't want to become addicted to happiness. I couldn't live with myself. But no, generally, it's just fucking noise.
Oh yeah,
noise. So what I have to do is just smoke more than I normally would, and excuse myself from the party and go outside. Because you can only keep up small talk for so long, and then it turns around to politics and what's happening in the country. And my views aren't generally well accepted. They're not that well. We're in small numbers, so everybody, unfortunately, everyone I meet, or most of the people I meet, generally tend to have somewhat vanilla woke-ish views on life in Ireland, and
that's terrible.
Yeah, I know. And so you express your genuine opinion, and it just doesn't go down well. It kind of is like, you get that stare of like, oh, and then like a Nazi or something materializes in front of them. They get terribly frightened and upset. But generally, it's just the noise of 200 fucking screaming children enclosed in some sort of play barn type building. It's great for the kids.
Oh.
That's why you do it.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, but the noise levels.
Okay. Well, our prayers will be with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sincerely. Yeah.
I might live stream from the children's birthday party. I'm sure that'll go down well with the parents. Talk to the children. Hello. But I missed one of the last parties. There's fucking parties all the time because there's so many of them in school now, so they get invites all the time.
Oh.
But somebody was at the last party was like an older gentleman was in the play area with the kids and playing with the kids and picking them up and tickling them. And you can't be doing that in Ireland these days. It's like
Yeah.
I was kind of torn because it's like, it's like, well, if I was there, it'd be like, hey, put the fucking kid down, put my kid down. That's not on. I don't want kids. But then it's like, oh well, are men not allowed to?
Yeah,
Friendly
it's
with
a tough
children.
one.
It's like it's rough. It's harsh.
I don't know. Don't you get a feeling off a man, whether he is that way or not?
Yeah,
Like,
you do visually, like
right.
Yeah, and again, it's so unusual these days for. Maybe it was never the fucking case. Like I don't ever remember like a lot of men kind of playing with kids in playgrounds or picking them up and tickling them. That was always a kind of red flag if you're picking up someone else's child and tickling them. You can understand if it's an uncle or something like that. Well, then you're familiar with the child or they're family friends, and you're just playing.
A context there would be: are their own children in that dynamic already? And then it becomes like, well, we're all just doing this now because the other kids see something fun happening and they want to be part of
They
it.
jump in. Yeah, again, you don't know.
Yeah.
Again, it is context dependent.
Yeah.
But again, for especially for women, they see any man near kids these days, and it's like, oh my god, he's
It's a tragedy.
Yeah.
Like personally, children fucking frighten me. Because I'm sick and tired of their judgment. However, like in my heart, I would like to, play with them because they're like, that's how they learn and grow, is to engage with people,
Yeah.
and learn to trust their elders and things. That's good, but it's I don't know, I can't get into the mind of a person who actively like wants that.
No, generally for me, it's like with kids, it's like stay the fuck away from me. Like I have my own kids, I have no interest in other people's children. They're annoying as fuck. Like no matter what age they are, like after 2 minutes, it's like, okay, yeah, great. What you're just making noise? Like stop talking. I can't listen to you. But I will make a clip of you saying you like to play with children. I'll put that in a short. See how many hits it gets.
You know what? I think that would actually go viral.
Yeah. This episode will mysteriously go missing. I don't know what happened. It just vanished off the server.
I know. It's we were making Jew puns, so of course it went off. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. On that bombshell.
All right. All right. By the way, we usually hang on Restream to have a chat afterwards. I don't know if you want to do that, but you want to hop over to Discord and do that. I want to play a song while we, to play out the show.
Yeah, I'll catch you on Discord. I'll grab a cup of tea and all that good stuff first.
Okay, sounds good.
What are they taking a photo of? Are they taking a photo of the camera? Oh no, it's a selfie. Jesus Christ, it's a fucking selfie. It shows how out of touch I am. These two women.
What are you talking about?
In the screen there on Temple Bar, you see those two women who are taking a selfie?
Oh.
So I thought they were taking a photo of the camera we're looking at. Because it didn't register.
Yeah, you are a fucking dinosaur, aren't you?
Yeah, if I caught myself taking a selfie, I'd fucking shoot.
But that's an awful long time to fucking take a selfie. Women are so fucking vain, man. Look, it's not even good enough, man. You need to ask a fucking dude to help them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
To
be fair, it's like 3:15. They're probably sloshed.
Yeah, the guy thinks he's in with a chance now of getting a ride as well. It's like, yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah, but they're going to walk away from him. Just walk.
Let's see if they
flick of the hair. Yeah. Oh, leaned over. Yeah, accentuate the breasts. Because you've got big breasts. You need to show that. It's not enough that you have big breasts, bigger than your friend. You need to accentuate that. Yeah.
Oh, no, hang on. You're still talking to Ginger. Look, the Ginger can't help herself. She's going to be converted. Run, Ginger. Run, Ginger.
Is that the same guy?
Yeah, that's the
Oh.
same guy there she's talking to, that Arab Indian looking
Oh,
fella.
lucky him. Oh, oh
He's
my
getting
God. No,
directions.
actually.
He's getting there. She's giving him
Oh,
directions.
oh, hopefully back to fucking Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dublin
okay,
Airport.
thank God. Near miss, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh no, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Oh, fuck.
All right, call the guards. Call the guards.
Yeah. Like, rape in progress.
Oh, I was going to say we should do that. Like,
That's fun.
every 10 minutes. Like, we need a secure phone. We just keep making calls. Hello, I'm in Temple Bar. There's a man in a white jumper. I think he's Indian. I've just seen him strike a woman in the face. We can get them all deported in weeks.
Oh, that's fun. Oh my God.
They wouldn't even question it, would they? Maybe one call a week. You got to adapt to the times. There you go. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cheers, man. Take care. Yeah. So that's a project for everybody.
Right.
Make sure you have the Temple Bar feed at all times, and then once a week you just make a call.
Yeah.
Say that you've seen some crime be committed. Yeah. Oh, well, they will have access to the CCTV though as well, won't they? So, but do we think they'd review that? Do you think they'd go to the bother of reviewing it? They'd have to, wouldn't they? At a court case anyway, like so.
Yeah, it could have happened out of sight, just around the corner.
Yeah, that's a very good.
Look, yeah. See, because we're there, there, right?
Yeah. So we've seen it.
By the way, these are all jokes. We're not telling people to do. We're just talking shite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. They've named the pharmacy. They put a apothecary as well on the pharmacy. That would draw me in. That alone would draw me in.
Absolutely. Yeah. That is beautiful. Harken back to times we weren't even alive. That's real conservatism there.
Yeah. Oh my, hundreds of years. Back to when street urchins existed, when we'd have children dying on the cobblestones,
and when you could just go into a apothecary and buy heroin.
Exactly. What more could you ask for? Starving street urchins and heroin available 24 hours a day. Like, we'll get there.
I got a headache. Give me some heroin.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. How much would you like? All right, I better go. We'll be here all
right. Yeah. Sorry, I kept you on, but
no worries.
It's only because I love you.
I love you too, man. All right, I'll catch you in a bit.
Good night, everyone.
All right, good night, everyone.
From the back streets of the city, out of the darkness came a man, dressed in a dark green battle jacket, with a carbine in his hand. He came to organize the people, told them do not be afraid. If working people stick together, we must win, that's what he said. He wandered through the streets of Belfast, there was a big price on his head. He organized and he taught the people never two nights in one place dead. Internment came but they did not take him. Go to the south, his good friend said. Our days of running, they are over. We'll fight at the barricades instead. Then came the night that I will remember, came the night of the market's raid, when two sides of the people's army stood together unafraid. With a small band of his comrades, a regiment he yelled at bay. All night he fought up, that his men they might get away. Down by Joy Street he was walking, the special branch had laid their plan. Soldiers shot him down.